FaZe going for the
quick.
yeah, Overpass Train, the first two maps. I mean, Overpass, a map that FaZe played this tournament against Fnatic. I think they played well. It's a map that they feel confident on. So definitely a map that FaZe really likes and often picks as well. And yeah, Train for Liquid.
More trains. Train is cropping up an awful lot in this tournament. North Americans, especially Cloud9, Liquid, even Optic have picked up Train throughout this tournament so far. And it looks like we'll take Inferno as the decider. Ooh. Okay, so to recap, we start on
Overpass.
We end on Inferno. And in the middle, the little sandwich, we have Train.
Yep.
That's a delectable Counter-Strike treat right there. Chad, you now know the three maps. We're going to just quickly get a couple of words on the first. Overpass is coming up next, and I want to know what kind of odds you would give this one while we do check in with our sponsor as well.
I think a map like Overpass, you obviously need the structure, which we're talking about, that both of these teams definitely have. But within that, there's so many chances to find good timings, because on the A bomb site especially, you can't really have everywhere covered proficiently.
Sure.
They tend to stack two people to long, you maybe have two people in toilets, and someone normally is the swing player who rotates in.
Yeah.
If you can exploit that timing and you have individual fragging power like FaZe, you can enter into a bomb site and take that one. So I think FaZe for me is going to be the favorite for map one.
No, absolutely. And I mean, this is where I can ask you, Frauberg. I mean, you've played Overpass a multitude of times, whether Scrim or whether official versus some of the names in this server. What are you looking out for? I mean, FaZe, you already mentioned you've seen some of the strategical elements that they can sprinkle into their gameplay. But what is it that Liquid could fear versus the boys from FaZe?
I think the way that FaZe plays their T side, I think they are just taking so much map control. Like Overpass is one of those maps where you really want map control without wasting too much utility, because you still need the utility later on in the runs. And I mean, FaZe is just so good on taking so much map control without wasting too much utility.
So you have to explain how that goes down, because in my mind, map control is primarily sourced from utility. You do a deep smoke, you do a pop flash, you push through. I mean, how on earth are they balancing the two?
I think that they'd like to take B short with just doing the usual Molotov on B short, which teams do. They like to take underpass control as well, and that's really the key to Overpass, being able to rotate from A to B as a terrorist. You can quickly do a fake on A and then rotate down to B, and just having like the one smoke in the toilets in up mid with a key flash as well. So I think. And also like just having Allo just watching long, making sure no one pushes up. I mean, yeah, it just feels like every time I play FaZe, it's like they have the map control in like half the time that other teams have. So it feels like they have so much space to work, like so much time to work with when they're playing on the T side on Overpass.
And how would you feel about the discussion saying that, why don't you contest that? Why don't you contest map control versus FaZe? I mean, Chad, is that something you'd if you're in a role like that, you have the knowledge that Freiburg's provided, is that something as an in-game leader you'd consider? Taking the fight to FaZe, or is that scary?
I think that's what they want, right? Because they're going to do better in the 3v3 type scenarios. They're the ones who have the individuals who can step up and are known for clutching and known for multi-fragging in that kind of environment. Whereas Liquid, they want you to, you know, come into the bomb site so they can multi-frag you and take you out from there. I agree with you early. If you want to fight for that connector control and the sewer control, you can push them away and make them have to hesitate and potentially take their time, maybe put a few more numbers over to that section of the map to get that territory. If you lose that fight though on the CT side, your economy is going to be busted up pretty hardcore. And then to get back in the swing of things, it's not easy.
And I mean, if we talk in more generic terms just for a moment, because it's interesting to hear from you for those guys, is CT aggression on Overpass necessary?
100%.
100%, zero doubt. And I mean, I imagine that's quite a one of the few maps where it is compulsory in order for success, right, Adam?
Yeah, I mean, as a CT, I think that you want to, like, you don't want the team to think, I'll take mid, I'll take underpass, I'll take B short as like a easy thing to have.
Sure.
You want to actually prove that, okay, we're actually going to fight for this map control. And I think that's going to be a key part for our Liquid success as CT. Maybe doing an early mid push, showing FaZe that, okay, you guys can't have this by just like running up and aiming, right? You're going to have to fight for it.
Now, I watched a fantastic video. I'm afraid I can't tell you the source, but it featured basically a smoke that Na'Vi were throwing almost every single round on Overpass CT side. It basically smokes off just behind Playground, the T exit spawn, right? Do you know, you're aware of this, Chad?
I don't know why when that happened again in the recent meta that people were so surprised, because when Overpass, not when it first came out, but when it was evolving and they had the updates, that was a pretty common thing, right? Like it wasn't something new. And then when it came back out, people were like, oh my God, this is amazing. But I think it's being used more now as a tactic to brawl and finish the round in that moment, right? If you want to do that level of aggression, like the Magic's boy push all the way up, you know, fight at that fountain, that is to try and win the round and give yourself a massive advantage super early. You're not doing the transitional aggression that Adam's talking about. What he means is you're going to be coming in, you're going to be feigning aggression, you're going to make them use that utility, make sure they're jiggle peeking every corner, basically wasting out time on the clock, and then eventually they'll be able to execute with very limited utility, and you've done your job because as the CTs, that's what you want. You want to be able to take those heads-up duels.
So it's not necessarily, initially for the CTs, it's not necessarily a battle for frags, it's a battle for time whilst maintaining your life. Is that a nice way to summarize it?
Depends on who you're versing, I think, right? I think, you know, Adam can attest to the fact that you would have done this so much more than I did, because I just tried to play my style as an in-game leader because we were always the underdog, right? It was very difficult for us to counter-strat. But I'd say you guys have gone into matches, right? And you've gone in with a plan, and you've gone, if we play super aggressive and we force them into 3v3s late round, we're better at that, and they really suck at closing out those situations. Or if they get late round, they execute with nothing, and they're always going to lose those situations. So it's your preparation that I think is important.
And preparation does happen on a scale I don't think necessarily viewers would always understand. I mean, some of the things that I'm sure Threat has done for you and then reveals, you kind of sit there and go, ooh, okay, that's a knowledge bomb. And I mean, you hear just little nuggets when you're hanging out with players like yourself or, of course, elsewhere. And there is preparation that sometimes goes unspoken, Adam.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it depends on like how the players, how much work the players put in. Yeah. It's usually, I think, that the team's coach are doing a lot of work, especially preparing strats. So if your call time is at 5, we're going to start practicing at 5 p.m., the coach would have something prepared for you. And I think that also, like one of the teams like FaZe, they're not putting too much effort into that. I think they're just having like a few single rounds. Like if our play doesn't work, we have something to fall back on. But more of a team like maybe Liquid, they maybe sit down and actually do strats for hours, just like every week, just putting down the time needed to perfect, like making sure that every smoke, every flash is perfect.
And it's just those tiny, tiny fractions of errors or of successes that can edge out those wins in those incredibly close games. Fingers crossed this one will be that close. Now, we are quickly getting everything resolved on the stage so the players can meet the crowd. It's on its way. But why don't we go ahead and head into the crowd right now for a moment, because Stunner's standing by.
That's right. That is exactly right. I'm standing by right now with my main man, Aaron, here. A big fan of Team Liquid. Right now, what is the vibe like for you personally here in Cologne?
Well, we're all a bit stressed, even for Team Liquid themselves. FaZe is a decent opponent, but I have confidence that they can beat them, surely.
I feel you. Now, the first map is going to be Overpass. If you were to talk to Liquid right now and give them a heads up, what are you thinking? What would you say to that team?
Well, they've played Overpass 2 times in the recent days. I think they've won both maps twice, of course. My bad. Well, I think that they can do it again. 3 is a magic number, so let's just take it to them.
3 is a magic number. That's why my name's Strays. It's weird how that works out. But check it out. We're going to be going into Overpass, right? With Liquid, right? Do we have a Liquid-based crowd here, or do we have a FaZe-based crowd?
Towards the shirts, I'd say FaZe Clan. But wait until you hear the energy of me and my mates here, and go Liquid!
With that being said, let's take a look at these poll results right now. And I got a little something for you. Hey, I got a little something for you right here. Check it out. Boom. Free merch. Check it out. Check it out. Anyway, check out those poll results. I'm going to throw it back over to Alex at the desk.
I want to know which poor soul's job is to just fire a T-shirt at Trey every time he does it.
Can we get free merch?
I don't know. Let me see if it works. Hey, throw me a shirt.
Ah.
No. I don't know what's going on. I don't know how he's doing it.
We tried.
Yeah, it was worth a try. Anyway, Overpass is our first map. You can see there's plenty of fans filling in that stadium, and players are getting themselves warmed up. I received clarification. No faults, no panic. Players are just making sure they're on tip-top shape. And I mean, I don't think anyone can blame them coming into a game of this importance. And now, the fun stuff. You've been on stages like this. You've had games like this. How would you try and explain to someone that will, likely never get to experience it, how that can affect your gameplay?
Yeah,
and what
tell me, Adam.
like? Yeah, I mean, you've been there. You've been there.
Not to the scale, man.
Perhaps not.
Yeah.
I think like preparing for this I think it takes time. Like you can't just go up on stage on the first time and have like a set like checklist, like, okay, I have to do this, 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 and this to play good on the big stage. I think that's something that comes with time, right? You gotta learn to play on stage. You gotta learn to like listen to the crowd, just enjoy the moment, right? Really. And I mean, yeah, experience being there, doing it many times really like helps out. Like we saw, I mean, not to mention it too much, but I think Res had a bit of a poor performance in the game at NIP just played. And I think that might be one of the cases. I think this is actually the first time for him on the big stage in a Tier 1 event, right?
And I mean, can you remember your first time?
Oh, wow. This is getting...
now we're getting
there. We're getting into the deep and dirty.
Yeah, I'll say like this. My first big stage was at ESWC 2012, and we won the event and I was MVP.
Oh, all right, Swag Daddy Freiberg, the Frib, is absolutely unfazed by the crowds. But I mean, I just find it such an interesting concept of how, you know, players can completely block that out. I'm so easily distracted. If I knew a whole stadium was chanting for my team or celebrating every clutch, every frag, I'd be in bits.
Interesting concept, right? Because it's one of those things where some players are just able to stay in the zone and focus on the game, but then you have Carrigan, who is in the server now, where he plays up to the crowd.
Sure.
You know, he does this and he stands up and he gives
Did you see
all
the synchronized claps and everything?
Yeah, but I think you as well have played it up to the crowd from different times, depending on whether they're your home crowd or not. I know that you've received some jeers from time to time, but
yeah.
Do you find it's better to be able to like interact with the crowd or just stay in the zone?
I mean, it depends. Yeah, as you said, it depends if it's a home crowd or not. I remember being in Sao Paulo for the Season 2 finals of the ESL Pro League.
Yeah, that was nuts.
The crowd didn't really like me there. When I tried to fire up my team, I was shut down pretty quickly by the fans. But yet again, playing in DreamHack Malmö past year when we won that tournament, that was just amazing. Like, the crowd were just cheering. It felt like a sixth player on the team, honestly, and probably the same thing that VP felt when they were playing in Katowice, right? Right.
And there is a correlation. Malmö, NIP lifted a trophy. Katowice, we've seen VP lift a trophy. There is definitely something in the power of a crowd, and I know it's sometimes, especially sitting at home in your armchair, wherever you may be, it does sound just like kind of cliche, and it sounds kind of a little contorted and unnecessary, but it's true. You come here next time, if you're not here now, get a ticket, sit here, and see how you feel when those 1v2s, 1v3s are here for your favorite team, and that team shirt is on your body. For now, though, some others men are wearing shirts, and it sounds like the game is on its way. So I'm going to go on my way over here. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Of course, that's Sponge and Freiberg. I'm going to get this. I've got a gift to deliver.
Oh, thank you, Alex. First time you've actually spoken to us, Alex. You don't like us this tournament.
What are you talking about? Yeah, it's true. I never got to have a stroll. No. This is nice.
It's true. Nice to see you.
I appreciate you bringing the water back.
Yeah.
I wish everyone who took something from me would bring it back, but it's good that I at least have a drink for this game.
Yeah, stay hydrated, man.
I will, absolutely.
I'm thinking about you. And my question, talking of staying hydrated, Liquid, chances in a best of 3. Nice. What are you saying, Henry?
I think there's good chances. I think FaZe have looked pretty woeful in this tournament. I think they've had decent success yesterday against North. It was better to see them kind of find that form, but the other games against Optic, for example, that looked awful. Yeah. And if they turn up today like that, they probably do lose this game. But I'm still confident they can put it together. It's the playoffs now, the pressure's on, you're on the stage, and that's where they do their best work. So hopefully they do win, but Liquid definitely got a shout in this one. I mean,
and Matt, you're always someone who likes to use the logical side of reasoning, right? FaZe, every grand final since Nico.
Every grand final since Nico. You also want to look at parallels. NIP just went 3-0 in groups and got taken out in a series.
Crazy.
Okay. Chance Liquid can pick up a game. They've definitely been playing better in this event. I think they're obviously a little bit annoyed with, let's say, how the qualifier went, losing in triple overtime, the chance to go into the major, and they came here with an absolute motive to do the best they absolutely could to make it as far as they could in this tournament. However, like you said, FaZe, every final, the skill's there. They've had some off days. I think that this is when they start to arrive. Maybe into the playoffs, in front of the crowd, they'll get serious, and I think that they could take this even in 2 if they really show up.
FaZe are a team. Are they one of the like a team that's fun to commentate? I mean, when you put those names in a server, I imagine you guys have fun.
When players like Nico are alive still, even if it's a 1-on-4, you know fireworks are to go off every single time. It's one of those teams, like I normally say in rounds when I think it's over, well, this one's done, we can stop commentating this. I don't do this for FaZe, because I know they've got the players with Rain and Nico that anything can happen. That's always really fun to commentate. That's when you get the big highlight moments as well. So yeah, it's one of my favorite teams to actually work with.
Yeah, you're just sitting there rubbing your hands together here we go.
I love clutch plays. I love highlight reel material. That's where, as a play-by-play caster, you really get to come to life. And obviously, this is a team that's full of that. I mean, Rain, Nico, even Keo on his entries at times. Everyone's fantastic.
Everyone is fantastic, and you are too. I'm disappearing, guys. We're going to take a break for everyone at home, and then when you come back, we've got walk-ins. Cheers, boys.
Lovely.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ESL One Cologne 2017. Not bad, I like that. You are keeping your spirits up. I like that a lot. I also like the fact that there are rows of fans ready to welcome our next two teams. Fantastic support. It is our third quarterfinal. It's just around the corner. Our next two teams have arrived here very differently. One has had a 3-2 record. One has a 3-0 record. One has former ESL One, having been the runner-up last year right here in the Lanxess Arena in Cologne. The other has already achieved their best position at an ESL One, but they are not done yet. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome FaZe Clan and Team Liquid. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the third quarterfinal. It's FaZe Clan versus Team Liquid.
The European All-Stars, FaZe versus Team Liquid.
We get into it, quarterfinal number 3. We've already got 2 semifinalists figured out. We're about to get a third. Liquid went 3-0 in groups, but they go up against a team that has been in every final since adding Nico.
Absolutely. This is going to be one hell of a game. We've got two of the most skilled players in the entire tournament on the server right now. Elige versus Nico. It's going to be explosive. It's going to be high pressure Counter-Strike coming in as well. I'm excited. I do think FaZe have the upper hand, especially in the map pool right now. I think Overpass is a lock-in for them. Train is where it gets interesting though. If Liquid could show up there, maybe we do have a 3-map series on our hands.
I think a 3-mapper could be very likely. Overpass picked up to start it off could be actually the key for Liquid, because FaZe haven't looked unbeatable on Train as we have seen, excuse me, in the past. Optic obviously beat them on it. That was a bit of a surprise.
They only got 4 rounds in their CT half.
Yeah.
That was pretty bad. Some horrible decisions being made mid-round. They seemed like they're a little bit discombobulated as a unit. But like I said, on Inferno against North, they seemed like a revitalized team. They seemed like they actually brought it back to what we're used to seeing in these big stages of the tournament. That was much better. So I'm hoping that's the FaZe it turns up today. It's always exciting when they're playing their absolute best. They look like they're an unstoppable machine. But Liquid, as we've said, I think the addition of Twist as well, I think he looks fantastic. We used to talk about the partnership of Nitro and Elite. I think it's more Twist than Elite now. I think he is one of the kind of talisman of the team so far, and hopefully he can step up here as well. A very skilled individual, only 17 years of age, Matt. It's kind of nuts to be performing at that level at such a young age.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable to be performing so well at such a young age. The stars of the future, we're into a new generation of Counter-Strike. Phones are being passed in. And players will be readied any second. JDM always sitting on the end with the same bandana that Moses was spotted wearing about a week ago at the the major qualifier.
That's right. It's a Lounge Nation bandana as well. Like it's the Dome 1. It's pretty cool.
Interesting. Interesting as well with the hat rule. Does the bandana still qualify?
I think at some point it does count as headgear. I think that's the rule.
It does keep.
I think he will take it off. He keeps it on as long as possible.
I was going to say it does lift the headphones a bit. So yeah, I'd imagine he would take it off before they go on. They also Nitro wearing the Shure in-ears, which are very, very noise canceling on their own. So there'll be no sound going through to him. But that said, you're right. We are into a new generation of Counter-Strike. Very young players getting onto these stages these days, compared to even 3-4 years ago when we first jumped into CSGO.
It's great. We've mentioned Twist as well. Then you've got to think about Robs from Mouse Sports. That his names that on up 2 years ago were non-existent, right? They were only like 16 years old, and now they're coming to deep in tournaments. It's actually really exciting to see this new wave of Counter-Strike players coming through. Like for someone like me who's been playing for the last 15 years, to have like new names going through is always really exciting, right? The new generation players that are pure CSGO players as well. Never played any other iteration, not 1.6 or Source, and it kind of lends itself to them, I think. Like I don't have any bad habits from previous games, and it's really cool to see that come through. So Matt, one thing I wanted to discuss in this as well. Alu, for me, he hasn't looked amazing. One of the AWPers, of course, going up against JDM. That's always an interesting battle. I think Alu is one of the more intelligent AWPers we have, like especially on maps like Inferno as well. Super aggressive, calculated aggression, I call it. But JDM's been playing very well recently. Everyone's been saying he's looked more assertive and actually opening up the map a lot for his team.
That was an issue that on CLG, JDM certainly had, and he was a little more free on that team even than he was in the early stages of Liquid when Hiko was still around, when obviously they had in-game leading issues for a period of time and no one really wanted to take over that role. And it seems now either Stanislaw has let him run free or is still maybe whispering in his ear, but giving him the right direction, understanding how to utilize his skill sets, because they always have needed an assertive op on this team. They've got great entry potential in Elige and Nitro on the T side. Fugly was someone who used to bring a really efficient CT player to them, and that's kind of something that's gone away from them in some respects. So Twist coming back in has filled that void, but the CT side, therefore, if you don't have that anchor, has to have a CT-sided op that is very proficient.
We can mention the in-game leaders as well. Let's talk about the kind of performance we've had from Stanislaw, that brought in to be the leader of this team, and he's actually the highest rated player in the entire tournament, Matt. That's something we don't really often say about in-game leaders. There's obviously this kind of, I guess, stigma attached around them. If you're really the in-game leader, you can't be a high fragger. It kind of limits your play. I've never agreed with it. I think that's more of a kind of, I'm not sure, like a rumor almost, like to say like, oh, that has to be the case. I don't think so at all. I think if you can't handle being an in-game leader and frag at the same time, I think that's a bit of an issue and you shouldn't be in that role. But Stanislaw's stepping up and looking tremendous, I have to say.
I think it's a balance, right? So if you are not going to be able to frag, you have to be the most clever in-game leader in the world and have the absolute best coming out from the other four. If you're an in-game leader that's not that clever, that's not that dynamic, and you bring some structure to the team, but you aren't doing anything so creative that catches off the opposition, well then you have to have some fragging. It's a balance. I could see the best in-game leader in the world not fragging and maybe getting away with it, but that's it. That's the exception. Anyone else needs to be able to do their own job. It's a 5-man team for a reason.
Looks like we're almost ready to get into it. Obviously, you have their team huddles beginning. FaZe looking to prove themselves. They're coming through to the playoffs in the 5th round as well. They're one of the absolute favorites in this tournament. Up and down, 2 big losses there, especially the one against Optic. That sticks out tremendously, considering Optic are a team that didn't make it past the major qualifier. Looked much better this tournament as well, much more confident, I would say. But FaZe, they've been so sketchy throughout the tournament, and I hope they can see the best team come forward today. But Liquid certainly put up a good fight here. And I'm having a look. It looks like we'll be starting on the CT side for Liquid, FaZe on the T side. I certainly favor them on this map. Spirits seem high, the smiles are out, and we'll see how this one undergoes. You can see Robin behind them as well. Of course, Zeus. A recent addition, I would say, to Liquid. It's been a few months now, but still working with the team. We've had a few tournaments under their belt now. He seemed very stressed out the major qualifier, I have to say.
Yes, absolutely seemed stressed out. I think after the loss against Flipside, it was the last match of the entire event, so we were walking outside ourselves, and he was bolting out the door.
Yeah.
Into what was actually bolts outside. It was the most dramatic thunder and lightning in a while.
I think it's one of those things that he wants to have more input with the team. He wants to be calling for them and helping out as much as he can. I think he was even saying to me that the fact is, if he had more input to have instead of just 4 timeouts, he would actually be able to tell them what's going wrong and kind of fix the mistakes. When he has a timeout available, they seem to win. And I think it's just a bit of frustration in that regard. But still a very experienced coach, of course, was previous part of the SK/Luminosity guys, and 2 majors under his belt. Kind of those results speak for themselves, I think, and that's why he was brought in for this team.
So any second, we'll be underway. It seems as everyone's ready. Our traditional ESL 1 trophy. There's been a number of those handed out over the years.
Yeah, such a cool venue. Amazing tournament. So much history here. This is my 3rd one now. Definitely one of my absolute favorites in the calendar. Hopefully we can have the crowd riled up as well. Blow the roof off, perhaps.
Figuratively, of course.
Yes. That wouldn't really work.
Well, JDM is the last in which we are waiting for, I've been told.
Probably taking the bandana off, I'd imagine.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely taking the bandana off. He has to do it in a very precise way.
Yeah, well, the guys on the desk were discussing on the CT side of Overpass, you need that calculated aggression, you need to get in their faces. Absolutely. It will be Liquid starting on the CT side. I think they can't respect FaZe too much. They need to get in their grills and start actually battling them. And hopefully we do see that come from them, especially with the man who's screen right there. JDM, he needs to step up here. He needs to go toe-to-toe with Alu towards middle, changing his position every single round. That's what we need from the top Hawkers on Overpass. That's how they carry the games. And we'll see if that comes through. If they look cagey and FaZe have full control of the map, then that's going to be a massive problem. They'll probably get stomped here. But hopefully it's the good Liquid we've seen so far, the 3-0 Liquid. It's a little bit frustrating going 3-0. You come up against FaZe, one of the world's best teams, top 3 team. But that's the way it happens sometimes, and you need to overcome it. You're going to have to beat them anyway to win the tournament, so might as well get out of the way now, you know?
Well, we'll see if they can. Again, I think FaZe will be an awoken beast at this point in time. We've seen championship teams before, namely Fnatic as well, when they were in their dominant era, struggling group stages, and rise to the occasion. Traditionally as well, we've seen very, very good North American group stages that have fallen flat in top 8 formats. So definitely both things are possible. Kerrigan, I know, has looked very frustrated, but there we go. The battle horn, I believe that is. Is that what we're calling it?
We're going to call it that, absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3rd quarterfinal of the day, Team Liquid versus FaZe. The map is Overpass. Make some noise as we get into the pistol. It's going to be FaZe with 4 sets of armor here. Smoke and flashbangs for Kerrigan, and Liquid. 1 kit available for Stanislaw here. And we'll have a look at the initial setups and see whether Alish can open things up. He looks like he will go aggressive here. This could be a straight-up B rush. We do have players towards short and Monster Tunnel. Twist waiting for them towards that short area, though. And the boost is there for the CT side, but Kerrigan goes down first. Twist opening things up. A Rain, quick response.
Quick response indeed. Alu's already in through Monster. They're going to continue to push onto the B site. Nico as well is waiting for rotations in the lower tunnels, so he should catch off Alish. At least spot him and give Rain the information so Rain can take battle and take him down. That gives Alu more space in the site to work with Rain and Keo to get the bomb down as they put all efforts back into that direction. JDM forced back to where the jungle is going to try and get a shot from long. Does manage to hit Nico, but last alive, no kit to work with. 1 versus 3, 3 kills already for Rain alone. JDM's going to have to hit pretty much every shot instantly if he wants any chance of getting to the defuse. Kiyoshima's had enough of that. FaZe will pick up round 1. Pistol round T side, good start.
FaZe looking quite strong there. Assertive stuff at the very start. 2 players towards Monster Tunnel, 3 towards Shore. A boost from Team Liquid there. Couldn't find more than 1 frag there. Rain getting a quick response, getting 3 in total. Once the bomb was down at B, frags all over the place. And Liquid couldn't really do much about it. JDM left in the 3 versus 1. Opportunity to land the headshots, couldn't find the target, so they will be force buying here in the 2nd round. CZs, Deagles, armor as well, head armor at that. So they're spending a lot of money with 3 players towards long, looking for these frags.
And a force buy with an elected smoke from Twist. JDM stays off the armor. Obviously, they go to the AWP, but they elect not to bring out a kit, which sometimes you'll see to go with the force buy in case things get awkward. We've seen that lots.
There's a reason why Liquid stack towards long. That's the most common area to go as FaZe on these anti-ecos. You've got the rifles here. When you use that range to your advantage, so Liquid are anticipating that. Look where they are, right by the rocks as well. Hoping the flashbang comes over, they could overwhelm any Liquid players, or FaZe players I should say, and then hopefully find that first frag, push them back. But for now, FaZe aren't actually heading towards long at all. They're still in their default. They're remaining is trying to find that first pick, get any sort of information they can. Kiyoshima watching towards Monster for anyone pushing that area of the map. They're going towards Connected though. Carrigan's still in the playground with the bomb. So CTs will hold up for now. They haven't really been given much to work with whatsoever. Hoping these CZs can deliver. Carrigan needs to be very careful. He has got the bomb. If he goes on that corner, he's dead.
Yeah, very, very careful indeed. Instead, though, they push through bathrooms and wrap back around. So they have found Stanislaw, who is waiting behind the tree. They'll spot out JDM, who thinks, okay, if they've gone that way, maybe I can do the same in reverse, and pushes out to the fountain. They know Elige is the last alive in the same position. It's all been sorted. It's all been dealt with. No kills yet for Liquid.
Yeah, this is very good stuff there from FaZe. Slow default, what we like, Matt. We don't want to see any rushes. We don't want to see 5-man pack run into a potential crossfire. Spread out, get control of the map towards middle, bathrooms as well, checking long. Everything was calculated there, and you can see they take a bit of damage, but one player will drop. That's Alu, but the bomb should be planted quite safely. They know where one CT player is now. Nitro could cause a bit of damage with that gap in the smoke. Probably won't win the round, but he can keep FaZe modest at least. Trying to find the head there on the bomb side, but that's one. Okay, now it gets interesting. 3-on-2 now.
Nitro. Peek out. Can't do it, Rain. It's the shot instead. So 2 kills after the bomb goes down makes this a lot more expensive than it originally looked. So decent work from Nitro and Twist. Twist will try and do a little bit more, add to that total by Nico being on 8 and Rain being on 43. There is a slight chance he could, but he'll give that up. He wants to keep the armor. So concedes the round. 2 kills, fair enough. Alu being one of them, though. Keep in mind, he had a MAC-10 and got 2 kills with it, so he's already building toward his AWP.
He's fine. It's paid off the debt for his MAC-10, right? So he's absolutely fine with that. It's going to be a full eco next round for Liquid, so FaZe looking in a pretty decent position here. They will have, of course, money to balance things out, get the AKs out potentially. Alu might just take a pistol here and get the AWP in the next round. That would make sense. He's actually thrown over the MAC-10 from the previous. So 4 AKs. Cheeky Glow in there as well, beg your pardon. And Alu trying a chance to find some more frags here with the MAC-10. $600 per kill with that weapon. So Twist, he saves his CZ and head armor, but in terms of what the plan is for Liquid here, I think there's going for a B stack. And that's why I always say, do not rush B on the T side of these anti-ecos. You could run into that and find yourself in a very difficult position. That's why you do this sort of play. Carrigan, very experienced in-game leader, not going to be making those sort of mistakes. He's still from the lower tier kind of guys who sort of the major qualifier throughout the week. Like, you knew how stressed I was getting out just watching that, right? So it's better just to play like a default. Give yourself the highest percentage chance of winning these rounds. Sure, the pistols are amazing in CSGO and they can be overwhelming sometimes, a few unlucky deagle shots, but you need to do everything you can to make sure refracts are there. Use your utility. Don't worry about the money in that sense. The round going in your favor is much more important than saving a few $100s.
Kia, the one on the SMG, not yet pushing in toward the B site. He can afford to do so. Or, excuse me, Alu on the SMG. Yes. Excuse me, not Kiyoshima, but he can afford to do so. He can still go in and try and find this stack, and they should send him, so they're going to send him now.
That's fine. They can throw him in. He's only got the MAC-10, right? So he'll probably get 1 kill, then go down and call 4 players in there. Go to the other side. They can beat the CTs back towards A, so that's not a problem. So let's see if Alu does investigate. Smoke's coming in here, and indeed he does go first. He should find a kill here against unarmored opponents. That MAC-10 does a lot of damage.
He's got an AK slipping in from Monster. He's drawn the attention. If they can get the AK in a better line, Kiyoshima could find the headshot. Bomb is still over toward B. 32 seconds, but the fact that Nico's so close to A and has not spotted anyone.
Yeah, that's the call at this point.
Exactly. So whether you get information where the stack is or where it isn't, it's equal in that sense. The problem is that with no one else to go in to contest the stack, it's utility to slow it down, but they can still get a rotation. So Nico will get up close to the wall behind the truck to make sure that they don't push through the choke points and try and deny a bomb plant. Do anything sneaky beaky. Yeah. EZPZ.
Liquid squeeze it.
Well, Nico does hold off the angle. Another kill for Alu as well on the MAC-10. So again, building the bank. Elige, Nico, Stanislaw, and Twist. Perhaps for the second straight round. He's going to save the armor, and is he even going to try and go for a cheeky knife?
It's about as good as it's going to get for him right now.
That would be amazing. I think he's actually considering it. He's been found. He was definitely considering it if someone jumped out that balcony to give him a slash in the back.
So, Liquid now, this is a really rough situation, right? They force bought pretty much full into that second round. That's always a bit of a risk because it means you go into this first gun round now, especially if you have Khalils and MAC-10s going into this first gun round. You have no head armor. I think Alu upgrades his MAC-10, so they're fine in that respect, but I guess it means that Khalil's a little bit more powerful. If they had SMGs, that would be a huge deal, but no incendiaries, no kits. That's more of an issue than the head armor. JDM knows he has to work quite hard for this round. He's going to be in the bathrooms, not hyper-aggressive at the very start. Another default here, nothing off the bat in terms of strategy from the FaZe side. You can see JDM moving around now towards long. Smoke's deployed though from the phase side. This is much faster than anticipated. I thought they'd be holding up for about 45 seconds, but decent control coming in here. Rain hunting for this first frag, firing speculative shots there through the smoke. Nico as well, by the party position. JDM wants to get up close and personal. Can he make this work?
JDM waiting to see if the angle can be covered off. A late smoke, he'll cross it, go back toward the A site. Alu with the AK is going to spray inside of the front smoke. If anyone's boosting or waiting on the other side, they'll be found by it, but all things as they were, straightforward and normal.
It looks like they'll be setting up for some sort of execution here. 3 players on the B side of the map as well. Nico's along, but Carrigan, more importantly, he's got the bomb in towards middle. 50 seconds remaining, so they could throw Nico up towards long, try and find a frag and show presence towards A, or Carrigan goes joins his teammates towards B. But Carrigan now in the bathroom seems to be very careful. His teammates rotate and JDM misses the first shot. No damage inflicted just yet. JDM goes down to 34 HP. Alige, one of the star players, finds the first frag of this gun round.
JDM gets Rain. Good shot, Alu. Take back Alige. JDM so close to them, and yet still makes it work on the AWP. That'll drop the bomb as Nico gets him back, but this is going to buy space for Liquid. On the first gun round, they've got the man and make that double the advantage in a 3-1 versus Keo. He's going to try and grab the bomb and make what he can of it, but 9 seconds, not even worth it. Just get away. Bombs in the open, no chance, so he's gone with the AK.
A little bit of a disappointing round there from FaZe. Just trying to play a contact mentality towards the A bomb site. They had decent map control as well. Could have gone for the full execution. Still had a few nades left over, but got caught. Once the first frag came in for Alige as well, you can see everyone going in for the refrag. A nice work from JDM. We know he likes it at close range, and that's a great shot to find Alu as well. He did not have the AWP on the other side, so the next round is where the fun really begins. That's what we call it the bonus round. You're taking over your previous weaponry. Sure, it's only a Galil, but now you're going to have the AWP for FaZe and a real chance now to reset Liquid. Luckily for the American guys, they did manage to keep 3 players alive, so it won't be a dramatic reset. There's still one they'll want to avoid. First round here, now Alige. He pushes up with a smoke towards the top of T steps, and look at JDM. They're looking for that first pick, actively hunting for it as well. Shima knows that could be a possibility. Tucked himself in the corner there, a monster tunnel. Nitro and JDM though, full control of short. That's a great setup for them. A lot of intel being gathered. Twist just tentatively watches towards that monster position for JDM. He knows he needs to step up in this game. He needs to go toe-to-toe with Alu. He's currently in the connector position, trying to hunt out his first enemy.
AWP.
Here we go.
It's going to go aggressive. Try and spot down the underpass position. Oh, watch, because if he double scopes and looks left, he won't be able to see the right. So Rain would have been able to find a peek and get the shot. Kerrigan and Alu, meanwhile, with bomb heading over toward the A side. Front bathrooms for now. No push to long. Park sign boost in play. Looks like Alige, if I'm not mistaken, is the one above. Yes, it is. Stanislaw stands beneath.
This can be a very powerful position. Good for one frag, dropping down. You're normally quite safe with that one. Throw it in every couple of rounds. Can mix things up. JDM though, fantastic spot for him as well. So much gathered and surely nails his first shot. There it is. Calculated. Takes down Alu, can fall back now. Deploys the utility. Time ticking away. 20 seconds now. They've lost yet another frag. FaZe not looking as confident in terms of the strategy as I would have thought.
Ooh, Nico finds Alige. Looking confident at all, and yet they pushed him off the park sign. Take him down. It's Stan that therefore has to go missing behind the smoke, but as it dissolves, it's the right time. Bomb denied. He's got potential for more as well. Sprays down Nico, who's low, and gets the headshot on Rain. No bomb planted. Well done from Stanislaw.
Yeah, we've got a game on our hands here. I thought FaZe were going to run away with this one, but Liquid, they look like they've got the game plan. They're sticking to it as well. Pushing off towards short of the start, getting so much intel, pushing towards that connector position. JDM rotates back in as well, finds the first pick, and then Stanislaw just letting the time tick away, forcing them to go for a plan about checking those key positions. They all focus towards middle. The execution wasn't really there. FaZe looking a little bit overwhelmed at times as well. Stanislaw comes and finds 3 great kills, but very easy ones. They couldn't even look towards long. They had to try and plant the bomb, so they're missing a player every time he faced. And he runs away at the round. Money broken for FaZe now. P250s, Deagles, no armor, no nades. Can be very dangerous with this weaponry, I have to say. But Liquid reading it well. This time not going aggressive, not giving away too much. At least he's even got the MP9, so he knows the eco's coming. Making sure they don't give much away, and that's a great start once again. Finding that opening pick, looking for the double. Well, he doesn't have to force the issue here. Fall back to the bomb, so that's fine. Establish the crossfires now, and let's make sure we keep 5 players alive.
Alige sitting back, trying to use the SMG as best he can to spray down Nico. He'll have success as well with the reload. Could cost him as Rain gets That's the kill. It also means that JDM is the AWP. This time he can't hit a close shot. Takes him down. That opens up some room to wiggle for Alu. And an AWP in his hands, we know it's threatening. He has the ball. Can't go for the plant yet. Finds one more kill, but thankfully they double up, play together. And in tandem, they will take Alu down to find a third straight round. So we go 3-3. And reasonable money still for Liquid.
Yeah, it comes down to a 1v1 though. Certainly not the most comfortable of rounds, but still, they all count. Rain did a decent job there with the PT50. We're going to round number 7. That's great from FaZe though. Sure, they didn't win it, but they keep Liquid very modest now. Liquid, after the reinvestment, they're down to about $0 with 3 or 4 players. You can see Nitro have a little bit more there. Alu back on the AWP. 3 in a row for Liquid. Can we strike back here on the T side? JDM once again hunting towards middle, not falling back just yet. A nice smoke just to hold them at bay, and he can concentrate towards the playground area as well. Comes back for now. In fact, all 3 players from the CT side of that area do decide to go back to the site here. There's Nitro and Twist at B. Kiyoshima, he's on that side of the map by himself. So FaZe, we've seen good defaults from them, good map control. It's the final play to the bomb site. It seems like they leave little time to actually finish it off and get the bomb down successfully. That's been a massive problem. They lose that one frag, then they seem a bit panicked. But going towards long, and that's what the CTs have adjusted to. Easy shot for JDM there. Punishes Nico, one of the best players on the FaZe side, and that's a great scalp to take. Fall back once again. They're getting these opening picks consistently, Matt.
Raining Keo toward Monster Tunnel. Kerrigan will join in as well. So too will Alu. Twist, Nitro, Stan, all in the site. Make that one last good entrance from Kiyoshima to find Twist. Watch the Molotov because he's low enough on HP. That would have taken him down, but Stan does the spray instead. Nitro doesn't even need to get kills. He's just getting assists. 3 HP left for Kiyoshima. And Liquid, oh, good shot from Elise through the wall, have taken 4 straight rounds, convincing fashion, and they're going to force a timeout from FaZe.
Liquid making FaZe look quite amateur here, I have to say. They seem panicked, and when they lose a first frag, they're running through Molotovs one by one. The communication seems off. This is the FaZe I was describing in the pregame, the one that looks pretty woeful. They're not kind of working as a unit. The executions aren't there. I expected better from this going into a big game like this, a quarterfinals against a team like Liquid, a team you expect FaZe to almost stomp on paper, but Liquid have looked much better in this tournament. And FaZe, this is a poor showing so far. The gun rounds have not excited me whatsoever. But Liquid, great game plan. Go for that first pick. Show pressure towards a certain position where you know there's going to be tendencies from FaZe towards long, for example. Get that first pick, take down Nico. What an easy frag that was as well. JDM didn't even look flashed. He just had an opening shot. No response there from Nico whatsoever. No refrag potential. They fall back, funnel them towards B. Once again, 20 seconds remaining when they're in their final play. Drop an incendiary. They have to run for a 1-by-1 as well. That desperate play from Alu to try and get a pick back. What was he going to do? No scope while running through fire. Like, wasn't ever going to work out for him. And this is looking very good for Liquid. This is not their map pick, remember. They move on to theirs next, which is Train. And that's where FaZe looked very poor as well. Still very early days. But the gun rounds have not worked out for FaZe. We'll have PT50s, Glocks, and Deagles here. Nico with head armor. A couple of smokes. Maybe just some set pieces off the bat now. Let's just get the bomb down. Let's have some clutch situations. That's where FaZe are going to thrive. We've seen what Nika can do with the AK-47, especially against North yesterday. 4 AK headshots, low HP. That's the kind of Counter-Strike he wants to be playing. Opportunities where CTs are coming towards him.
Molotov getting ready to be thrown toward the stairwell. Kerrigan goes. Flash timing was accurate, but better timing, the Molotov that was thrown by Stanislaw. He sprays down Kerrigan after. JDM over toward A. He's got the company. He's got the pressure. 1 shot found, 2 missed. 2 missed. You might as well kiss it goodbye. It's Elige that'll get Alu down the bomb plant. He's got to spray it in. They line up for him, but he can't collect Nico as well. His teammates can do that instead. Careful, Elige. Low on HP. Don't need to give yourself up. His teammates will trade off of it, however, so they'll find 5 rounds.
Get the bomb down. It's actually looking more promising than the gun rounds have so far. Kerrigan showing a bit of presence there towards B. With the eco as well, you'd assume that everyone's on that side of the map. They take him down, a lot of smokes and flashbangs deployed as well. They actually pulled some rotations over towards B at that point as well. Back towards A, just JDM there. He gets 1 shot, he buys just enough time there. Bomb goes down for FaZe. There was a little bit of a glimmer of hope there, I would say, but ultimately another comfortable round for Liquid. Dropped 2 players, but at this stage, that's 5 rounds in a row for FaZe. The bomb going down as well. Great money. Maximum loss bonus, $3,400 per player, and the bonus of $800 as well. Round number 9. What's the adaptation from FaZe? I want to see something that's off the bat. Let's just get the confidence up. Stick as a 5-man unit, deploy the smokes, and these defaults just look uninspired right now. Much faster play in terms of the flashbangs used at the start. Rain and Nico sticking together, and they get the first frag through the smoke, but it all counts. And it's going to be a lot of wall bang as well. But Ali fighting back from the connector there, finds Rain once again. Does he want to challenge anymore? Surely not. He knows Nico's on the other side. Things do subside here, and it's going to be 4-on-4. Carrigan with the bomb, waiting in the connector position as well. 2 CTs on the other side. They could challenge them together, and if they take him down, that's a massive benefit for the CT side.
Theo down as he walks in through the short pipe. Nitro gets Alu, so another gun round, another one gone. 4 players stay alive for Liquid as well. 6-3. This is looking really grim. That shake of the head says it all. They don't look like they have any idea what they want to accomplish. No direction.
The defaults aren't working. They're not working as a unit right now. Let's just do the set pieces now. Get the strategy book out. Take a timeout perhaps as well. I'm not sure why Robin hasn't called that as of yet. These gun rounds are grim. Liquid just seem like they're out-fragging them and out-positioning them as well. Great game plan on the CT side. After losing the pistol nurse as well with a 3-0, they're running away with this game. And this looks like what I've suggested. Stick 5 men towards the B side of the map. Let's just get smoke deployed fast through the monster tunnel as well. Here we go. It's up to Twisto, spraying 2 down. Make it 3! Twist lights them up and he takes down the FaZe clan. That's another round in their favor. And he wants more of this as well as he pushes through the smoke. An absolute bloodbath from the B side. Nico fighting back slightly, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Flash over. Nico tries to find a better angle. Twist will go down to cover off the bomb at Monster. Molotov to the ramp. But no entry just yet. Smoke's in front. Nico and Alu. Nico's been quiet again in this game, by the way. We mentioned that the other day. This game in particular, he does find his way up to 7-7, so I take that back. He has caught his teammates, but he hasn't had the impact that we normally see from him. He had a slow start in the first 3 rounds as well, but this round, I'd say, is looking grim. 56 seconds. There's time to work with, but they almost have to be perfect on their entry. If they get a kill on Twist, who's low enough on the HP, perhaps there's something in it, but look at the stack around that bomb.
They've got 1 smoke to work with a flashbang as well. That was another desperate round for them. Going for the simple play, the contact, but pushing through the smoke like that. Twist doesn't even have to aim. Full crouch play with the AK. Lovely work by him, but FaZe just not showing up so far. Alu and Nico remain. No orb for Alu, but Nico alive with the AK-47. Needs to find his opening kill. You know he's probably going to get it. 20 seconds remaining now with Sanastor. The perfect timing and JDM to finish things off as well. Another clinical round from Liquid. FaZe just don't seem to have an answer right now. Where's the real execution? Where's the tactics here? It's just another contact play, we call that. I thought they were going to go for the set piece, but look at this play. Through the smoke, they're flashed as well. He's not even blind Twist. He shouldn't be able to be given that sort of freedom. I thought he was just crouch playing fully blind, but that's way too easy for him. And as I said earlier, FaZe being made to look like an amateur team against Liquid right now. This is not good enough. And we go into round number 11. Scout out for Nico. Deagles as well. Another partial buy. Gonna have to take this one on the chin. They did get the bomb down with Deagles before. Probably the most promising mid-round we've had so far. Like, that's the first time I can really imagine them actually getting into a 1v1 and having a chance of winning it since the pistol. You'd think with this sort of scoreline, you think Liquid must have come up trumps in some of the clutches and won some big rounds. Hasn't they? Every round's quite convincing.
Yeah, 7 in a row now that the guns have started to be a factor in this game. Scout for Nico and Deagles for everybody else. Best of luck to you, FaZe.
Yeah.
Keep in mind that this creates, we always talk about it, the reset potential. Push up for JDM. He's going to get aggressive off spawn. Had a decent one. Doesn't go for the bench jump. No smoke down low, so he doesn't need the elevation to see above it. He'll back off the safe route instead, and Alu will push up long aggressively. It's fine for now. He can have the position. They don't have a whole lot to work with in terms of firepower. They do indeed have 2 smokes, however. They could go for a fast play and a plant to follow it. Nico gets ever closer. Ooh, to JDM. Good shot on the scout.
Here we go.
JDM downed early. Here we go indeed, because Elite is going to put himself in an awkward position pushing out from bathrooms. They're already inside behind him. They could easily swing and catch him off. He needs a teammate. He needs Stanislaw to defend him, or he needs to take the fight himself. Goes back to try and do so. They're getting damage. The shoulder peaks already. He's got to be careful of his reload. As Rain goes down to 12, they get it closer. Stan, good fight to long. Gives Elise the confidence that he's covered off and therefore can push to take down Rain as Nico still on the scout once more, but it's Kerrigan and Keo that find kills. This is suddenly working out. They've used the utility to get in the sight. Kerrigan's picked up the AWP, and they know exactly where the last remaining member, of Liquid is. Twist, as he tries to flank back in. But they're all going to have eyes on him. Shot from the scout does not land. Down to 71 as he gets tagged through the wall instead. Kerrigan, AWP, 15 HP. Sitting duck as the flash lands. Nico and Keo are going to play side by side, and Molotov has gone out toward long. Flashes toward the back stairs. He has no idea they're also in the bathrooms. He's got to check it, surely, as he goes one way and then looks back, spots them at long, knows they're there, has to tap and take the fight. 1 HP. 1 HP is not enough. They win it with pistols and a scout. Nico gets the first and final kill.
So after going up 3-0, the only rounds they've looked convincing in is rounds they've had pistols and 1 scout. That's it. Great opening shot, but this is what we need to see more of in the actual gun rounds. Why are we not seeing them look like they want to take duels? Why are they so tentative at the very start? Caged almost. And they've got to start realizing, okay, we're getting all these kills and getting the bomb down and pistols. Why don't we have that sort of play style? Others having no respect Counter-Strike, getting their grills and actually managing to take duels. They've looked way too kind of passive on the T side. It's not what we've come to expect of FaZe. As a team that knows they can out-aim every player in the world. Why have we not seen it yet? I think that's the call at this point as well. We can see them getting back towards middle. JDM trying to get this first pick as he waits towards the bathrooms. Nothing given away just yet. Another smoke deployed. They can get control of the party position, potentially towards long as well. JDM falls back, holds a different line. Alu back with the AWP, but pretty quiet game from him so far. JDM looks like the much stronger AWPer, I have to say.
Wow. Stronger or not, it's JDM pushing up one of 2 AWPs. Nitro with the other one is also on A, so they're going to double up not only on the map, but on the A site specifically.
Great setup.
You have been a fan of that in the past.
Yeah.
I used to like the second op going to Monster, but it's a timing and it's utility based.
It means you can have 3 players on the B side, right? Everything's covered, so you can have that AWP turret looking towards middle and bathroom, then long. Speak for itself. Look at that range. Trying to get that first pick and staying alive as well. Fall back to bank if you have to. 3 players on B, holding off the executions. This is a really comfortable place to be on the CT side.
Alu, you've got to jump before the end of the bench if you're going to jump up
him.
there. Good thing he checks it, because if he had jumped up, he would have been in the open. Nitro, not sure which way to peek. Knows there's flashes coming in. Quick shot, spots one close, but better shot to go back the other way. Nails Kerrigan as they bring over JDM into the denial of the default spots. Nitro could see the gun barrel, didn't want to peek, but he gets found first from the players walking in at main. And inside of the smoke, they back off. Stan takes the angle instead because JDM's gone down. It's all the rifles to try and retake. Good shot from Stan. Bounced back by Rain. Just 2 remaining for Liquid. 1 kit for Twist. There's another down by the truck where Stan perished. You can see it to the right of Rain, who goes back to his left to find Elige. Twist immediately in front. Does at least get him back. But a 1 versus 2 default setup, and Alu still on an AWP is going to be a problem as Twist goes over to his left to get ever closer. He's got a little bit of time to work with the kit picked up, but he's got to get kills quick enough to pull out Alu, and I'd say that opportunity is gone. AK instead, and head for the hills, or better still, the AWP.
Couldn't save if Kiyoshima takes him down. That's much better from FaZe. You could see, I said, that double AWP setup, that can be very strong indeed, but unraveled there by FaZe, managing to get the smokes finally. A full execution. The wall of smokes, unless they hit the initial AWP shots there. Nitro gets 1, but JDM, almost non-existent in that round, fell back behind the smokes. Calls for the rifles to come over, but it was too much. A bomb was already planted, and this is looking much better from FaZe now. Posting 5 rounds, and Liquid down to the pistols here. So finally, FaZe do manage to break them. And we go to round number 13, the closing stages of the first half now here, but it looks like Liquid were looking to get aggressive potentially here. They push off towards short at the very start of the CZs, but Molotov'd out. 4-man stack and Elige in the connector as well. So in terms of grenades, nothing to work. We can't flash over and trying to find the first pick. It's going to come down to potentially lucky timings here. They go short now. Nothing there to begin with. We do have Kiyoshima, Alu and Rain with the bomb on the other side as well, but pistols can't really justify pushing through Monster or short just yet.
Stan will cop damage from the nade. FaZe have fought their way back in after winning with pistols and a scout. They start to look more formidable. It's 2 rounds in a row. And they break Liquid down that quickly. Oh, Kerrigan finding Elige. Good shot as he tries to sneak up behind them. Nitro goes back out toward the construction area, and Kiyoshima's also going to be staring that down. If anyone dare try and walk through the short pipe, he's ready with the AK. Good shot. Second one followed up. Alu and Rain together. Kio's left that position to go into the B site, but Nico's the one to find Twist instead, so it's within 1 round. And Liquid remember as well, they went to the double op setup on the round they lost for the first time. That means they invested heavily that particular round, and it's definitely catching up with them now.
Certainly is. Having a look at the buy coming in for round number 14 here. JDM has the AWP, but they don't have a single kit on the team. In terms of incendiary as well, very important for the B side of the map, especially for those final executions. None of those to work with. So I think back to aggression here for the CT side. Stanistor goes connector. Alige, JDM as well, pushing in the same position. A bit of a trifecta coming in as well. JDM looking to get aggro from his teammates in the middle. Then he'll take the face. Here he comes, looking towards Playground as well. He's going to have an opportunity to get his first shot. Nails it as well. But Nico, he answers back at the same time. Alige dropping and Alu chiming in as well. This is looking much better now for FaZe. Their patience and the aggression apparently from Alu as well working out. This will be a 4-on-2, and he's got full control of the B bomb site. JDM and Stanistor still towards middle. Surely a guaranteed round at this point for FaZe.
JDM searching everywhere with an AWP up close. I love how quickly he scans it. Bomb has been planted. Rain. And the shot on Stan at lower, but won't necessarily discourage JDM from trying to find further kills. He hits one more on Rain. They'll know exactly where he is. Alu as well is a factor in the fact that he's slipping up bathrooms to try and get in behind JDM. Nico's got the ladder. They literally have him in a cage at this point in time. He has no way out. All 3 exit points covered off.
Yeah,
and they'll just leave him. Oh,
hello.
To contain him. He's got a shot up his sleeve, but Kio's got him back. 7-7 FaZe. Now they've awoken.
That's better. That's what we wanted to see, though. Is that there seemed to be too much respect for the Liquid guys here from FaZe. Ali just running up short now with the AWP, finding AWP shots and shutting down the round. Nice work from JDM to kick things off, but decent reply from FaZe. Assertive plays towards that B-bomb side, especially. We're going to round number 15. And I can't believe I'm saying this. From what I've seen so far, I didn't feel like FaZe would actually get back into this game from what I saw in the gun rounds, but could actually win in round number 15 here. 8-7, very likely considering the weak buy from Liquid here. Scout for JDM. MP9s and UMPs out as well. Alige with the only real rifle here. He's got the FAMAS. No kits, few smokes to work with. Alige with no nades whatsoever. Surely FaZe will be reading the situation and just sticking together, going towards long nice and quick here. They know the AWP's almost impossible for JDM. Bombs there as well. Nico holding the playground position once again. Firing through the smoke, trying to find that first frag.
Alu's going to wait behind the rock. Kerrigan gets up closer to the flowers. Entry point from Keo is accurate. Crosshair placement looked to be there, but it was a fraction too high as Twist slipped underneath of it by backing up a step. WP still in play, though. Alu's going to try and use it. Try and get much closer toward the A site. Peeks toward bank, no one there just yet. Alige and JDM have gone out to the front of bathrooms instead.
Time ticking away. This was the problem for FaZe before, but that's not a problem at all. Alu takes down JDM to open things up. He only had a scout, takes damage in return, but looking to get a few more here. Stanistor takes him down with an MP9, and this could be a problem now. FaZe coming in towards the A bomb site from long.
Potentially overextended Alu. However, he doesn't mind going down because his teammates are going in long. He call for them. They're able to push into the site immediately, turn their attention back to the direction by which their teammate was killed, and find the response. Good shot from Twist. We aren't done yet. It's a close round. Still 20 HP. Kerrigan, he says we're done. He says 8 rounds is what they get. And yes, Liquid fans, I'm afraid things turned quite quickly in that half. A pistol, or rather 4 pistols and a scout, leads to a string of 5 rounds for FaZe.
Somehow they get back into it. They seemed overwhelmed. The gun rounds were uninspired, but yes, they turn it around after breaking the economy of Liquid as well. FaZe managed to find some lack of respect counter-strike, get in their grills, start hitting the shots and the clutches as well. Liquid still in this, but that's a disappointing finish. We're going to take a quick break and see if they can come back in the second half.
Well, we start off, there you go, good little graphic for you on Overpass. FaZe pull it back, they won the pistol, they won 3 rounds. We thought, all right, this is decent, and then Liquid battered them for 7 in a row, only to have the momentum come to a screeching halt.
Yeah, it was a really strange half in that respect. I didn't expect FaZe to get back into it, but their deagle rounds actually looked better than the gun rounds at points as well. They win one of those, break the money of Liquid at that point, and they get 5 in a row towards the end. So they made up for their errors, and they do win the half, and this is their map pick. You'd expect them to run away with it, but still, we do have a game on our hands. We're going to half number 2 here, of course. Liquid on the T side, and kicking things off in style as the lead. He finds Ali very quickly as deed, but Rain fighting back along, trying to do what he can here, tapping their heads away. The bomb is dropped as he finds 2 frags. Can he find the third? Indeed he can. Rain doing a fantastic job there towards long. That should be the round now. It's up to Twist and Stanislaw to try and recover.
Rain to watch if anyone will push back around the corner. Trying this guy. Stan gets a lot closer. He nearly had a chance to get the shot before Rain had turned back around, but he certainly did, and he certainly made good of it. It's down to just Twist. He will at least find Rain, get the bomb back potentially. He's got to find Kerrigan. And from range, the USP always wins. It does again. FaZe now get round number 9. 2nd straight pistol in this game.
Here are the odds going into this game, as you can see, provided by Betway. FaZe, the heavy favorites, I would say, looking at that, but I would say that's maybe a bit of a disparity. I think Liquid have a tighter chance than that, and we'll see whether they can pull through. FaZe looking very good in that pistol run, I have to say. Rain especially. Going to be a bit of a USP master, finds 4 headshots, bit of a brawl there, but he comes out on top, of course. And will be Liquid with the 4 spy across the board here. All 5 players getting head armor as well. They're going for an execution here, presumably towards B from what I can see, setting up. 2 smokes to work with, used towards a bomb site and probably heaven as well. They'll be in a default finality. If any CT aggression coming in at the very start of the round. It's currently 9-7. Liquid after losing the pistol. Trying to do what they can now. Very quiet. Just hoping a CT makes a mistake. A little bit of damage done towards Kiyoshima there. Not much. So CTs will at least be aware that the 4 spy has come in his 2nd round. That might seem obvious, but we have seen a variation of approaches here, going full eco on the 2nd round, no bomb, and you get Galil's out in the 3rd round. That was quite a cool idea. I think it was G2 that's been doing that recently and having great success with it. So it's always good to get that intel at the start. Certainly worth taking a couple of risks as to work out what kind of buy they have.
Twist still waiting outside of Monster, smoked off. Nico staring it down, but they have pistols, keep in mind. Both sites, when you arrive, are easy enough to get the plant down in terms of how close the plant position is to the entry. The problem is that A is a lot more open, so the pistols are more viable toward B. And it looks like construction is exactly where they'll set up to try and do so. 2 smokes in play. Definitely going to be a factor on the entry. Nico and Keo, the only 2 directly in the site, is Kerrigan as well as in the window looking down from above. One of the smokes could go his direction, or will it be the wall on the site itself to try and get a fast plant? So far, none thrown, and Nico's already got a shot. Goes back down to try and get a Liege inside of Monster, but won't be able to do so. The Tech-9 prevails as they should do, running and gunning as they are. Liege with 3 kills. Nitro gets one in the mix, and Rain suddenly in a 1 versus 4 is spraying relentlessly, but can't find the targets he's looking for. 12 HP for Twist, 10 for Liege, and Rain repositions. And very likely is going to back off. Watch the low HP jumping around inside of the site, though, if he finds them quick enough. Jeez, got 1 bullet on 3 of them. He could still go on this, but it's looking less and less likely.
No care, I think he has to back out of this. But what a round from Liquid after losing the pistol. It's a bit of a risk for all 5 players, especially to go all in that buy. Normally Orpa would take a bit of a more modest approach, but a couple of smokes, one of which failed as well. So they had 1 smoke in heaven, and a smoke that was designed to get the left-handed bomb site actually landed on the roof. A misthrown smoke, and you know what? It actually works out for Liquid, because Elite wouldn't have had that vision on the CT entrance with that smoke deployed. He manages to get 3 in total, so that's so funny, isn't it? The fact that they missed for a smoke, it actually works in their favor. But can't argue the results. Probably a bit mad at the time when they saw it. They thought, actually give us 3 kills. Let's have a look at this now. You see the smoke on the roof as he turned around.
Smart on a Liege to at least consider it. There you go.
Yeah,
it's on the roof directly above them.
He wouldn't have got that frag.
At least he checks it and recognizes that fast enough, because a lot of times people will walk in and just get battered in that sense. So this time, despite not winning the first half pistol, They respond on the eco. We go 9 to 8. Rain still saving the M4. Will carry it over, but it's JDM that's picked up the FAMAS. It's JDM that's picked up a lot of damage early on in this round. Spraying down already to 3.
Full commitment from FaZe as well. One of those games. We have a saved M4 and head armor. 4 players. CZs as well with the 5.7s. Nico with the Deagle. Probably one of the best users of that weapon in the world right now. We'll see what he can do. JDM goes down to 3 HP. Liquid need to be very careful here. SMGs primarily. A FAMAS and an AK chucked in there as well. StatTrak the first to investigate towards middle. His teammates have already cleared our connector. Is he feeling brave? Does he want to walk into that bathroom position? Not yet, it seems. Just wants to get as close to the side as he possibly can.
Keep an eye on Rain. He's the one with the M4. And he's got a chance to maybe catch them off. If only they could slow them down in bathrooms somehow. JDM's gone back to find him. He's on 3 HP, so he should go down. If he does, it'll at least signal the rest of the troops that, yes, in fact, Rain is that position. We know where the M4 is, and his element of surprise would be gone. Oh, he's going to go and spot JDM. Immediately takes him.
There we go.
This is the response, though. Twist already looking this direction. Rain's going to try and spot him behind the fountain. Manages it. Chance in this as Elise turns around. That's exactly what we expected, but so many kills already. And Kerrigan following it up means Elise and Nitro are now the ones in the hot seat. Bomb planted. It's only Nitro remaining. It's a reverse play on the eco from FaZe. And Nitro down by Nico. It goes back the other way. 10 to 8, and the money is in the favor of the European side.
Finally, we're seeing some of these star power plays from the likes of Rain. He had 1 rifle going into that round, some CZs as well, a full force fire in return, and it shuts down Liquid. Coming from the playground position, a full flank there, gets 2 frags, and the CZs, they managed to capitalize there with the aggression taken away. Great job overall by FaZe, only dropping 1 player as well, turning this game around, but the bomb gets planted back. Probably see another force fire response. This is the kind of half we do love and hate to see at the same time. It's frustrating, but still can lead to very exciting Counter-Strike. Here it comes. AK-47, Tech-9s, and JDM has the AWP. Glass cannon, meaning he has no armor. Very fragile. We'll see if he can step up here.
3 smokes go with it, and we know that the T side, you can get away with a little more in tunnel. Twist, he's going to push through it. Checking the jump spot, as anyone should do as they walk in, especially with an AK in their hands. Very passive from FaZe. They know the situation and that there's likely a force buy in this.
Yeah, absolutely. Makes sense with Liquid as well. Back and forth game. You're on the chase. You win this round, not only do you make it 10-9, but you reset the economy of the CTs and the force buys continue.
There are 2 things that JDM can do with this glass cannon. The first and foremost is open up the round. That's sort of already passed because they're starting to establish map control. They're getting closer to the site. The second, okay, so the boost will certainly help that, but the second is post-plant position, specifically on A. If they can get the bomb down to the default, the AWP will be money, but that's even better. He's gotten Rain early. It still can be the latter. But with an opening kill, they'll start to get more aggressive onto the site. Elige goes out toward long. Nitro's immediately in the face on the precipice, trying to find his way in with the AK. Alu, just beside him, actually takes down StatTrak, who blocked Nitro's angle. He'll grab the bomb, default plant just side of it. They don't want to get sprayed down from the bank stairs, but it's better from Keo and Kerrigan, who pushed through the smoke, and JDM's gone. No plant, no position.
What a round there. Alu somehow finds the bomb holder through the smoke there. That was the catalyst to the chaos at that point as well. Kiyashima, Kerrigan especially pushing through, finding 2 kills out of the UMP. No bomb plug coming through. I'm sure this is the replay from Kerrigan. So brave to go through that smoke. If he goes down, that's the round, but he finds 2 high-octane kills there. And finally, the force buy should come to an end with no bomb plant either. Liquid have to take an eco on a chin here. P250s, no armor, a couple of Glocks as well. FaZe now in a very dominant position. It should be 12-8. And into round number 20. Full-on B-rush here. A lot of nade damage done. Bomb dropped as well. Kiyashima just spraying them down. He's having some fun this round. Twist gets 1 in return. But that should be it. StatTrak can do no more. And we do get the scoreline. 12-8. FaZe. You're just joining us. It's the 3rd quarterfinal of the day. So best of 3. We're opening things up on FaZe's pick, which is Overpass. We move on to Train next, and then I hope it gets them at Inferno. It's a classic 3rd map in the best of 3, especially in the playoff stages of a tournament like this. It will be absolutely bananas if we do manage to make it. I hope we do.
Double op in play. AK's out. 12 rounds phase. JDM backs through the smoke, flashed in. They won't have an AWP in his hands, and they won't have anything in his hands because he doesn't have any anymore. His soul has left his body as Alu puts him down. It's Nitro. Might get an angle on him as he backs off, but Alu doesn't want to just cower into the side. He's going to go aggressive and find Nitro as well.
Yeah, trying to get that refrag. Nitro gets punished for it. Alu with a great start. That's the hard work done now. Nothing else needs to be done on the CT side. You have the overwhelming manpower. Problem is they have got 2 players towards long. They're going for the flank here. I'd much prefer them just to fall back and play on the bomb side. Smoke's coming in. This looks like a fake though. They'll probably go back towards the B side from what I can see so far. Not clear as to whether they'll commit to it just yet. We still have Alu patrolling the A bomb site. And here comes Rain. This is the problem. Spots one player. Can't nail the shot just yet. Gives his position away. He might go down here.
Liege might go down as well. 22 HP. Rain has picked apart Team Liquid.
He's locked them in though, at least, Rain.
Keep in mind Twist is still rotating around behind him. And he's in the open to it. So Twist will free his teammates from that sense. A jailbreak. My favorite game as a kid, Hank.
Me too.
I wish childhood was still a thing. Simpler times.
Happier times.
Naivety. Ignorance is bliss.
Well, 20 seconds remaining. We're going to need something special from one of these big names in Liquid right now. Stanislaw been great this tournament. Can he open up the A bomb site? I don't think they can. They need to get the bomb plan as well. There's Ali with another frag. Carrigan chiming in as well. He gets both. Nails the headshots, and there it is. A big scoreline now. No bomb down. I think this has to be an ego from Liquid as well. The scoreline is 13-8. FaZe in touching distance of taking their map pick in the best of 3. I think Liquid, in terms of the loss bonus, they're a 4th stage, so get maximum loss bonus next round. They can take a partial buy here. Keep each player about 2k, maybe 1.5k per player. You can see now FaZe looking very comfortable as we get into round number 22. A pause will come in, of course, a chance for Zeus to chime in. The father figure, if you will, of this team, just trying to allow his input to be heard and work out what the play is here. In terms of the situation financially, you have to pick your poison, right? You could force into this round and take a huge gamble and try and overwhelm the CTs, which you did before the Tech-9s. Remember, the only round they've had in this half was a 4B execution with Tech-9s. They ran away with it. You could go for something like that with the partial buy. Or take a fully go get the Orbs out next round, potentially, and try and see what you can do. But the final call comes in. 3 Tech-9s, 2 P250s, some body armor, a couple of smokes. That's what we do call the partial buy, leaving the money at a substantial level for the next round. Looking very likely to be a huge lead for FaZe after this one. Should be 14-8.
Go. Waiting at the off-site, but Alu with the off-guard. He finds one kill, goes to the pistol. Elise knows he's cowered into the corner. He's got him with the Tech-9 in return. So something to work with as JDM back on a glass cannon, is I'm sure relieved to have a little bit more space. Rain's position is exceptional. At the playground, he's behind everyone on Liquid. Nico's watching the door at the lower tunnel, so if they go that way, he's got them covered off. He's going to concede the ladder, expecting correctly that they're not going to go back that direction as a unit. There's got to be someone out by the bathrooms, and he's behind them. He's got this lineup, and it's going to be, oh, no trigger discipline. I thought for sure he would wait on that one. Takes JDM again, pulls all the attention as he fights on. Elige actually wins that exchange before anyone else can get close. It's going to give them another gun to work with.
Yeah, that actually doesn't work out too nicely. He keeps making the perfect flank, coming behind them, finds one kill, but can't get the second as well. He could have walked up and joined the pack. He does take down the AWP, but for the reason is he can't kill any of his teammates. If he sees an AWP on a T-side opponent, take him down as quickly as possible before he opens up that A bomb site. But still, in with a chance of this round is Liquid. 30 seconds now. They still have smokes as well. We'll see if Kiyoshima and Carrigan can hold them off. Kiyo certainly can, but not for long. Up to Carrigan to deny the plant now.
Good shot for Carrigan on the first, but not any better afterward. Twist, great shot. We talked about the youngster. He's in a one-on-one in a round that could bail Liquid out of economic turmoil. He's got the palm down early as well, picked up at M4. He's stuck with the Tech-9, however. It may still be beneficial, given that he knows exactly where Nico is after the first shot was the shoulder shown. I don't think it was wide enough as Nico continues to bait in. Good shot from Twist. Liquid find round 9.
Great stuff there from Twist. 17 years of age, looking fantastic, I have to say. That's a huge round for him to pick up as well. And you have to think Rain's got to be gutted at that one. Once again, he outsmarts him. You have no idea he's there. He only gets that one kill and actually ends up trading, gives him another rifle to work with. That's the rifle that ends it all as well. Double AWP set up that round for the CTs. It was Nico to pick up the second one. Couldn't really go for the clutch. I didn't have what he needed to really push past that initial entrance. He's hoping the terrorists would make a mistake. Tactical time off Liquid once again. That makes sense. They're so close to losing this game right now. They have another lifeline for winning the force buy there. Zeus wants to chime in and to say, look, now we've got money. This is the play next. The executes were looking good. Let's probably go back to that. That B bomb site, they're going to be weaker on over there. You've taken down one of the orbs. Going to number 23. Liquid looking for double digits here. I like this tactical timeout. Most people assume you have to use them after you lose a round, right? But when you win a big round like that, let everyone calm down. It's a huge clutch, 1v1. Got some inexperienced players there as well. Let them calm down, let the adrenaline subside.
That's the other thing as well. It was a huge clutch.
Yeah, against Nico as well, right? The world's best player. Imagine your heart pacing at that point.
But it also says that they were relying on a clutch to win it, which means the execution wasn't there. Of course, they didn't have guns in that round, but you still have to identify problems. Clutches aren't going to happen every single time.
Sure.
But yes, absolutely. The clutch against Nico. Twist.
Yeah.
Well done, son. Oh, not so well done from Alu. Forced out by the Molotov, goes directly into it. Doesn't scope in and gets caught off by Elige immediately. So early pick for Liquid for the first time in quite some time, I have to say, on a terrorist side.
Well, 5 and 4. Hard work done. Ale gives his kill away for free almost there in the connector. Had the orb to work with there, but couldn't find the shot. Elige, as we said, one of the superstars from North America, finds that initial headshot. And with the orb down as well, and winning the previous round, it's very unlikely to see these have a double orb set up. They just help themselves to long. If Ali's spotted in that position, it's very unlikely to have presence on this side of the map. This is looking very good. You can definitely execute towards A from this position. Smoke towards the end of long potentially. Get nice and close to the bomb site. CT's now feeling the pressure. Here comes the smoke I described. JDM will be throwing it. Still 4 remaining as well. Stanistor, confident as the orb covers him as well. Any of the CTs inside the phase, JDM will punish him for it. Just looking about that APC as well. There's a gap in the smoke and checking that elusive corner. No one there for now.
Oh, Nico.
What?
Sprays through the smoke, nails them both, lines it up.
They were both on the tight wall as well. He flashed over, and your instinct as a terrorist is whenever you're flashed is get it to the wall, protect yourself, and then it's a straight line lineup.
Rain again gets behind them. Third time, and this time it's Twist, not JDM. For once, it's not JDM. JDM's got an AWP, but he's one of 2. Him and Elige left in the round. Kerrigan will cover off front of bathrooms. Rain knows and he can hear them working back out. He's got them lined up. Fountain to play with. The angle there, tapping on both of them. JDM's low, so is Elige. As the op shot, you can see the bullet hole in front of him just barely missed Rain. And the time expires. If they kill them now, they get no money. One down already. JDM's lost his. Oh. Thankfully, they keep Elige alive, but that's costly for Liquid. 14 rounds for FaZe.
It was looking so good as well. They get that first pick in the first 10 seconds. They have full long control. They're just about to execute, but what a play. The reaction comes in towards long. Nico, I assume they must have flashed first. It seemed like he just lines up at the straight wall. Oh, it's just so perfect, isn't it?
Yeah.
So gutting as well. You're just about to throw your grenades and to get everything you've got in that last round, but it gets forward by one of the world's best.
Elige staying alive with the AK helps, as we mentioned, but thankfully JDM actually had reasonable cash carried over. He was in about the 2K mark, so he's able to pick up a UMP at the very least, but this is all in from Liquid.
Yeah. I guess at this point you have to be. You can't allow FaZe to get to 15 rounds and you're still trading by 6.
And it'll only be a second round loss bonus, so yeah, absolutely all in. The Hail Mary.
They have to go that big execution again from what I can see. They worked out the Tech 9s before. Give it another go. Deep breath now. Kerrigan finds the first couple of frags, but Elige is fighting back.
Keo, good find on Twist, because Alu with the AWP was a sitting duck. If he'd gone down, Keo saves him and snaps to his right. Brilliant round from Kiyoshima, 3 kills. And it's 1 to go for FaZe. A timeout called for Liquid, but this is a desperate timeout. 2K. The average money, $22.50. The best of anyone is Elige, and that's not really enough, to be completely honest.
Indeed. The final, well, one more time I left, but this could be it, I'm afraid. $2,000 per player. What does that mean we can get? Presumably Tech 9s, body armor, smokes, flashbangs. Hope for the best. This time, running through those smokes, it was Kiyoshima stepping up tremendously here, having fun almost as he lit them up. Not even flash. That's very good stuff by him. Chris Bain, it seems like the big names are getting warmed up for FaZe now. The M4s will be coming in momentarily, and indeed the P250s, the Tech 9s start to come out. Not a single SMG or rifle to work with here. Surely this is the end. It was a really rough first half for FaZe. Losing, what, 6 rounds in a row after going 3-0 up, but then second half has been completely theirs. They've dropped 2 rounds so far, which was a force buy in the second, and then 1 gun round after that. They've kept Liquid at bay, and we're going to round number 25. Could be the last here. This is FaZe's pick, but Liquid certainly showed up in the first half, not so much here in the second. Last chance to loom. What have they got? 3 smokes, 1 Molotov, 2 flashbangs. They're lining up smokes already. This probably will be a B play off the bat.
Yep, as fast as possible. Nico, Rain, and Keo all inside of the B site. Twist has stand behind him.
Here we go.
Smoke to the window, flash over. Best, apparently, because he finds 2 of his own. It's down to Nitro. He's down to a 1 versus 2. There's a chance in it, but not anymore. Alu finds the kill that gives FaZe map number 1. 16-9. They take a lead in this series going into Train.
Back and forth game, I have to say, and it was looking pretty poor from FaZe. That was the kind of counter-strike they were presenting earlier in the tournament. That's why they found themselves in the last round of the group stages, but they turned it around. Much better on the CT half. Pretty dynamic play, looking confident within themselves, and especially Rain. The fact he got behind them so many times as well. You can see Liquid a little bit out of their depth towards the end there.
Out of their depth, indeed. Deep Liquid. Can't swim.
Yeah, that's true.
But we go to Train, and as we mentioned, yes, FaZe has been struggling on it. We know it's a map that traditionally, when they are playing well, they can dominate, to be completely honest. So this series just became very, very difficult for Liquid. Remember, they went through the group stages 3-0. But now they have their toughest challenge yet. They need 2 straight to knock FaZe back and out of this event and to carry on into the semis. Remember that they would join Cloud9 if they were to do that, by the way. Second North American team to do it.
To be fair, I was impressed with Liquid. Their CT side to begin with actually looked pretty decent. We saw some big names turning up in the form of Twist. Had some big clutches as well. But overall, yeah, FaZe bouncing back and then quite a huge scoreline to finish things off as well. Train will be difficult for them, I think. They've had their ups and downs here against Optic especially. Only got 4 rounds in their CT half. They've had that kind of quiet, cagey counter-strike throughout this tournament, and we saw it at the beginning there. I just don't want to see it again. FaZe need to be overwhelming these guys and getting in their faces. They're much better in terms of like across the board, right? And they just look like they're scared of their opponents right now.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. They don't have the confidence they typically have, and hopefully that's something that gets addressed relatively soon. Hopefully that's something that they can really fix immediately. They're going to have to. Train as well, if Alu continues to be assertive.
Sure.
Quite assertive in that game. Could be a map that's, again, favorable to the AWP. We know as well the double up setup can be formidable. They're not scared to use it when they have to. FaZe doesn't go to it as much as other teams do, but it's definitely an option, specifically if Nico feels like he wants it, because he will. He will pick it up, and covering off the CT side with it will be amazing.
Well, I'm looking forward to talking more Counter-Strike with you, Matt, but for now, we're going to throw it over to the analyst. Alex, what are you saying?
I'm saying FaZe brought the heat and Liquid evaporate on Overpass. 16-9, just 2 rounds on that second half on their T side, and I'm joined none other than Freiberg and Spun to walk us through that one. Now, Chad, just set the scene for what could have been a fantastic first map. Liquid, however, unable to make anything happen on their T side. I feel like we should almost start the discussion with where they hit that wall.
I think the 7 rounds they got in the row was the highlight for them in the whole game, right? Obviously, that's where the majority of their rounds came from. And I don't think that they necessarily did anything super well. Like, they were hitting their shots. Stan had some good multi-frags. Everybody was contributing when they had to. But it looked like FaZe were a little bit timid. It didn't look like they could have been a lot more disrespectful, I suppose, and actually taken the jewels. You saw that transition in the second half, and they started being a lot more aggressive on the CT side, flanking constantly. And when the guys from Liquid aren't establishing proper map control, when they're just going like 3 or 4 guys to one area, and you're able to push around and have confident plays, you're always going to get information and be able to flank them, and we saw Rain do that time and time again.
Yeah, and of course, Adam, you set the scene so beautifully about what FaZe can do over on that first half and what they could have done over in their T side. Now, where do you think that timidness came from? I mean, you didn't get to see necessarily exactly what you asked for.
No, well, I think Rain was the key player here in this game. I mean, both as T here, we see some beautiful frags from him. But I would point out the CT side of where Rain just had no one to control him. Look, he was coming from behind like 3 or 4 times from long, while Liquid, it felt like they were scared. It felt like they didn't take the map control needed to do an execute, and they were kind of like stuck in toilets or A short, and just waiting for like, oh, what are we doing? And Rain just walked up behind them. For me, I think that Liquid needed to have a more balls. Just take lone control, take mid control, take underground or connector, whatever you call it, just to make sure, okay, now we have the map control. Now we can execute the strategy, right? I didn't see anything of that, unfortunately, from the Liquid T side. I would like to have had them play more, quick. CS. They took way too long.
So in summary, Liquid got stuck in toilets and Rain brought the glory from behind. Is that kind of how we're talking about it?
We've got a few toilet issues backstage, don't we?
We certainly do. Now, Sponge, toilets aside for a moment, I saw you with something on the tip of your tongue.
Yeah, I was just going to say, even though the FaZe guys were able to pick up both strong half, it was only one round. It was a small blunder in the scheme of things, and that kind of stuff you can't let it spiral out of control.
No, exactly.
Isn't there a team, you know, I mean, in fact, NIP, when there was a real, very serious and clinical approach to the round. Rounds like that, when you know you've got like an anti-force buy round ahead of you or an anti-half buy, whatever you want to call them, not necessarily an eco, of course, mentioning scouts and all that.
Be focused. Be uncompromising. Be the best and never hold out. Pick your event. Place your bet. No matter who you are or what you're here for, it's our passion that unites us. Betway, for the love of the game.
What's up, man? Bart.
So you're gonna be first, just so you lead. You're gonna go through when the walk-in starts, like go through the middle on our side. That's pretty normal, up the steps. Okay. And then there's gonna be like lines on the floor. Just
stop where mine is.
Yeah, you stay in front of your PC, they stay in front of theirs, and so on.
Okay. You saw it. It's a fantastic stage, and from that player's perspective, even YNK is getting those itchy palms wanting to jump back into the player's seats. And the one particularly lounging as JDM has to go ahead and put on a fantastic performance in order to get to a third, never mind get to that semi-final. We've already seen some fantastic play. Cloud9 and Na'Vi will meet tomorrow in the top half of the bracket for their semi-final, and now it's time to see just how things are going to go down in Liquid FaZe. Freiburg and Sponge once again residing, and I think the fun discussion here is, do we even get to see a third? We've just been kind of poring over the data, Adam, and it doesn't look like Train necessarily has been a point of great success for that of Liquid.
No, definitely not. I mean, past 3 months we looked up, and I mean they're 5-5, and they haven't really gotten a big win. They did play here though. They won against Immortals on overtime, 19-15. I mean, sure they might have just have a feeling, you know, but then you go on to playing FaZe, and I mean, when I played, I remember just never play FaZe on Train, right? Train and Overpass are one of those, like 2 of those maps where FaZe are their comfort zone, right? I mean, I would just like, if I were Liquid, I'd probably go for a more like trying to get Mirage maybe in, like something else, because I just feel like Train is like FaZe territory right now.
Yeah, and I think if you played a different map like Mirage, you could have had a chance for your stars like Twist and Leash to step up and have a bit of a brawl and battle back. But in this map, especially now that we're going to have FaZe starting on the CT side, and they just finished off on the CT side relatively strong, right? They're going to be fired up and pumped up and carry that momentum through. If they grab yet another pistol, they can shut you out. And the issue that I have with Train is it's very difficult to go away from the normal pacing that teams want to do, right? Which is go inside, force the rotation, either hit that bomb site early on and make sure that they have to be honest and maybe have a close rotator and not cheat 4 players very aggressively in the yard. And then once you do that, you go back to outside strats later on in the game. But FaZe aren't a team who are going to have too many issues with that, especially with Keo playing that inner bomb site. He loves getting multi-frags, playing around that bomb train, playing around the coils, very effective in those kind of regions. So I think it needs to be more of an instinctual-based style of Counter-Strike coming out from Liquid. And this is like the Optic, when Stan was in-game leading, did very well. People would find space, they would find those opening kills, and then everyone else would cascade in behind them and take the room and play off each other.
Sure, and we've seen better stuff from Liquid, even on maps such as Inferno, which will be cropping up as a third if we need it. Yeah. But definitely a discussion to see why Train kind of cropped up, and Liquid have an opportunity to prove it. This is, they have do or die, sink or swim, win Train, or you're eliminated from the quarterfinals. Didn't quite catch the odds there, but no doubt in the favor of FaZe from our sponsors Betway. It's just, this is of course for the entire series. Yeah, whoa, okay. Yeah, these are series odds, no longer being updated between maps, and I mean even then it would make more sense. 1 to 5. Whew, okay, Liquid. Odds stacked against them. They've literally blown our minds. Yeah, literally, literally. But outside of that, the discussion is also simply they've previously stood on that grand final stage. They know what it feels like, and now that hunger, no doubt, is in the pit of their bellies. Being able to perform versus FaZe, though, no easy feat. They've lost to the likes of Astralis convincingly. A win versus G2. If you were trying to build a happy ending for Liquid, what on earth has to go right and wrong here, Chad?
For me, they have to play the type of Counter-Strike they were probably playing back in Cologne 2016, which is more like what we're seeing out of Cloud9 right now, which is they just do what they feel comfortable doing. And the issue is that's never going to be a consistent brand of Counter-Strike. Yeah. So I'm going to put a bit of a sad ending on this one here, that for Liquid to get better, they have to keep playing the style that they have right now, which means they probably are going to lose this map in relatively convincing fashion. But for the betterment of North American Counter-Strike, I think that they need to continue down this path, because they are actually building the right style and something that will be able to compete in the very near future.
And they've often been put in the category of the teams from North America that do better when in a European realm, when in the Tier 1 competition outside of perhaps Cloud9, dubbed domestic heroes. Well, now they stand already in the semi-finals. Liquid and CLG perhaps in that category. But Adam, do you have any sort of, I don't know, shining light at the end of the Train tunnel?
Well, I was just thinking about it. Like, if they would want to pick Train against FaZe, I'm guessing that they're prepared, right? They have Zeus, which has been on SK. He's won majors with SK. Maybe they have a super big plan here. Yeah. I'm excited to see what they can bring on Train, because if you pick Train against FaZe, you got to have something planned, right?
I guess maybe one thing that they can be looking to do is take advantage of the rotations on the CT side. Like, that seems to be a go-to nowadays, but people tend to play those situations very similar, right? Yeah. When someone gets forced into this position, how do we react? The problem is, if FaZe are going to go with the same level of confidence we saw with Rain flanking all the time, it's very difficult, because they're no longer playing to... You haven't made them respect you enough to play their normal brand of Counter-Strike, and something which we spoke about earlier in the week, something that I suffered quite a lot, and something that the better team should always take advantage of.
And something you also mentioned, and it kind of piqued my interest, something perhaps not often discussed for those at home, is the default approach to T-side train. You were talking regarding inner takes early, try and draw a second CT into inner. Now, I mean, is there more to it than that, or is it simply that's an approach many teams will take to train?
That's the current meta. Your team did that a lot. You had that really cool like wall of mollies and stuff behind the bomb train and pop. And I think that's still the best idea to keep teams honest. Okay, well, honestly, we're ready to go. Players are on the stage. They've been doing their team huddles, and now hands are returning to the mouse and keyboard. Unfortunately, not necessarily the least doom and gloom desk we've had, but either way, Liquid have to start boiling up here if they want to bring the heat on that third map. We'll get into it though. Your casters are locked and loaded. It's Henry G and Sadakis to guide you through train.
Yes, thank you, Alex. We will guide you through train. It usually runs on a set of rails, but I like to derail things every now and then, so maybe we'll end up somewhere in the woods. It's definitely a thought. I even said at the end of last game, I was sure FaZe had to pick train. Just my head, even though I knew better, crossed those wires because this is a map that FaZe typically love to play. So if they picked it, I agree with the desk. They have to have something planned.
Well, we saw poor showings from them against Optic yesterday as well, so it makes sense. Liquid got to watch that game and saw the weaknesses live, perhaps. But the good news is for FaZe, because it's Liquid's pick this on the CT side, they can carry on that momentum. And we'll see what they can do here in the first half of train. We're underway, ladies and gentlemen. The second map, Liquid versus FaZe. 4 sets of armor on the T side, 1 smoke as well. This is like a fast-paced tactic here. The smoke's deployed, the flashbangs are coming in. It's JDM to go first. Deep breath as they make their way towards the A side.
Look how passive that CT positioning is. They're forced all the way back close to Z connector, even in B, so they can rotate, which they will now. They're going to have to because Alu goes down. It brings Kiyoshima back over toward the A site, the outer site, and not only does it bring him there, it gets him a kill on the bomb planter, Elige. He wanted the fast plant. He's gone already. The kit, it's in Kio's hands as well. So he's positioned well. Twist gets Rain and Kerrigan. I think he spotted the player heading up toward the control room, but Nico's got a better shot onto Twist in return from Sandwich. Kio dropped back down. Stan finds him. Nico versus 2. And they will get the plant, or will they double face in a reload? Nico has to back away. He gives it up. Remember, bomb down where Kio died. Or rather, excuse me, kit down where Kio died. The anti-bomb, if you will. And Nico's going to get ever closer to the bomb train. They've backed off in accordance. They're going to play toward E-Box and the red train. Peek together easily for Stanislaw and Nitro. Nico closer and closer, has picked up the kit with the armor. Needs perfect accuracy. He has it, but even that's not quick enough, and Nitro's able to trade it back. Liquid go up 1-0.
Nico comes tantalizingly close to clutching that one out, but time was ticking away. He knew where they both were, gets the first shot, but a good refrag there from Liquid. Looking quite scary for them as well, especially when the bomb went down. The Stanislaw getting up close and personal with the Glock, finds that key frag on the bomb train itself, shuts down Kiyoshima, and we go into a round victory there for Liquid. 1-0 in favor of the North Americans. We're going to have not a full command in terms of force, but we do have 4 players with body armor and some upgraded pistols here. That Alu, he's got just the PC-50 there, meaning he can get the AWP in that first gun round. So still going to be very deadly here. FaZe, round number 2. We do have 2 rifles to work with for Liquid as well. 3 UMPs, full array of utilities. So they'll be holding up for now. No rushes here, no panic decisions. Just hold up, gain control of the brown halls, for example. That would make a lot of sense. Make sure there's no CTs getting information in that part of the map. Then execute once you've at least established where the stack could lie. Try and get the first pick in your favor as they start to go towards that aforementioned area. We do have 1 player on the lower ramp though. That's Kiyoshima, waiting behind the smoke with the 5-7. We'll see if he can step up here. 1 minute remaining now as looking like the bomb's still down in T-spawn. Nico's pushed out of Ivy though with that Deagle as well. Very long range weapon as he does hit JDM down to 52 HP.
52, that'll do. SMG. Well, though, Nico had himself back toward the inner site with a Deagle. They get ready to work in through the brown halls. Nades at the ready. Smoke for Stanislaw. Kio at the bottom of the ramp wants to strike as soon as possible. Elige will drop off the ledge and arrive at his face quite quickly. Back turn, drop down. Good shot for Kio. Follows it up. Oh my goodness, Kiyoshima. He's got 3. It's Nitro and Twist. The last alive. Nitro will pull it back ever so slightly with the AK, but he's on 3 HP. It won't take much to put him down. A pistol, doesn't matter. Alu's got the shot, and stepping out, Alu follows it as well. Kio did an absolutely incredible job at lower.
Brilliant stuff there. Let's just enjoy that for a moment. He was in this position the entire round. The 5-7, a great close range weapon there, and you can see managing to get 3 kills in total. That's the UMPs getting shut down Amazing run there from Kiyoshima. Did damage to the fourth as well. And FaZe Clan steal it away. Pistols across the board. It's going to be the same story for Liquid now. They'll force buy into round number 3. Tech9's P250s. And this sets the tone for the game. We had this in the first map as well. There's back and forth force buy meta. We'll see whether it works out. As Nico once again aggressive towards Ivy. Wants to get the information here, but the smokes have been deployed towards outside. The bomb commits towards outer. And there should be a plant here, but they're boosting up as Alin finds the first frag.
The first frag and perhaps a little bit more as he sprays through. He does damage but can't follow it. Stand to get Kerrigan instead. Another bomb plant. JDM this time, but Nico will be behind them. That'll thwart any possibility of an organized post-plant position against JDM. Nico continues to push in. Twist. He's gotten low enough, close enough, and low enough against Rain that one more bullet would take him down. Twist is locked off at the ladder position. They know exactly where he is. This round will go to FaZe.
It will indeed. Nice push there from Nico once again. Getting to the Ivy position. Only gets 2 frags, right? But they're 2 very important ones. They have no idea he's coming in that position as well. Took down Twist in the end. Sure, the bomb goes down and Nitro survives, but should be Nico next round for Liquid. FaZe keeping 3 players alive there at that point as well. So quite comfortable overall. Full execution. Wall of smokes towards outside. Very common when you just have the Tech9s there. A lot of run and gun potential. Pushing through the smokes. Trying to get that snowball effect in your favor. Got a couple of frags, but it was all for naught. They have to take this round in the chin. FaZe Clan after losing the pistol. Strike back. 2 in a row for them now. No wall coming out just yet, but they can be comfortable going into round number 4 here. Knowing it's pretty much a full eco. We have some Deagles and Tech9s, but no nades or armor to work with here. So just hold back. Crossfire set up. Try and keep 5 players alive on the CT side. I would say towards inner. Makes a lot of sense. We know the trades can be beneficial towards the terrace, towards that lower ramp. You've got a high chance of getting the bomb down here. They're focusing towards Ivy for now, and Rain continuing that accuracy as he finds Stanislaw at the very start of the round.
Kiyoshima has the inner bomb site covered off by way and virtue of covering the corner in the brown halls, pushed up aggressively with the M4. So if they go that way, which it looks like they are increasingly interested in doing, he will greet them. And here we go. That direction it will be. As he passively peeks it out. Timing was right. Shot was not. Ooh, Molotov. At least it'll cover the corner, but won't go deep enough. So nade down to the ramp to make sure if they push it, he does max damage where possible. It's a lineup instead for Nico. Twist found Alu, but the rest of it, it's going to be Kyo up close to close it. So 3-1 for FaZe. Good setup, straightforward. Kiyoshima had all the information. They rotated over accordingly.
Solid round from FaZe. They've already pressured there. As I said, Liquid focusing on that inside area. It's normally where you want to go. You can potentially get a trade to get 1 kill, but no bomb plant going down once again. Money's okay though for Liquid, seeing as they've got the bomb down in the round before that. They get the AWP out for JDM, of course, 4 AKs, but Alu, very proficient AWP on this map. We'll see whether the CTs want to present any aggression. We did say FaZe looked a little bit cagey, but that's a first shot there. Alu hits the leg shot, then Nico with the follow-up incendiary takes down the AWP on the Liquid side. JDM dropped to the fire. As we go in a 5-on-4, they'll commit through Pop Dog, and Rain is mowing them down, and they get 3 joining with Nico as well. Looking for the 4, but can't get it. Just Stanislaw now to try and recover the situation.
Alu looking down the lane, but Nico gets above the smoke to find Stan first. 6 HP. FaZe about to find their 4th round. And Liquid with guns get nothing done. It's now full control for FaZe.
4-1 in FaZe favor. That was a really exciting round. I don't like the decision there. They lost the first frag, sure, they're trying to get the refrags, but running through that deep smoke, you have such a great screen. Rain can't believe his luck. For 3 kills on a play, I'll take that all day long. They used 1 flashbang, but he's behind the E-box and got away with that. Bit of disappointing start for Liquid, I have to say. Nice shot from Mally to kick things off as well. Sure, he doesn't get the frag, but he does 85 damage, meaning the incendiary just has to touch JDM at that main entrance. It certainly did. Took him to the grave. We're into round number 6, another partial buy here. We're looking for maximum loss bonus for Liquid next round. So Smokes, Tech9's body armor with $3,400 coming in next round. You want to keep your money about the 2K mark. Exactly what Liquid have done. So objective, try and get the bomb down here. Still can win these rounds, but very unlikely, especially when Nico's hitting shots like this. But Nitro, with the return frag at least.
Shot Nico to push back up though and get Stanislaw. So return frag all you like. Nitro at least has an AK to work with. 1 HP for poor old Nico. And in they go, B-site, down the ramp, smoke in front, elevated position. Alu finds Elige immediately. Starts to look elsewhere, thinking they might be going in upper because there's no one to follow in Elige's footsteps early. But instead, Nitro walks in and finds Rain. They'll give them a bomb plant as well for Twist on 9. As Alu wants to get the AWP somewhere. They can find an angle, and it certainly has. 9 HP for Twist. I'm saying round done. I don't know about you, Henry.
I think you could be right at this point. He might get 1 kill, but yeah, that should be the end of him. There it is, Kerrigan at the final frag. So a decent attempt there with the Tech9s. Couple of frags, bomb down as well. It's not too bad at all. It means they have a very good buy going into round number 7. Scoreline right now 5-1 in favor of FaZe. It is certainly a CD-sided map, but FaZe, you remember yesterday against Optic, only got 4 rounds on their CD side. So they've gone one better than that already. This is looking pretty good for them, I have to say. FaZe now seeing some big names turn up. Nico, 11 frags, 1 death. Once you let him get in the zone, you've got a massive problem. If he has a poor start to the game, which he has throughout this tournament, he's had a few maps where he's on like 1 for 9, for example, you can probably contain him throughout the rest of the half. But if he starts off with this, 6 rounds gone by, he's in double digits, you've got one hell of a problem on your hands.
Kerrigan out toward Ivy. Stanislaw and JDM are heading in that direction. AWP as well for Alu. They could easily run boost past that, but Kerrigan's positioning would capitalize if they elect to do so. And it looks like they will. Keep an eye on Kerrigan. If he even pushes through at all on the run boost, he'll catch them off. Good trade, therefore, from JDM. Alu wasn't holding the same angle. If he was, it could have gone back the other way just as quickly. But Liquid at least get the kill in return.
Things quieting down now as we go into the 4-on-4. Nico looking to cause some chaos here as well behind the smoke. JDM knows he'll be present here, but every time he scopes, he gives his position away. Needs to be very careful there. Throws a grenade. Nico could be flashed in. You can see Alu next to him. He's got a flashbang available as well. Doesn't get flashed, but surely Nico gets his frag. There is some backup coming in, and JDM somehow comes out on top in that situation. Alu with the grenade as well. Should not take him down. 3-on-3. This round is very back and forth. Not clear who's going to be winning it just yet. Decent map control for the terrorists just as of now, but Nitro above this smoke. Rain on the other side. This is probably the key frag of the round.
Absolutely. JDM's done so well to pull them back. He's going to silently go down as well. If that smoke dissolves and Rain's watching A main, it goes Nitro's way. Who finds the other first? Rain gets Nitro, who shot early but didn't have the accuracy down. It gave himself away, and now Rain's able to fire off toward A main. Molotov locks him out. But as they get closer to the site, Kiyoshima and Alu will start to rotate into much better positions. Point in case as Kiyoshima takes down Twist trying to plant the bomb, and that's the round done. 5 seconds, it's over.
Give him no money.
Oh, he's got to get the kill. Survive. That's actually a huge kill. Another up-close kill, and he's got to run.
Kiyoshima wanted to end it just as he got to 0 there. If he just tucks himself in the corner, probably kills him after the timer as well, but they saved the AWP. Do you know what? That could come back and haunt Liquid, though. They're going to force up around that. They get enough for AKs and armor, I think. There's a bit of utility there as well. They have just about enough to work with here. Just to check in with the scoreboard now. Elige, 0-7. JDM, 3-6. There's 2 big names we need to arrive on train, especially JDM with the AWP. I think he got 3 frags in that round in total, so that's pretty much the first time he showed up. Elige yet to post anything. Down 6-1. Stanislaw now, the AK-47 can get nothing done. Rain, fantastic half from him. It's going to be towards inside. It was all a ruse, but Kiyoshima's ready for it. 2 frags for him. Looking for the third as well. Still alive as he drops the incendiary.
Molotov lands. JDM. AWP waits for the Molotov to extinguish as Nitro will slip up. Ooh, it gets segregated by an additional Molotov. Pause called already. Wow. Rain cuts him off from a flank behind. It's now 7-1. We said this was going to happen on train if FaZe was alive, and it's a timeout call for Liquid. Remember, it is their map choice.
This is the Liquid we know and love. Oh, sorry, this is the FaZe we know and love, I should say. Not Liquid. This is...
I don't know if anyone loves this
No,
Liquid.
exactly. Kiyoshima looking very good.
Maybe Moses does.
Maybe. You never know.
Keeps him on edge.
But 7-1 for FaZe. They're looking assertive now. They're taking Jules. They're pushing Ivy. They want to get it up close and personal with Liquid. And you can see a pause comes in. Another clean round there for FaZe towards inside especially. We saw one player make his way out towards main entrance. Shut down by Rain. He's had a phenomenal half as well. The big names, Kiyoshima, Rain, Nico. Both of them posting big numbers. Sure, we have maximum loss bonus, but no bomb plan in the last couple of rounds. One of which timed out as well. Means they have to take another eco here. Still early days though, 7-1. Liquid can still bounce back and win this half, believe it or not, but not looking likely to be the case going into round number 9 here. Tech-9's Deagles, a few smokes to work with as well. Presumably with those 2 smokes, I'd say go towards inner. But the problem is Rain, he's at the upper round, but he's playing like an absolute monster right now. He's looking to greet them at this upper platform. AK in hand as well, flashbang's good. Doing some damage, but conservative play, drops the incendiary and falls back.
Drops back. Indeed. JDM and Elige looking to go again. They'll bounce a smoke down that goes further than always. Down to the Z connector, but it goes further than Kiyoshima, who's above. And a triple kill for Kiyo leaves Alu to collect the last and final kill. It goes 8-1.
Looking all too comfortable right now for FaZe. There's another brilliant spray down there. Kiyoshima's been such a rock on the inside bomb site. Round number 10, Liquid have money back in their favor. All power for JDM again. Quiet game. I think the 3 frags he has all been in a single round. Elige still 0 for 9. Not good enough so far. They're currently a map down here, and Alu aggressive towards the lower round. Wants to try and find this first pick. This is Fallen style. Alu known to be an aggressive AWP as well. The timings could be perfect for him as he goes around the corner. It's a scary position to be in. Looking for someone to walk in his crosshair. Could just happen. Alu ready to pull the trigger. Can't find the shot. He'll fall back, and he's got Nico to back him up here. Doing a very good job as well. Nico, strong as ever. 2 frags in his favor. 5 on 3 once again. Liquid being shut down across the board. As soon as Alu misses the shot, they're backing each other up. It's at the twist now. Great aimer. Young talent. Needing to step out towards the E-box. Can't find the shot, though. In fact, he did take down Kiyoshima. It was such a quick reply. Goes to the 4 on 2. Surely Liquid can't get back into this round.
Kerrigan, he's going to spray down both. Stan and JDM go out of it. 9-1. FaZe continue on.
Well, looking very good at this point. FaZe Clan in a dominant position. 9-1. Has to be another eco at this point as well. Tech-9s, Deagles, armor. And we'll have a little bit to work with here as well. Flashbangs and going to round number 11.
Ali with the AWP. Tries to spawn in toward A main, but Kerrigan's tasked instead with watching Ivy. This time the run boost is successful. I'm not sure Kerrigan spotted the feed or not, but he's going to smoke it off as he leaves the position anyway. Nitro instead toward Brown Halls with Elige. Again, no money, no guns for Liquid. Things are evaporating in all the wrong ways. Boiling does lead to evaporating, Alex, but this is not the hot Liquid you were talking about.
We'll see what Liquid can do here. Desperate times, call for desperate measures. They have 1 smoke. Flashbangs to work with us here as well, but it looks like it's a pretty default play towards outside. The Tech-9s, and it's Nico playing in front of the smokes. Rain and Pop Dog as well. Surely they get nothing done here. Molotov out of position as well, just as they commit. I think this is too obvious. FaZe ready and waiting. Look at that, the trifecta of doom. We talk about that all the time. More so in this round especially. It's going to be Rain and Nico to open things up. It is a bit of a massacre. Elige finds his first frag at least, and Twist fighting back with the Desert Eagle. But it looks like he can only get 1, 2 in fact as well. Makes the round interesting as Twist in a 2 versus 1 situation. Still has 83 HP. Desert Eagle in hand, but shut down eventually by Kiyoshima. A little bit interesting around there, but they're not posting anything at the top of the scoreboard there. Double digits for FaZe, 10-1. Money round coming in once again for Liquid.
Yeah, well, they need it. They need a bailout.
Yeah, this is looking overwhelming now.
AWP brought up for JDM. 5 smokes. Got armor on everyone on the reverse side of things. There's kits for all but Kerrigan and lots of utility, lots of money on the FaZe Clan side. Money, in fact, is up near 15K in some cases. Good push through from Nico. He's already got stand down. Liquid are sitting ducks at this point in time.
Yeah, not scared to take duels anymore. This is the FaZe we wanted to turn up. Assertive, confident Counter-Strike at this point. Nico pushing Ivy once again. They have no answer for it. He finds the initial frag, funnels him back towards inside, and Kiyoshima, he's more than happy to be ready and waiting. He's been an absolute beast on the inside bomb site. Towards lower they go. Dry, it seems as well. Kiyoshima does damage and can't find the initial shot. Buys himself some time with the incendiary and keeps finding frags. Surely Liquid can't do anything with this, but Elige in a decent position. He gets this frag for sure.
Good shot, Elige. Watch as he swings around to make sure the smoke's deployed and cover off the position for the plant. Finally, Liquid.
Bomb down at least.
Yeah, something to work with. Kerrigan and Rain going to sneak up tanker side. Top of the tanker drops off. Rain made noise. Did Elige hear it? Definitely not. He's got his back turned. Rain's easy to pick up 1. They go down to a 2 versus 2. He'll clear below his teammate so they can get closer yet again. All the nades going through. Smoking the bomb already. Twist, that hit him. Now they would have known that. Rain's alone. They definitely know that Twist was inside of it somewhere. Good shot, JDM. Not only did we mention the money in the AWP, they needed a round. They get one to survive.
Elige finds his second frag, but it's probably one of the most key as well. Opening up that B bomb site, takes down Kiyoshima finally at that point. Pushing round. And they get number 2 on the board. It's Elige calling for the pause this time. Allows Zeus to chime in. Might be technical considering the advents coming in, so can't actually discuss anything. Zeus cannot get involved in this one. Round number 13. Need at least 4 here, I'd say, on the T side to stand a chance against the likes of FaZe. Lost the first frag that time, back towards inside. much more promising. They did the right job there. Shutting down Kiyoshima, pushing deep into the bomb site, stopping the rotations, comes down to 2 versus 1 with Rain, but JDM hitting a decent shot from the lower ramp. But now we're going to a double AWP situation for FaZe. Karrigan, of course, is secondary AWPer previously of Astralis, now moving into that role on FaZe as well. Aloe, main AWP for him. We're just checking the scoreboard right now. Surely Kiyoshima's got it at the top. Nico with 15 and 4, then Kiyoshima, then Rain. That's the numbers we've expected at the top with this FaZe lineup. Haven't seen it previously throughout this tournament. Seen some of the big names right at the very bottom, but this is looking very good for them now. I think it's just a headset issue. I can have a look. Not clear, Matt. It's a mystery.
A mystery indeed.
So technical timeouts, the teams are unable to talk to each other. Bit of laughter going on, so who knows. Either way, Liquid, this is a big round, Matt, considering the fact there's such a deficit, 10-2. Only 2 players surviving the previous round. They win it, but after the reinvestment, they probably come down to about $1,000 per player. Lose this round, that could be the end of the half. It could be a 13-2.
I admire the Liquid fans trying to encourage their spirits, but that clap is rhythm to that of Karrigan, who's playing with the crowd. So I would say FaZe has the support out there as of right now.
We have some, it seems like overwhelming Liquid fans here.
Yeah, there's some decent ones.
Yeah. Making some noise at least.
I will say last year at this event, Liquid, they would have captured a number of hearts in their run to the final in the major last year in Cologne. Keep that in mind. And I remember very specifically being out there with a young aspiring caster by the name of Blue, who was having a heck of a time jumping around with some Liquid fans who were having a heck of a time not only cheering but indulging, if you will.
That's very true.
So it was, it was an eventful day.
An experienced team, Liquid. You have to remember they've been to semi-finals and grand finals and majors. So these guys used to this sort of environment. Once again, looking to book a place in the semi-finals here in Cologne. But something about a mouse driver, I can confirm the technical issue. I'm not sure how that goes wrong mid-game. We'd assume that's kind of lock and loaded before you start.
Should be. Unless it's actually in the USB port itself. That wouldn't be the driver, though.
Well, if you are just joining us, where have you been? The third quarterfinal of the day. This one between FaZe and Liquid. Your team looking to book a place in the semi-finals here at ESL 1 Cologne. FaZe currently up 1-0 on their map pick, which was Overpass. Not the most convincing of starts. After winning the pistol, looked like Liquid were running away with the majority of the gun rounds, but FaZe got their act together and managed to look like a much more convincing unit in the second. Now they're on Liquid's map pick, and it's currently 10-2. Sure, they're on the T side, but haven't really impressed me so far. And FaZe getting aggressive and getting in their faces.
I want to play with the beach ball.
There's a beach ball?
Yeah.
At East, yes, we had lots of beach balls, so it was a lot of fun.
Can we go out and play with that after, Hank? Will you let me, please? I've been a good boy.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, we can do that. That's not a problem.
Do you know what the stage reminds me of? With all those cubes. Do you know that game that Jason used to play, that like impossible game on your phone?
Yep.
It reminds me of that. I think there's a different name for the new version of it, but yeah, it reminds me a little bit of that.
EU greater than A. Matt, what do you think about that?
I agree.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Even as a representative?
I'm not going to argue.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm not falling into the trap that Jason's fallen into.
Sure.
I mean, in Counter-Strike, let's be clear.
Oh, look at this. This is in heaven on Train, that little PC setup. They put Rain inside that. You'd love to see it. He's in there.
That's like, do you remember the game Myst?
Yes.
The sequel was Riven, and like the guy was like trapped inside of the book portal. Like that's like Rain just being trapped inside of the PC, inside of a PC right now.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh yeah, I like this. Get your phone lights out. Let's light this arena up while we've got some time to have some fun. Get them all out, please.
Everyone,
get your torch out.
My phone's dead, so I'm allowed to skip that, but no one else is.
There we go. That's pretty beautiful, isn't it? Let's get a nice shot of that.
Okay, now let's see how good you guys are in the crowd. Can you spell ESL Cologne with your phone lights?
They can easily do that. You can see them running around, sorting it out. Yeah, it's coming together.
Yeah, well, maybe. if you squint, if you guys could actually somehow coordinate that by the end of the event, you'll be my favorite crowd for the rest of eternity.
Might take it. I can see it coming together. Oh, that's lovely. Thank you so much. I'm sure we'll be underway eventually.
Maybe I'll go just ESL. I'll make it easy. Just 3 letters. Just ESL cool. Along the back pole. That does look beautiful.
That's really cool. We've got the best fans in Counter-Strike, I think, especially in this arena. You guys always show up in spades. So I'm going to have a look at the chat right now. So still a bit of a driver issue, I'm afraid. There it is, still going. But Liquid on the ropes right now. We do miss some players. It's going to be JDM that's got the problem right now. Just keep you updated. He will be hopefully joining the server eventually. Oh, Matt, look at him. Would you just look at him?
It's beautiful. It is. It is. Would you wish upon a star, Hank?
I always do. Hasn't worked out for me yet.
Well, that's because you're probably wishing on a satellite by accident.
That's true.
Or a plane passing in the sky. You got to really make sure it's a star. It has to be the first one you see, so you can't waste it.
Is it wrong to wish upon space hardware?
No, maybe. What is the world coming to?
If you don't know, you can either way.
It could be. It's you know, I will. Oh, I won't. You know what? I won't say it. But I'm proud of this crowd for not doing something that I dislike very much so far.
What's that?
I won't say it because someone will do
you're
it.
Right.
No, Chad, it doesn't count if you bring me your phone with a picture of the crowd with ESL written in white text over top of it. They have to do it with their phones,
Chad.
He
tried his best. He was trying to get us pumped up.
It was a good effort.
We just had Chad visitors and trying to suggest that it actually
I do admire it. Maybe if he tweets it out, people will get an idea of what it should look like, and then they can use that as sort of a template, a blueprint.
That's true. We'll see whether we can kind of get that ready for tomorrow. Perhaps we have the semi-finals, of course. This event's just getting started. It's the first day of the arena. There's the beautiful trophy as well. Matt, you've won a few of those in your time. What's it like to raise the trophy like that?
The last time I would have won a big trophy was probably karting about 10 years ago.
Okay.
And usually I was either really, really delighted in karting or really pissed off because I got a black flag. So it was pretty exciting sometimes.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Beach balls on the floor. You hate to see it. Someone get it quick.
Yeah, that's a party foul.
There it is.
That's a party foul. Whoever didn't kick that, the closest person to it that let it hit the ground, I'm afraid you're going to have to finish your drink. Water, that's fine. Just finish it.
So I know we have a lot of Liquid fans in here. When we get back into this game, we need you to blow the roof off. They're going to need all the help
They'll finish their drink. I guarantee you they will.
They're going to down them? Oh, we don't even know.
We'll never know.
I'm sure they would.
Well, the Liquid fans are still excited.
They need to be. 10-2 down, Liquid fans. We need you to start blowing the roof off completely.
Liquid should have, you know, we've had like a few Fnatic parties and stuff. This is the city, I think, overseas to do a Liquid party in.
Yeah?
They seem to have good fans here.
Absolutely. We're starting the chance as well. Join in if you're a Liquid fan.
If I go to the Liquid party, Hank, I promise I will drink lots of liquids.
Water?
Absolutely.
Just the waters. Back to it. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. 4 people are joining in with the chant, at least.
I thought I heard 5.
You might be right. So, technical timeout still causing us a little bit of difficulty here. JDM has a mouse driver issue. Oh, Matt, they're doing it. No, we've banned that. No more dabbing.
That's
stop.
Exactly
Stop.
what I said.
Stop.
He's having a seizure. Someone get an EpiPen. Someone stick it in him quickly before he dies.
That's the first one we've had. I thought we were doing a great job so far.
I feel... everyone press F to pay the respects to the man who just had a seizure. And press F to pay your respects to G2.
Press F.
Light a candle. How many more old beams can we bring up?
All of them, really.
What's on that beach ball? I thought I saw
it's a replay. Not a replay,
oh,
for God's
God.
sake.
Who's in production that's about to die?
Joking, of course. But no one's going to die.
Hold up that ball. Let me see it to the camera. Just hold it up before you throw it, or just throw it away. Does that have Maple Leafs on it?
I think it was signed by players and stuff. I don't know. It looked like it.
If it has Maple Leafs, I
can hear guns being switched. We might be ready to go. JDM's back on the server.
It's been fun, guys. It was a pleasure to hang out with you.
It was. Like I said, Liquid are going to need your support as we go into the closing stages here of the first half. JDM is back on the server. Looks like the players are buying. Let's make some noise. Let's get back into this. FaZe versus Liquid. Map number 2. Scoreline currently 10-2 in favor of the FaZe clan. We're back into it. Absolutely, the unpause comes in. Money, it's looking pretty good for the Liquid side. They do get the AWPs out, the AKs as well. Tactical timeout now, Matt. Best we bring it all up.
Okay. To be fair, let's explain this. Because in a technical timeout, you cannot talk to your team. Absolutely not. It is shut down. Therefore, teams, because in the past, have been accused of using technical timeouts to therefore get extra tactical timeouts. So they have to wait for the tech issue to be fixed before they can call the tactical. The good news is this is a definitive amount of time. We'll be back underway in absolutely no time at all. I think about 10 seconds if my head serves correct in counting.
Right, that was the rehearsal of the hype. We're going to do that again. So get ready for it. That was pretty good, but I want to see how loud you can get. Unpause will be coming in momentarily. This one for sure. Tactical timeout, so a chance to work out what the players as we get into round number 13. ESL 1 Cologne, ladies and gentlemen, it's coming. The unpause comes in. FaZe versus Liquid. Make some noise.
Hank, you're giving the guy in Croatia a run for his money.
I'm trying my best.
Counter pit this. Well, 10-2 indeed, and we go back underway. AWP, 3 of them. 1 for Alu, 1 for Kerrigan, who used to be the primary AWP player in his TSM days, Astralis days, in various situations. Stan found already and finds out exactly why he used to be a primary AWP player. It's Stanislaw down, and JDM still has his to work with. They don't have any map control with Elige. Rotating back around from the brown halls.
It was Kerrigan pushing Ivy once again. Why are Liquid not expecting this? Nico's been doing it almost every single round. This time the AWP gives it a go. First shot, even too easy. Stanislaw walks around into his crosshair, takes him down. Liquid need to shut that problem down at this point. Still winnable round, of course, but Rain so deadly towards Pop, though Kerrigan repositions towards main entrance. Round number 13. Desperate time to Liquid. I'm not sure the players, they still have their smokes to work with here, but Kerrigan could be gifted another shot here. Too easy once again. Elige walks into the crosshair.
Very slow to peek. Just made it obvious. Kerrigan, the Molotov thrown toward him, will back off, take the other side, jump across, realizes he's not going to hit that shot or that one, so waits patiently, and the patience pays off. Twist it down to Kerrigan, his 3rd in the round, nade in, he's done more damage onto JDM. And the round's pretty much wrapped up already on the secondary op of Kerrigan. Alu steals in a 4th, maybe find it on the 2nd effort. Alu gets both of those, but the ops get all 5. And yes, it's hard to watch if you're a Liquid fan.
Hard to watch.
But it's beautiful if you are a FaZe fan. 11-2.
I'm not a fan of this from Liquid. They seem like they just haven't got a response to this whatsoever. Just feeding FaZe clan, walking into that crosshairs, not really having much in terms of utility, not even holding at the start. Seems they've got an objective in mind and just forgetting the core principles of how to stop the Ivy aggression at the very start. Not even using flashbangs, not holding of the AWP, but the T-spawn position and stopping that happening. But auto sniper for Kerrigan. He's mixing things up. And it's another force buy here from Liquid. I think they're all in. They certainly are. They need these last 2 rounds. That goes without saying. Round number 14, we have Tech9s, P250s, and Nitro with the UMP. A few smokes to work with, some Molotovs as well. They need this round to go in their favor to have any chance of recovering in map number 2. So far, FaZe just running away with this one completely. Molotovs deployed. Still time to work with it though. Nitro with the UMP.
Elige will go all the way down and back to T-spawn. Around 14 and no guns other side from the UMP and a few Tech9s. Spells disaster. It also speaks to the fact that they have had 1 round, $1,400, I guess, injection of cash for the bonus that just starts over against them. This will only be the 2nd, so they'll only get 1,900 into the next round. They're going to have no guns to work with. Bomb plant imperative at this point. Run boost across. Kerrigan spots it. Repositions accordingly. He still wants the angle. Nades will land on top of him. Molotov goes behind him. Smoke, because it's body blocked, and a little further in the alley than maybe he might have thought. Backs away. Get the tack back. Tack, I think that's what chat calls it.
Yeah, that's right. Here it comes.
He's got it. But only 1 kill. Headshot on Twist. Elige beats it with the pistol. Thanks very much. And gone again. Nico finding them trying to wrap around toward B. That reveals that Stan's likely going in the ramp with the bomb, or someone is. And they'll find him 12-2.
Well, round number 15 coming in. It's 12-2, looking very likely to be 13. Has to be Tech9s once again. Liquid just haven't got anything done on this season. This is their map pick as well, just to reiterate that. Here's the replay. I think this is Nico to finish things off. M4. It's all these frags. Don't know they have to really sweat too much to pick them up. Has to be smoke execution outside. A fast one at that. Alu wide to receive. He misses the first shot. Smokes are everywhere. Need to get the early plants in here, but damage being done in considerable doses. As Nico puts it through, gets 2 frags. That could be it.
Bold from Nico. As Alu backed off the flash in, and AWP was ineffective through the smoke. It's still going to be in a position of power, trying to climb up to the control room. Spotted by Elige, but can't find the shot in return. Stan gets aggressive, but he's the only one left. He's picked up an AK. He's already tagged up through the ticket booth, pistol out. Spray him down, and 13-2 is where we will land at the half. You talked about the 4 rounds they got against Optic. I would say that's been addressed. I would say FaZe are looking like they definitely want to make another final.
They got comfortable in the second map. We saw them actually stepping up, getting aggressive. That's the lack of respect we've come to know with FaZe, pushing in and taking every single duel they can. Liquid just didn't have a response. They seem out of their depth across the board. Can they recover in the second half? I'm not so sure. We'll take a quick break and we'll go anywhere.
We get back underway and under a heavy load. Liquid get only 2 rounds in the first half of Train. FaZe come away with 13 on the CT side. They win the pistol, Henry. We know what that could mean very well on the T side especially. There's not much chance to get an early buy for the CTs if they don't pick that up.
Nice little tweet there from Skadoodle showing us how the arena did exactly look when we had the lights out. The crowd currently, he says.
That's actually perfect to show that because I think I do want to see if we can do that ESL thing. So in the back, 3 sections. Someone take E, 1 section. Someone take S, someone take L. I believe in you guys to at least have someone that's enough of a bold personality to lead that. Yes. Betway odds 1 to 9. That's almost as much as our score line, 13-2.
Well, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. All in for Liquid. Nothing to lose at this point. Might as well go for it. 2 rounds on the board. Need this pistol. It's going to be up to Alu. He's in the brown horde right now. Pistol. The Liquid chance is still going. I can still hear the belief. Did it take more than that? As the final execution commitment comes in from FaZe here. Lower ramp will be the chosen point of entry. Still have 2 smokes and the Molotovs. Molotov can be safe, but post-plant are used towards connector to stop rotations in. Looks like it might be the latter here. Carrigan holds onto it.
He's going to push very, very aggressively with double smokes down. Not only in front of the Z connector, but also by the yellow train. It puts him very, very close. Smoke dissolving ever so slightly. No, he's just on the edge of it. He's got about 6 seconds, I would say, before it does dissolve, and you want Z-Connector instead. Spars off with Nitro, who wins the duel. 2 more players up close. Careful, Keo, not to give away as he jumps around and makes a lot of noise. Twist able to find him. JDM follows up on Kerrigan. Things looking good for Liquid. They've gotten all the kills so far until Nico starts it off the other way. 1 versus 4, and look at the numbers and bodies working toward him. He can't go back up on the ledge. He can't get away from it. And Twist is able to hit the shot, so we at least have some life in the game.
We go a little bit further, it seems. Liquid with quite the convincing pistol victory there. 2 kills to Twist, JDM chiming in as well. He got a very key frag. Kerrigan, like we said, the player with the Molotov, watching for the flanks from Popdog and T-Spawn. He gets taken down, a crisp headshot, and I mean that Molotov is not a factor anymore. If Kerrigan gets that kill, JDM goes down, they potentially don't win that round. It's a good job there by the team sniper. Surely FaZe don't force into this. They get AKs in the third here. That means Liquid have to prepare for that. They can't really mess around with shotguns and MP7s. They have to get their heavy artillery out. M4A4s, a couple of UMPs as well. Interesting that JDM gets a scout. I would say just use a pistol this round and get the AWP out in the next, but we'll see what he can do with the Leicester sniper. No chance really of FaZe making a dent at this. They get the bomb down here, it's going to be towards inside. Get that lower round trade, and somehow, if one player can just get the bomb down, that's going to be amazing. You'd have AWPs yourself into round number 3. That's where FaZe will go. 1 flashbang to work with it. Flash over. See if you can get this trade. It will be indeed Stanistor. Very strong anchor on the B site. Can he get it done? Ooh, dinked up. He might go down here.
Tagged rain. Stan gets
Plant's going to work.
It is going to work. Gets inside of the Molotov. Ooh, and Rain times it well to catch off Stanislaw. However, they've lost pretty much everyone else, all except for Kiyoshima, who has just a Glock to work with. And a Glock at that range is about as good as a BB gun or a paint gun loaded with marbles. Not that people would ever do that.
Yeah, don't do that. Well, as good as it was going to get for FaZe there. They get 1 kill and the bomb down. They get a tremendous buyback going forward, and Liquid are going to know it as well. They can't keep that scout, surely, going into this round. Every round count to this point. I think JDM might consider throwing that away. I have no idea. He actually upgraded the utility, and we could see an AWP for Alu for sure. He's got $5,300. He goes to the AK instead. Want to have the 5 AK-47s with the utility to work with, the Molotovs, the smokes. And he does get the AWP. In fact, Nico drops it for him. Here we go. They did manage to distribute the funds accordingly. So Alu, AWP, and head armor as well. He'll be the focus going into this round. Up against the scout of JDM, as we said. Liquid. Back to the wall here. They've got 1 UMP, 1 scout. Up against a full buy from FaZe Gun, looking incredibly scary right now.
Alu. Waiting with the AWP on entry. When you have a lead like this and you know you only need a few rounds, the urge to finish it on the first gun round after losing the pistol is always so great that when you lose, you become very impatient, and it's easy to let mistakes creep in. Which is, I think, very often why we see comebacks that get so close and then finally the team tidies it up, puts it to bed. But it's a case that could happen here. FaZe will be very eager to get this over with. Good start by Kiyoshima to take down Stanislaw.
It's strange he's pushing that extent. They haven't really committed anywhere on the map. That's such a risk from Stanislaw to go that deep, and at least fighting back, at least very quiet game from him so far. That's a key kill to find.
Watch Twist, because he's actually backed off of the smoke and they were pushing through it. Kerrigan's made it to Old Bomb. I spotted. I was going to say, if he makes it all the way around, I think Twist heard him. Exactly that. They're going to B, and he could pinch them off completely with no information that he's there. As Alu takes down Nitro, they still work their way in. JDM, he can't find the damage. Kerrigan's going to start to head off to CT now because Twist has allowed him to do so, and Alu, therefore, is immediately into Z-Connector to flank Twist, who gets the shot onto Kiyoshima, but gets found immediately after by Nico. It's on to Elise, and the round is done. FaZe Clan will find 14.
Beautiful stuff there from FaZe. Nice little B split coming in. Some presence towards outside as well. Trying to get towards City Spawn. It wasn't really a requirement though. Kerrigan did that, pulled so much pressure away from the inside bomb site. Alu still a main entrance and outside as well. Watching for rotations. He can give calls. Everyone's going to be coming through. Popdog or City Spawn, that's the only options they have. He had it under control, and only Lee survives. JDM did what he could, Matt, to hold it off. But as we said, only that scout. Really don't like that decision to keep that weapon. It's such a key round. Anything you give away brings FaZe down in touching distance of taking this second map. I think he had to upgrade to a better weapon at that point. The M4A4 would have been good, but now the money in disarray. We do have enough for a buy just about, but have 3K per player. This play didn't make sense to me. What was the decision behind that? Like, why did he think... No one's going to be watching Popdog. They hadn't dropped smokes, they hadn't dropped flashbang, they hadn't even lined up to the smoke shot, and he just walked on the corner like that. Sure, it's a gamble that could pay off, but...
I mentioned, It is a game of like I mentioned the eagerness when you lose this first gun round and you get a little eager and overcommit. I think Stan maybe over eager to try and make the play to get Liquid back into it too soon. They're going to try and make a play now. Rushing this time. Rain set and ready. Keo to spray down. It's traded back. It goes both ways. Good information for Liquid, but they're a very thinned out unit on the defensive side.
Yeah, that doesn't actually work out too well for them at all. The fact they're on a 3-on-3 and they still have that scout up as well. Have to spread themselves between the outer and inner bomb site. FaZe obviously had the option to stick together as well. Karrigan sneaking out of Ivy. He gets legged up by the scout, but I thought he would have gone for the refrag there. It doesn't happen. JDM doing damage at least, but that gives away his position. What's the next move here as Alu comes towards main entrance? JDM smoked out, presumably can't do anything with this, and he falls back towards CD Spawn. Karrigan using it as a chance to slip in the backtracks here.
Karrigan.
Oh, fluffs it.
He actually had the aim right, and then Elise stepped off the train and threw him off. Speaking of getting thrown off, he's hitting the edge of the train with most of his bullets and gets tagged down to 2 through the edge instead. Still a chance for Alu and Nico. Watch Nico's position. Oh, he can see it, but he can't find it. JDM to 22. Alu's going to have to do it on an AWP. Twist is still a target by which the op is correct. Elige just pulled the pistol, but does he know that? Does he have the information that he's been tagged? Because again, it was through the edge of a train. It may not have been spotted.
30 seconds remain. Alu definitely capable of winning these clutch situation upgrades, if you will, to the M4A4. An open B bomb site. He's got flashbangs to work with as well. Kit's on the CT side, but Elige on 2 HP. Bomb goes down. This is for match point, series point, semi-final point, whatever you want to call it. 2v1 begins. CTs have to stick together here. They're not 100% sure it's even in her. Still walking. Now they've got the call. They have to work together at this point. Alu, no Molotov. That would be perfect. But the CTs do have one. Already Molotov up towards up. Oh, they haven't, in fact.
Correctly stated as well to say he upgraded to the M4 because now it's definite that he'll find Elige with it. Twist is trying to wait to hold the angle. He's already tagged him.
To say that if Alu finds that first kill on Twist, takes him down to 5 HP, that round's done. But a nice shot from Twist there with the AK-47. They recover on AWP as well. Money's actually a little bit broken here for the T side. Karrigan's gone all in. To his teammates join him, it seems to be the case. They get the AWP out, a couple of AKs, a couple of Tech 9s. Trying to finish this one off. They win this round. 15-5, full reset on the TD side. It's definitely justified. Huge better rounds to work with here. Famous UMP saved AKs as well. Ali looks for the first pick.
So the first pick, and nearly gets naded down. Takes a fraction of damage. Twist, be careful, my friend, because he's trying to push out Ivy. Number is just 2, but a number of players there. Push through with Tech 9 as well. They've got them on the run. They've got them on the run, but Karrigan's on his own, and he goes down. No way he was going to find more than one in that situation anyway. So positioning for Liquid prevails. It's 2 to go for FaZe this round, looking like Liquid at least have some control early on, and add to that, they've got another kill, but look at Rain. Look at Rain on the AK. Twist has to be ready for it. Swings to pre-fire, but fires down the alley rather than against the wall. It's given position of hell to Rain, which is a very powerful position, but look at the bomb back toward T-Spawn and Nitro pushing onto it. Alu's going to check it though with the AWP. Oh, shot that could have won them the round. He's not going to redress it. He's going to leave Nitro there and try and get inside of the site because he knows Rain is clearing position, but he hasn't cleared where Stan is, which takes the bomb out of Alu's hands. It lets Nitro back into the site, and JDM's able to trade back to get Rain, leaving just Kiyoshima.
Another 2 versus 1 situation to keep Liquid's head above water here. Nitro and JDM working together. Kiyoshima on abundance of time, but he's got 30 seconds here. Bomb on his back as well. Smoke to deploy, hoping that a mistake is made. The CT's once again sticking together. So Plant very likely here. Could still bail towards inside if he wants to. Doesn't look like that'll be the case. Going for the aggressive push here, trying to find the first pick. Nitro denies it, but Kiyoshima did spot him there. JDM with the AWP, trying to take him down after the bomb's planted. Hopefully he tries to get a safer position. He can head the shot.
He's going to stay on the train. Wants to take the fight, knows they're going to be pushing in. They're going to push together. He's a bit open. He has to back off. He has to hold the exact same angle. Ooh. Falls off the train. JDM misses. Now he gets a chance for escape. He pushed himself forward so that he was beside the top of the bomb train. And oh, that nade goes far, but he knows exactly where it came from. And Keo's able to take down JDM. Hold the music just yet. That's round 15, not 16, but they're 1 away.
Well, that was a huge round to win. Kiyoshima holds his nerve there in the 2 versus 1. Perfectly played. This was the kill that pretty much secured it. JDM goes to the refrag, the AWP, has to upgrade with the Famous. Sure, the nade does damage, but it gives his position away. Kiyoshima, cool as you like, manages to pull it off. Round number 21, pistols. 1 M4A4 for Twist. No defuse kits, little grenades. Surely this is it. Round number 21, Liquid haven't showed up to their map whatsoever. FaZe is dominating them in every scenario. Still a rough buy for FaZe though. Hardly helping. You can see they've got 3 AKs, a UMP, and Karrigan just down to the Tech 9. Still a chance for Liquid. They can just about win this round. It's not over just yet.
Kia with the pre-fire at ladder. I was really tempted to make the same scream back.
You wrecked my ears. So
I know, that's why I didn't do it. I'm also really loud in my own ears right now. Alu's gonna wait. Karrigan on the Tech 9. 1 M4 for Liquid. Twist playing toward the alley with it is going to get closer inside of the site. Nitro, sandwich, smoke, flash through. He's getting closer to where Alu's playing, but he's gone back around the other direction instead. Good win for JDM, but traded back by Keo and Elige, caught in the middle. It's all on to Twist. M4, who's got a chance with it, surprisingly. Nearly gets a third as Karrigan beats him with the Tech 9. It puts us to stand on a 5-7 and puts FaZe 1 kill away from making it into a semi-final, being our 3rd team. Our 8th team to make it to the playoffs, surprisingly. But our 3rd team potentially to make it to a semi. Hold your breath, because Stan with armor has picked up a kill, but he's looked the wrong way. Karrigan's got him. 16-5, FaZe win map 2.
Dominant performance there from FaZe, looking much better. They've had their ups and downs this tournament. This was certainly a peak. Looking clinical in the first half. The CT side performance was fantastic. Pushing the Ivy, pushing main entrance, not letting Liquid do anything on their T side. It looked stifled, overwhelmed. And that's what we've come to expect of FaZe. This tournament haven't impressed me, but this is back to business as usual. Liquid on their own map, they're going to be picking up 5 rounds. Disappointing to see it wasn't as climatic as it could have been, but still, you can't argue with some of the numbers that FaZe were posting. Nico especially, Rain looked fantastic, and Kiyashima back-to-back clutches as well. Very good step from him. And you can see the dejected Liquid there, but commiserations to them. 3-0 in the groups, look great, but taken down by FaZe eventually.
Taken down by FaZe indeed, and they are looking alive in the playoffs. 2-0 to start it off against Liquid into the semifinals. Convincing at that. Back up their gear very diligently. Liquid will do the same. Looks like Nico wants to speak with Paul, but I am impressed by pretty much everyone. Everyone had a moment on that game, and Nico especially has been quiet in this event, but certainly turned it on today.
Absolutely. Always going to be dangerous in these sort of tournaments. That CT side aggression, it has shut them down. He was finding opening picks left, right, and center. They looked a little bit quiet on overpass, I have to say, but they managed to put it together and actually put on a really convincing performance. They're going to be gunning for the #1 position here at this tournament now. They're back, and they're looking fierce.
Well, Nico is with Red Eye on stage, and I'm looking forward to hearing exactly what they have to say about it. A dominant performance.
Yes, thanks very much, StatTrak. It's with Nico. Congrats, first of all. Straightforward victory in the end. Talk us through your thoughts on going into the game, how difficult they were to play, and whether you came out of it thinking, yep, that's pretty much what we expected.
Yeah, we went pretty confident into this match. We knew that we should have won this one, so we knew that we were going to play much better than we did in the group stage, and we just delivered our game, and I hope that we're going to keep the same game for semi-finals as well, and yeah, we just played our game.
Lots of FaZe fans here down the front, all waiting for you and cheering you on through the match. Does that help?
Yeah, thanks for supporting, guys. We really appreciate it. You are our sixth mate.
Yeah, I don't think you're second, mate. I think you've got a couple of those in the team. How are you playing yourself? How do you feel? There's no one here. There's no one watching right. It's just me and you. Just tell me, how are you playing?
How I'm playing?
How are you doing?
Like me?
Yeah.
I'm doing or playing?
Both.
Both. I'm doing great.
Good.
Obviously.
How are you playing?
I'm playing even better.
He is playing very well. Ladies and gentlemen, FaZe are your next semi-finalists.
official Pay Safeguard post-match breakdown.
FaZe Clan on track to continue what is an untarnished record of grand finals in the offline events they've attended since the addition of the Bosnian Bulldozer. Nico, you heard from him with Paul. He's playing better than ever and feeling even better so. And now you can see you guys and the FaZe fans on Twitter have been voicing their happiness and perhaps disdain. Liquid unable to do too much. They managed to acquire 14 rounds across 2 maps. It's certainly not good enough for them to get to those semi-finals, and they will be unable to replicate some of the successes that organization has found in this very arena. Joining me is Freiberg and Chad, and of course otherwise known as Sponge. And Adam, straight to you. This is over quick. That was a full series, and it feels like it's barely began before it finished.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the second map just wasn't in FaZe favor. Train, we talked about it before.
Sure.
It's a map they feel confident on, and everyone in FaZe has played great. Yeah, I mean, it's not really much to talk about. They just kind of, like Chad said before, they're kind of like disrespecting Liquid in a way, it felt like.
Absolutely. Now, of course, talking of just how speedy that was, Nico and Kyo firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, for sure. And talking about quickies, Alex, the pace of that game was something which was very impressive, right? And I have a little Telestrator clip here to demonstrate the masterclass that was FaZe demonstrating, you know, the dictating of pace. So if we pause it right now, let's just set this up. I want to have a discussion here with Adam. So as you can see right now, this is after we settled into the first real gun round, right? So as you can see here, this is the standard 1-player solo inside, locking down that bomb site, and then you've got another 3 players in the yard, and then 1 player caretaking Ivy. So normally what you want to happen in this situation is your players are all going to push up close. You're going to be playing up close, get in these kind of positions so that you can stop any mid-round aggression and really block them out. And we were speaking in the pre-match about you want to go inside early to force them to be honest and play another player inside with poor little Kyo here. So if we continue to play out the clip, they go for a really poor decision, in my opinion, on what to do on the first gun round. They just basically rush hard out. You see 1 player goes down to utility usage just on T-mid, and then they come out of a smoke. FaZe are all set up. There's so many people there to take them down, and it's just an absolute slaughter. If we can keep the minimap up for a second, Adam, I don't know about you, but what I think, you know, obviously we talk about doing the inside thing to draw that player. But if we do something a little bit different and you put pressure on the normal setup, you let the rounds slow down a little bit, you go and you put pressure on Ivy, you don't really need to do a lot in team at the start, right? And you put a little bit of pressure on Pop and you put a little bit of pressure on Brown. What you want to do against a team like FaZe, in my opinion, is make them use their utility and make them get strung out and get a little bit edgy, and hopefully you can find a pick. But in this situation, going hard out just means that they're going to have full control for the rest of the half, in my mind. Because what we saw happen was then FaZe were able to play 2 people inside, knowing that the next little draw card was going in, right? They were 1 step ahead. So what do you reckon you'd do as the first gun round, or what would be something that NIP in the past would have led towards?
I mean, I've always been a fan of just doing a default especially in the first weapon round, right? Just spread out on the map, just making sure they don't push or get any information, and then you'll probably do either a A or B hit. As you said, I prefer also to go B, especially in the beginning of the match. Just the same as you said, that, I mean, the CTs will have to play 2 guys inside B. So in the future, after you've been maybe a successful B hit, I mean, the CTs will be afraid of that. And even if you stay like all quiet all around the map, the CTs will most likely play 2 guys inside B, and you can fake it, you can go A, you don't even have to fake it just to take over Brown House, right? And I mean, explained great by you, Shad, here.
To be devil's advocate for a moment, if you are Liquid, I don't blame them for being slightly tentative and scared of pushing inner, because Kyo was hanging out there. Kiyoshima, the scary Frenchie, as they were described by his teammates, describing him as someone that wants to prove the other French teams wrong and continuously outplacing them as of late. And this is some of the damage that he did to them when they did try to push in towards it. I mean, look at this. Alu and him as a very scary crossfire. You'll see this. He turns his attention towards ramp, and guess who's holding upper for him? It's Alu, babysitting those 2 angles.
Yeah, I'd definitely put Kiyoshima as the MVP of this train game. I mean, it just feels like he's so comfortable playing the B-bomb site. And I mean, just getting all these frags and the important rounds as well. I mean, we talked about like Liquid maybe needed a good start because FaZe had the momentum coming in from Overpass, right? And I mean, they won the pistol round, Liquid, but then the same happened like it happened on Overpass, where they just lost the second round or a forced buy, and then just FaZe took over the whole game and just kept on rolling, right? So I think, I mean, as Liquid as a team going after this game, I would probably, I mean, just making sure that if we lose one of these force buys, like how do we get out of this, like don't fall and just lose round after round after round. I mean, I'm impressed by teams who loses a force round, then buys up themselves and just punches back at the other team.
I mean, that's not something you can teach, right? That's just something you have to have within yourself. You have to have a player that can be unfazed, pun not intended, against the will of your opponents.
Yeah, and I think you can look at it two different ways. To be confident in your teammates, you definitely want to force buy back and show, hey, look, we can get this economy back in our way. Exactly. But sometimes in certain situations, especially in the first half, maybe it's not such a bad thing on a map like Train, maybe Overpass Nuke, where you do need a lot of utility to actually take a knee, take the eco, build up that economy and go from there. But we definitely had the discussion in Renegades, right? The guys are like, hey, Chad, we're fed up of just taking just P250 and no Kev ecos. Let's actually force buy and show, hey, we do have aim, we can play your level of Counter-Strike, and you can't disrespect us. Didn't work too well for us, but I'm sure a team with a bit more firepower might be able to get away with it.
Sure, I mean, if you want firepower, the stats don't lie. You'll see it beneath you now. Rain had over 100 ADR for a series. Sure, a map, but to do so over the two, Liquid just had to bend the knee to consistent damage from Rain. And what's interesting to me is he's someone that's not necessarily at the top of the scoreboard. I mean, he's fragging, sure, but when you look at the ADR, sometimes there is an unsung hero element to that average damage per round, right, Freiburg? There is some players, whether be it HEs, be it tagging and not committing to a frag, there is something more to it.
Sure, I mean, you talk about like rating and getting kills, but you also maybe Rain is one of those that gets killed a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, eventually I don't think that he's the first guy rushing in all the time, but I mean, as an entry fragger, just seeing like how much damage someone does, like it really shows that how much you actually do for your team, kind of. I mean, you can have a negative KD, but you can still also had a very big impact in a game by just maybe getting a clutch, maybe getting like pistol run skills. I mean, stats, I like it, but it's not always correct. Showing
Don't tell the whole picture, do they? It's not fantastic.
Yeah, the stats can sometimes not lie, but deceive.
White lies.
White lies.
A player
half
that
lies, some would describe them as. Right, Freiburg, I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
Yeah, well, a player that doesn't lie is Nico. I mean, he's always getting good stats, and he's always playing well. So
yes,
I'll give that to Nico. He's always performing. What a player to have in your team, and what a pickup by FaZe a few months ago.
Certainly worth his money and more, and they're getting closer to the money themselves, of course. Grand Finals not yet, but they are in the semis, and FaZe continue this untarnished record so far of these offline performances. We'll be seeing more from them tomorrow. They're done. Now they'll be getting themselves some kip, and you guys can't yet. Strap yourselves in. More Counter-Strike on the way. In fact, SK and Optic are coming up next. Some people are feeling skeptical. Some would say skoptical about this next matchup, but we'll find out how it goes down after the break.
Simple just jumping, catches it inside. He's going to fall down again. Place there, Simple just jumping, catching it into the side. He's going to fall down again.
Go to snipe.tv now and never miss the action.
Right now, I would say we're not in the best shape. We still have to fix a lot of stuff, and our roster has a lot of work to be done, actually. We just actually brought in a coach. It hasn't been announced yet, but I think that will be helpful for us. At this event, we just want to try to do our best and make the best of it. Playing in front of the crowd is always an amazing experience. They give you a lot of energy, it helps momentum, and it's just a different experience I can't explain exactly than playing at home, or for example, or in a studio. Seeing all the fans in front of you, it's really breathtaking. We don't have anything special prepared. I think our game plan is to basically focus on playing our own game and playing to our strengths and how we feel we play best. So we don't want to go too in-depth to anti-shredding.
Getting to hear from Optic's new in-game leader, the North Americans, one of 3 that made it to the playoffs. Every single representative of North America stood on this stage. Optic are the last to take to it, and they'll be doing so shortly. For now, though, their opponent could not get much tougher. It is none other than the Brazilians, the only team to do oh so much in Counter-Strike 2, back-to-back majors and more. ESL 1 Cologne as well, where they really locked in their title as the world's best, the Brazilian era of Counter-Strike as it was dubbed at the time. And now, sharing the desk with me for ESL 1 Cologne 2017, got myself Sponge and YNK to talk through this one. And sometimes I find it very interesting when you go into a matchup that there is a very predetermined result in a lot of people's minds. People are expecting this to be somewhat of a walkover, and what better way to check it than Betway's odds. We'll see exactly what they are doing over in the sponsorship side of things. They're going to be giving us a, well, yeah, similar to FaZe actually.
That's actually, it's less. So they're favored a little bit more than Liquid was going up against FaZe.
I mean, that's giving Optic some credit, of course,
There's a bit of hope there.
For their performances so far. They are here for a reason, Chad, and I think that's where I'd like to start this discussion.
Yeah, I want to quickly touch on something. You know, do you know what Tarek is affectionately known as in the North American scene?
Tell me.
Unfortunately, it's peanut brain, but I think if they have a good showing here, he's already done a great job in-game leading. That's going to have to change to maybe Brainiac, or I don't know, what's bigger than a peanut?
Crank.
Maybe like a walnut?
Walnut? Yeah. Crank?
Oh, come on, guys. I'm trying to have some fun.
It was from Ninja Turtles. Never mind.
Oh, damn.
Oh, the brain in the guy.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, all right, Yanko.
Yes.
I don't know how you guys
reference game on point.
Reference game on point,
yeah,
man.
Good stuff by you.
I shredded that job.
I think I just derailed your whole question, Alex. You want to try again?
Yeah, should we try again?
Yeah, let's do it again.
All right. So, hey, Chad.
Yeah.
Optic are here for a reason, aren't they?
Yeah, damn straight. They had a really good showing in that group stage, upset North on Cobblestone in the opening round, which I think set the tone for the rest of the tournament for them. And then the biggest one was that win against FaZe, which was I have no idea what to say about that one.
Well, I mean, you keep calling him Peanut Brain, but it's not all Legume and Doom.
I don't like how it turned into Chad, like making up this nickname for Tarek and single-handedly calling him all the time Peanut Brain.
I'm sick of it, but it's not all Legume and Doom, Yanko. What I do want to focus on is, of course, the fact that there was a cloud of negativity surrounding the North American roster. This is worth recapping. We may not see Optic again. We very well could. But they had the disappointment, of course, of well, Hayes joined the roster and his tweets afterwards saying we can't win a single thing with me in the roster. Now they find themselves in the playoffs of a very stacked kind of major tournament.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of, I mean, you need to be fair to Hayes and say that he was there just to step in when they needed someone, basically because Jason Ari didn't work out for him. That's when Hayes, as a coach, it was the natural choice for them. You don't really have that many players in the North American scene to pick from that could play in the major qualifier cycles as well. You need to remember that too. Unfortunately, Optic didn't manage to make the major. They had actually an abysmal showing, 0-3 in Bucharest. So that's why everyone coming into this tournament was expecting them to as well just bomb out, and then they can focus on the future and maybe make some potential roster changes, or a potential shuffle happens in North America, and they can actually form a functional roster yet again.
Do you feel, Yanko, because you were there in Bucharest, do you think it's that they were trying to be something they're not? Like, the skill in this team is obviously there, right? And we've seen them in the past, especially when they won the E-League Season 2, right? It was because of individual players and really good instincts that they had good results?
I think they were just completely shaken by that first loss to Penta. I think they lost all confidence after that game, and you could see how, you didn't see Mixwell picking up the AWP all the time. He wasn't having a lot, if any, impact. Rush for a while has been underwhelming until this tournament, perhaps, and most of the time it was just flashes from Nav here and there that were the positive side for that Optic Gaming roster.
I mean, you know, SK's group stage was a little naff themselves. They couldn't quite get everything into place. I mean, let's not forget, this was down to the wire, last chance saloon versus Fnatic in order to actually get to this stage. So it's not necessarily like they've been looking like the SK that we've seen perhaps take to the stage here before.
Fallen did an interview of some variety where he was saying that he thinks this format favors the underdog too much.
Sure.
And the reason that is because, you know, you're only going to be playing a very limited map pool every time. You can basically get away with this format only preparing 3 maps at most. So that means as an underdog, you can come in and just prep for those 3 maps, which there's no reason that the top teams can't do that, but maybe they feel that they have, you know, that they need to just play more of a cocky brand of Counter-Strike. But yeah, it was a really rough time for them, and it's surprising to say the least. But you know, FaZe had a rough time as well, and they just came out swinging. So I think SK are going to, you know, mimic that.
Yeah, and there is a reason that these guys are so feared, seen as the one of at this point in time. Are we waiting for the major before I can call them the world's best team?
Well, I think we would go with Astralis, you know, being the reigning champions, like you like to coin it, and then probably SK based off form. I would consider the best at the moment. Yeah,
so currently, given the fact that they've come to Europe and already taken 2 trophies, looking to make this their 3rd before Krakow the 4th. Yes, currently the best competing team in Counter-Strike going up against Optic, who couldn't make it to the major itself. Maps, though, could play a part. We talked about the power of the maps in the best of 1. Best of 3, perhaps a little less to be debated, but we will start to discuss them. Where do Optic take this one, gentlemen?
I mean, wherever they take it, it's going to be a tough situation. You feel like they have to go with the Mirage veto. SK is going to go with Nuke because they have no reason to do otherwise. And this is where Optic, the last time they met in Sydney, picked Train and they got crushed 16-1 on that map. I think they might go for Cobblestone this time around because they've had a good showing on the map in this tournament, and maybe just, you know, switching from what did not work for them in Australia. On the other side of things, for SK, it's also a bit interesting. We actually see that Optic goes for Overpass instead of a Mirage ban, so SK, without any hesitation, goes straight into that pick. They don't care if, you know, obviously if Optic is going to let Mirage through, they are going to expect SK to pick it. But SK just has so much confidence on the map, and they're individually so comfortable on it that they don't really care how much preparation you can do against them. They're going to pick it regardless. And actually, it's neither Train or Cobblestone. Optic goes for a cash pick.
Now, there is some theory behind this, right, Chad? I can imagine you've just made the same similar connections to
I guess it's the weakness that they saw when they went up against Space Soldiers, right? That was the map that they lost earlier on in the tournament. It's something which, if you can get off to a good start on a map like Case, you're going to have a really good time, right? Yeah. So maybe they think that they can try and replicate what Space Soldiers did to them, but knowing Fallen, they probably plug those holes immediately after that loss.
Yeah, I mean, recently, going from the DreamHack Summer to ESL 1 Cologne, their cash record had actually been rather gloomy for SK. I think it was something like they played it 5 times, lost it 3. So it's not been fantastic. Don't quote me verbatim on that, but it is certainly it's significant.
They had some good games on cash, most notably at ECS finals, the game against G2 in groups. They completely dismantled G2. But the main thing here is, for me, that this is basically a 180-degree turn from the maps that they played in Sydney, right? They played Train and Overpass, more tactical maps. You need to be strong on the T side, and that's where SK just completely destroyed Optic with aggression on the CT side. Mirage and Cash are maps where you can go for more scrappy plays, looser play style, something more simple, like, you know, on Mirage, just pop flash over ramp, try to go for something aggressive. And Optic 100% has to play with courage here. They cannot play scared. They cannot walk around the map and necessarily go for that slow style, because that's where individuals like Fur and Phelps are in their comfort zone, and, you know, they can destroy much stronger teams than Optic on these maps.
And that's where I'd like to take this conversation now as we prepare for Mirage. We have talked about it perhaps to no end, but Mirage, SK, and aggression seem to be quite a topic of discussion and topic of contention.
Against Fnatic, we saw Fur everywhere. Underpass pushing top mid, pushing A apps dry, just wide peeking like no problem at all. Then you get Fallen and Phelps both playing in that limbo area just in front of that A ramp, so when the execute comes over, they're in a position where they're always going to grab one. They're going to make your life difficult and allow time for their teammates to rotate in. The thing is, if you're going to be Optic and you're going to play a structured style of Counter-Strike, you're going to get punished for that because you're going into your position for the execute or whatever strat you want to do, and they're just trying to stop you from doing that at every cost. So I think exactly what Yanko's saying, this needs to be more of a free-flowing, instinct-based game of Counter-Strike for Optic, which isn't the beautiful Counter-Strike which I really love, but it's the only way that I think they can be competitive.
So what I'm hearing, in my chat translator, I'm hearing Optic just have to play some North American Counter-Strike,
yeah,
play a Pug versus SK on a stage like this?
There has to be obviously an idea within the round, right? And they need a voice to be guiding them mid-round, but they need to just play to their strengths, which I think is, you know, getting Rush in there, making sure he has a really good start, those little bits of brilliance coming in from Naf, which we see every now and again. And then Tarek, he's always been on I guess the cusp of being a really a star in North America, right? But he never lived up to the potential. So if he in this game can do that, going up against the likes of Coldzera, Fur, and Phelps, that'll be impressive.
I think that's a big problem with Fur. You know that he's going to come, but you don't know where. And what can you do if he can go apps, underpass, top mid, you know, aggression of any sort? That's the problem. If you just try and wait for it and prepare for it, that gives so much room to SK to work with, to gain information, to gain map control, to save nades. If you go for an execute-heavy style, if you're getting picked off like you should, we saw how good they can be at executing retakes versus Fnatic time and time again, almost looking like they were doing it effortlessly, basically. So I don't know, against Mirage, it's very difficult to find an answer for any team how to play it against SK.
SK looking very intimidating on, admittedly, most maps in the pool, but Mirage specifically from our panel. And word on the street is, I'm going to take a walk. The casters are going to be guiding you through this one. Gentlemen, it's been so much fun. Well, I'll go check it out, shall I? All right. Please so, I mean, as the panel's already made it clear, this is going to be sweet or savory. Will it be for South or will it be for North America? And talking of sweet, who better than the creamy couple? Pansy.
I knew there was something. I saw Chad laughing before you even got here. I was just like,
they've
got something
we
planned
were not
here.
in cahoots. There was nothing.
All right.
He just gave me a smirk and I was like, I know what he wants. I had to deliver.
Sounds like cahoots, actually.
Oh, yeah.
That is kind of cahoots.
Unspoken cahoots.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still cahoots.
Fine. I'll give you that one.
Let's move along.
Let's move along. Now, Jason, you've always been flying that North American flag when possible. Hey.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. You've got that C9s in the semi-finals. However, I'm sure you, as anyone, will be able to acknowledge. The desk has said it already. Odds are stacked against Optic.
The Cinderella story is over, I think, Alex.
Okay.
I think it's about to turn back.
The playoffs was enough for you.
That pumpkin is about to pop back out.
Okay. SK are forced to be feared. The guys on the desk, Lauren, were talking about just how scary that CT aggression is, right? Like SK just get in your grill and don't even let you set anything up. I mean, you've had an opportunity to see that. Is it as scary in your mind?
We've seen it throughout this tournament. There was a couple of hiccups, of course. The ridiculous OTs. They've not been the SK of yesteryear, of course, but you can't mess with it on this stage, right? This is where they become even more of a beast, right? Yeah. Whereas Optic, how many times are they going to play in a stadium like this and feel experienced and comfortable? They do need to play that puggy brand of CS and be able to do something that simply SK can't handle.
Yeah, what do you make of this discussion? Because, I mean, I told you I had my Chad translator on. Chad translator on. And he simply said that they're going to have to play their brand, in his mind, a bit puggy, a bit loose, a bit fun.
Well, Chad also has a thing that you can translate. They're going to get, I think, fisted is the word. I think that's exactly what's about to happen. This is going to be very, very rough.
Very rough.
It's not going to go well.
Okay.
I'm glad you said
Lauren,
that, Jason.
Cover your ears.
I'm very innocent.
I'm sorry about that, yeah. Innocent Pansy needs to take a break. She's going to go get some cold water on her face.
Why are you laughing?
Yeah. You, be quiet. You've got some casting to do. You guys at home stay seated, because when we come back, you can see them. They're waiting in the wings. They're going to be meeting Lanxess after a short interlude. SK Optic after this.
I swear I thought that just meant repeated punches.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ESL One Cologne 2017. I am sad to report that this is the final quarterfinal of the day. But fear not, because we've got two fantastic teams to bring you action on this very stage. The former world champions, double world champions from 2016. Winners here 12 months ago at ESL One Cologne go head to head with a team who have exceeded expectations in every way. They are the underdogs. This is David versus Goliath. And welcome to the arena, SK Gaming and Optic Gaming. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Once more, the final quarter-final will play out between Optic Gaming and SK Gaming.
Cologne's current champions, SK Gaming versus Optic Gaming.
You know what, I am a fan of an underdog story, but I think this might be that one step too far.
Yeah, I mean, they've already done a great job in getting here. Let's not take that away. I mean, this is something that, especially after the major qualifier where they look so dysfunctional, this is like an exceptional performance for them to even get into the playoffs. Play on this stage, it's a great honor, a lot of experience as well. And more importantly, like, with all the kind of feelings about this team and how poorly they've played recently, it's good to have something going forward where you can point at and say, this is what we do well and this is what we need. You need to have some of that positive to be able to figure out what you're really lacking. So, I mean, at least Optic is here on the stage and they can test some things out. This Puggy style that they're going to have, though, just naturally out of TeraK being a new in-game leader, of these pieces just kind of coming together and relying on skill, I don't think that's going to match up well against SK. You need to have a plan for when Fur's aggression works out. You need to have a plan of how to recover from those situations.
And I'd love to be proven wrong. I dare Optic to prove me wrong. I genuinely do. I'd love to see a very competitive match. But you feel that SK, as said, only go from strength to strength when they get into situations like this. You put them on a big stage, they don't just deliver, they go further. They find more to go to. We've seen somewhat of a weakened SK throughout the groups, and the matches leading up to this point, it hasn't been flawless. It hasn't been the brand of CS that you necessarily instantly associate with SK Gaming. So there is hope, but it's so fragile and small for Optic to do much with.
Yeah, the tough part is this becomes a whole new team when you get them in best of threes, when you get them in series play, when you get them on a stage as well. This is a whole different squad, and we saw the difference between FaZe in the group stage and FaZe here in the quarterfinals, and it's night and day. So, I mean, you have to imagine SK is going to step up in a similar fashion. Tough part is, like, there's just so many players, like, there's very few players in the world, much less on Optic, who can match Fur and coldzera and Fallen. Like, those three players alone just do things that, like, 99% of even the other professional players can't handle and can't do.
No, so even with that Puggy style that could maybe make them feel comfortable or give them a very one-for-one chance to a degree, you'd still chip it towards SK even on the best of times. But these are the situations where we can get proven wrong. These are the moments where things can change and we look like complete idiots, and I'd want that to happen. I want to see something brilliant out of Optic, but you look at those odds, even at the start of the game.
Felt a bit generous, if I'm honest.
Yeah, it really was.
I mean, this is going to have to be like a Herculean individual effort. There's going to have to be some crazy performance. There's going to have to be phenomenal mid-round calls, as the war horn sounds. But there's going to have to be some great calling from the side of Optic, some great mid-round decisions on top of someone like Mixwell, someone like Rush, just having flat out the game of their life. Think NAF at like the E-League finals. Like that needs to happen as that hard carry.
Braveheart might be able to carry Optic through this for now, but we'll see if it continues throughout the rest of the map. We are live into the game. Optic will be starting this one up on the CT side. SK Gaming to bring it all as they begin on T.
Yeah, the bomb's going to be dropped way back towards T-spawn, spread out across the map, everyone taking a location, making sure there's no aggression. Because SK realizes as well, this kind of a match, the best way for Optic to try and get the upper hand in these rounds is doing something creative, doing something sneaky, doing something that, you know, that they're not expecting. So at the moment, keeping their eyes on everything. It actually looks like StatTrak might just oblige them.
If you're Optic, you've got to be calm under these situations as well. You can't let SK get into your head. Even early game, them playing slow and building into it, daring Optic to try and make that first move. You've got to be able to just chill out for now and wait for SK to a degree.
There's nothing more nerve-wracking in a match like this than the pistol round being this slow with no one seeing anything on the Optic side of things. That's when you start to question. That's when you're kind of trying to figure out exactly what's about to happen to you. It's going to increase the nerves just a little bit.
But it is going to be looking like that B hit. You've got a quick rotate possibly coming out from Mixwell if he needs to. He can jump up through to ladder room. You've got two players playing very close by here. StatTrak will be the first port of call. As now, contact is made, he spots two, maybe more, and the hit will begin. Hazed falls back, and he knows what's coming his way now.
Yeah, he's got to do a lot, though. This could be a double kill. There's very low. That's Phelps, but he can't find the kill. Now swarming into the bomb site. Rush is here, though, but they're missing everything. Oh! What a spin! Rush recovers. I don't know how he's done that. But staying alive for the moment, 2 bullets. He's trying to buy time for this flank coming in.
Yeah, Mixwell can be integral to this. There he is. He strikes, and there it is. Optic get the first one on the board. It's a step. It's a small one, but it's in the right direction.
How has Rush done that? Not only the saving kill, but just with 2 bullets left, he even adds 1 more onto it under so much pressure. But SK weren't aggressive enough in hunting him down. He was allowed a lot of time to recover there. Quite nice from Rush. 2 kills on the round. That B stack ends up favoring Optic in the end.
Okay, SK just testing the waters. Same sort of look, but a faster pace now. Splitting in through underpass, a flash toward B, but the rest posturing towards A, as we do already see a little bit of an, I wouldn't say necessarily information play, but a bit of a probing play from Hazed. Has to be a little bit cautious. No one's really watching Connector at the moment. That could be an issue. Mixwell and Rush aren't far, but his back's rather open.
Bomb again dropped towards T-spawn, so interesting. If SK decides to commit, that would be a little bit of a mistake on their part. Mixwell's going to get the opening kill, aggressive towards Connector, and there's Rush in the window room as well. Optic challenging all across the map and losing a couple in the end. They started off so well, but it's been traded down to a 3-on-3, and this is where things get tough. This is where SK can really, really outplay you.
The bomb should come into play eventually if Optic can last that long, but StatTrak's in a fight with Fallen. He's just not going to win, it seems, and Naf now has to respond accordingly. Flash comes in. Ramp is completely flooded with players as well. You can see him over by Tetris. That's called Zera as Naf finds position by the boxes. And now Rush trying to get involved, but caution aired here as Naf waits for the final player. It is Tarko with a deagle, a 1v2. Certainly viable, just needs that one shot to land cleanly, and he's not going to get it done. Naf there secures the round, but costly at best.
Yeah, costly, but they're going to be all right with it because SK invested a lot as well. No chance of them, I mean, no plant as well with the bomb being dropped so far back, so no real chance of SK buying into this one. That'd be a little bit crazy. Maybe a bit too aggressive with the money at this stage in the game, certainly. But yeah, I mean, you could see in that 3-on-3 when things slowed down, that's when SK really, really kind of mind games. You could see StatTrak with the overextension. The problem with that kind of a play is just, it doesn't feel like an overextension at the time, right? Because no one knows what's going on. Nobody has any idea what's happening across the map. So StatTrak's just feeling like he's going to try and find some information, but just completely caught off guard.
Yeah, things get a little bit changed up when you get to situations like this, but Mixwell spawning out towards mid. There could be that boost coming through. Fur and Phelps can help the pinch in, but Pistols is only beside SK. They don't have much more. Phelps is still going to make a play happen, and he gets an M4 out of it. That's a worry. It scares me when Optic are like this, but I guess in a way they need this aggression to a degree. They want to play that kind of overzealous Puggy style. You make some severe losses, but SK can punish this at maybe a different conjecture. This isn't the moment for it, but so you've got to be keeping that in the back of your mind.
It's the old cliche, right, where Optic really do have to force SK to respect him. If they don't in these early stages of this match into the opening gun rounds, it could just be a landslide. But the tough part is with Phelps salvaging this M4, oh, that's almost a kill. It could have been. But, I mean, that's when it starts to get expensive. In this round, if Phelps is able to add some kills onto it, Taco with the deagle can't recover the aim punch. They know exactly where Phelps is as well, so it shouldn't be a whole lot of danger, but he does get one, can almost get two. Rush there, and I think Phelps thinks he has him a little bit lower. But still a chance to take some economy out of the hands of Optic.
This is getting so costly. The bomb's in a terrible spot, and there it is. Hazed Going to secure the first 3. They recover the guns as well, so they keep some of those rifles up. A little low on Mixwell, but he can be dropped out. But first 3 on the board, Jason. You know, we said this is a long road for Optic. They've got to keep this up. This is the first real test. SK now with a decent buy, not perfect by any degree. A Galil in the hands of Fallen, so operating than less than optimal. But this is where the real test starts.
Yes, it certainly does, and they're going to be aggressive with it. They want to take control. Once again, force the respect. There's the up from Mixwell. It misses, but the push up. Phelps stops it cold. Rush gets one, but can't trade off the other. Mid control for SK. I think Optic's got to back off this now in a 3-on-4, but Naf adds one more before he does so. That's quite nice.
Yeah, keeping it even, and especially with Tarek staying alive, that's so important. He was almost caught there. You saw Fur have a second to maybe make something happen, but no, for now, SK do gain mid control, but they've lost a lot for it. Now, the rest of Optic don't really have much information as to where the rest of them are, but they're being a bit aware of it now as Mixwell strikes. Fallen goes down, and we're down to 2 players called Zero and Fur. This could be massive. Bomb spotted too, surely. And the other 2 players for Optic just split on the extremities. Naf even going for a bit of a walkabout.
All right, so run boost over the mid-cross. They do have a smoke to use for that on Fur. Maybe not wanting to give it up quite yet, but either way, the op isn't peeking it at the moment. And for now, the big play coming in is Naf and T-Spawn. Yeah, that mid-control is very, very costly for SK. It's all about Optic finding a way to get information, to be able to sync up with teammates. At the moment, Tarek and Naf are working well together despite being on other sides of the map, just to clear out those B apartments. Even Mixwell with a lean over.
Yeah, Naf has kind of herded his way around, allowing Tarek to get the information that he's gathering. No one directly watching B yet, but they're very prepared for it. Old Zero could be in for a surprise if Naf gets his skates on, but timing is everything. 20 seconds now, they know it's got to be B, and they line up, and Naf right in the back here, keeping hopes alive for the North American side. It looked a bit dicey there, but SK get dealt with.
Yeah, it took him a long time to get there, and that was just, that's Optic just making those plays on the map, just feeling very proactive, very comfortable, not feeling any pressure whatsoever, knowing that if they just say spread out 3 people across the map the way they were originally, they're just going to end up losing that round. It was just a matter of time. So finding the info and making the correct rotations. 4-0. Continuing to surprise is Optic.
Hey, you know, we've just been underestimating them, you know? They were waiting, building up to this.
That's fair play.
Look, I just want to see when you start having hope. That's the thing that I'll enjoy.
When you hear the hope in my voice.
Exactly, and then I watch it being torn away by SK. That's what I really enjoy about these matters. But that's a long way off yet. 4 rounds is great. It's good when you're an underdog. But it's nowhere near close enough to get you winning a game against SK Gaming.
You just feel it's always what happens in some of these matches. You feel like there's always that one force buy, that one anti-eco that goes sideways that just kind of ruins the entire half. This one could be it. Armor and pistols bought up, 4 smokes as well. This is very similar to the pistol round though, and also, I mean, the first gun round, I mean, just kind of watching these spots at the opening, and this is now under a minute left, and SK still haven't made their move.
Finally, the smoke towards top mid goes out, but I don't know how much else they really have to work with. There's no one really easily picked up unless Optic do something ridiculous. I hope that Mixwell does nothing to let this fall, and Taco starts a little bit of a look. Good shot towards Phelps. Waits for the play out of Palace, a good read as well. But while this happens, it's all but a ruse. As said, it's going to be that B hit. 3 players come through. Tarek in a great spot there. Controls the spray well. And SK are getting nothing. Ooh, out of bullets, but it doesn't matter. Support arrives in time. Rush to the rescue. And Optic make it to 5.
It's actually a pretty good call from SK. They actually pulled the rotation off the B bomb site. Rush started to rotate. He even dipped further back towards CT spawn. So there's a small pocket there for SK to hit, but they kind of missed that timing. As soon as Phelps got taken down, Rush rotated back towards the B bomb site, realizing Taco is the only player at A. So back onto the rifles, 5-0. Fallen on the AWP, plenty of utility. Mixwell taking a blind shot into the smoke.
Oh,
that's an awkward flashback.
Nailed it. Question is, Jason,
yes.
When do you start getting excited for a CT side here? When's that marker?
16?
That just gets you a little... You're literally waiting that long. You're so used to the NHO. It's like, nah, if I don't see that 16, didn't happen.
Well, we'll wait, because we know SK is like the masters of adapting to adversity, right? I mean, they always do it against the best teams in the world. They find a way to put rounds on the board. So you have to imagine at some point, no matter how successful Optic is, they're going to find a way to get enough rounds going into the second half. The question is always, does Optic have that presence? Does Optic have that ability to do it with all the kind of disadvantages they have?
Well, Fallen gets thrown towards middle, but no one's playing it this time for Optic. They're looking for something different. 4 players stacked towards A, maybe a read, maybe just a feeling. Maybe just cautious of trying to fight SK in middle. Never an easy task. Good flash comes in, hinders Rush from being able to see anything. Fur, Phelps, Fallen, and Coldzera start to gain that control, but yet no frags on the board. 45 seconds now.
Oh, this is quite cool. Hayes, it's all on timing, and that one's not with him, unfortunately. Taco is way, way deeper in Palace than he expected. Now, SK is poised to do this. This could just be a disaster. 4 players in connector. Phelps boosted up in window. Mixwell's looking the wrong way. There's Phelps. Again, the timing is just working out. Rush is feeling so, so lonely, and he spots one out. Did they not see him? Fallen could go for free here, and he's going to get the planner at the very least, and there's Naf to chime in.
It's all falling apart. How has no one seen Rush? How has he been allowed to do this? This 2v2 is more than possible. Look at the play coming in from short. That's Tarek. He can find Fallen, or he should find Fallen. There it is. Now the 1v1. Phelps. Can he keep it together under this pressure? No is the answer. Rush does something incredible there. Somehow isn't spotted, gets away with murder, and saves the round that was all looking SK's.
How does Fur not see him here? So he's, and Fallen with the call, oh, he just doesn't get around, and that Molotov kind of ruins everything. That's really unfortunate. I feel like that was a team Molotov as well, but Rush, what a beast inside this bomb site. Capitalizing on small mistakes, 6-0. SK does not lose a lot of rounds like that.
Oh, Jason, there's a smile. Oh, oof.
It's happening.
You're going to steal JDM's little headband again and just be like, it's time.
That was a gift, Lauren.
Oh.
From one man to another.
I shouldn't have about stealing. Let's be honest, it's been mice going missing. It's, oof, a bit touchy, but we do have the pause. Now, if you're Optic, you're sat there feeling not necessarily great about the overall situation. You're still playing SK, but to force them into a pause like this quite early on, it's got to feel quite good.
Yes, I mean, it definitely does. It takes a lot of pressure off. I mean, when you go into this game as Optic, I mentioned the nerves are a little bit high at times, and you really are feeling that. You feel like, yes, you've had all these great upsets in the group stage to even get here, and you're still worried about this game. And going up 6-0 relieves a lot of that pressure. That's when you start laughing, start smiling. Rush probably feels like he's had a lot of things go his way, go the right way, so you're not feeling like you're getting the short end of the stick on any situations.
Well, a lot of the timing in the round leading up to Rush's moment was really, really favourable to SK. So it's got to feel good that something works in your favour, but we do see a massive alien from 3 players from SK. Whether or not they actually do much with it, as the bomb's not with them yet, and you still have Fur and Phelps to play into this, yet to be seen. But Naf in a new spot, Hayes in a new spot. They're really switching things up here.
Yeah, trying to get ahead of the curve, it seems like, and this might just work out in their favor by the end of it. No AWP on Fallen this time, which I guess isn't necessarily a huge deal because he hasn't had a whole lot of impact with it, and there's Mixwell with the opening kill. Taco walks right into it. He tries to be aggressive, tries to peek out of Palace. It's going to fall, and now Fallen, speaking of which, has spotted Rush inside the bomb site. Hayes is right there, though, for the support.
Love those flashes. I remember Taz doing them so long ago, just from that dark spot over by the ladder. Perfect, either to Palace or to ramp. Always really nice to play out. But there's a play coming in through mid. They've kind of given up mid control, playing through the sites themselves mostly, 3 by A, 2 by B. SK, they had this before. They had the control in mid. They had that real blunder with Rush. So they know this can work, but they're having to do it with 4 players this time.
Yeah, Rush has got a lot to keep his eyes on as well. He's got to keep track of CT spawn and back towards the A bomb site just in case. This defensive setup from Optic has given mid-control over to SK. Can they leverage it this time? Phelps has fallen over towards B. That's a nice shot from Tarek, and now this gets so difficult.
Yeah, Rush considered leaving. You could see him just gravitating towards B, but he knows better. He comes back. Naf's still in a good spot. Hayes is fighting the good fight for Optic, but now they have to deal with the brunt of what SK can bring. The 3 players encroach the site. You can see the pressure starts to build, and Hayes doesn't care. I don't know what I'm seeing, Jason. It's 7-0 to Optic. That's how I feel right now. This guy gets it.
That guy definitely gets it. He's so confused. Oh, it's brilliant from Hayes. Really nice performance, and this is why he can be such a good role player at times. Knowing his what he's supposed to be doing in that situation as the bomb site is getting pinched. All he has to do in a 5-on-3 is stay alive. His mind isn't saying take the duel and win it and kill one of the SK players. It's saying stay alive, lure them a little bit closer to the bomb site where I have a teammate in closet, where I have Rush coming up from CT spawn. Make sure they're committed to 2 separate crossfires we have set up, and he plays it perfectly. He even winds up with the kills anyways.
Do you know what, Jason? I'm gonna start believing a little bit here. Do you know what?
Are you?
No one else will, it seems. Everyone wrote off Optic. I wrote off Optic. You looked at this and it was like, it's the quarter, this, the one clear-cut result. And they didn't care what any of us thought. So you know what? Credit to them for just keeping it so damn clean thus far. Tarek, don't let me down now. Taco's already going to take his head off, and as soon as I believe, of course, this happens, Rush has to back out. They've got to forgo the site. They need to play retake now.
Oh, it would just be so fitting after you say that.
Yes, Rush, come on!
Nice shot from Rush. Naf's going to be next up on the retake. Phelps is low over towards bench. Fur's going to be on the flank, though, and this has got to hurry up.
Yeah, timing is going to be an issue soon, but they still have mollies. Naf with a great connection towards Fallen, and you can see the flank coming in slowly but surely. Fur tries it, and Hazed, he's having none of it. And there's the last man. It's coldzera, and a miracle is what you might need, and, well, he's delivered them before. Oh, my word. That was a little too close for comfort, but again, it's going to be 8-0, and Optic are yet to drop around.
Yeah, you almost saw it coming there. A couple more seconds, perhaps. Yeah, this is... What's happening, Lauren?
Do you know what? I'm going to give ESL and the cameraman a bit of a challenge. Find the Optic fan going absolutely ballistic in the crowd, because there's going to be a few, but the SK guys outweigh them a little bit. I'm not going to lie. You walk around here, there's a lot of SK jerseys. Find the Optic guys. Go find them, guys. This is your challenge. Not in this round. Don't cut to it yet. You know, this is quite important. Double orbs coming out for Optic. Mixwell and Tarek going for this one.
Yeah, Tarek's going to be over towards the B bomb site. Mixwell going to be in window room in the mid. Hasn't seen any presence. Oh, this is going to be going right at the B bomb site. This looks like it's going to be a split, Lauren. Running the gauntlet up catwalk. And Mixwell's going to take out the first one. So already on the back foot is SK. It's a 5-on-4. Taco's even brought down pretty low. Looks like Tarek tagged him up, maybe with a nade.
But I like that Hayes and Neff are being proactive as well. Even though there's nothing coming towards them, they're at least trying to gain the ground towards ramp to ensure that there's no one there. They can fall back quickly off it, maybe take some solace in that. But there's still threat from Fur. He can throw a bit of a curveball at them and keep them guessing in this short play coming through Fallen. Oh my word, Rush has no idea what he's showing here. Shows a little bit of leg, and oh, Fallen takes off Tarek. And this is just huge now. He's going to open this side up by himself. There is Mixwell there, but he's a little late to the party. But Hayes is trying to keep this together. The bomb's still at the top of mid. This is still controllable.
Yeah, that bomb, that we've seen it a couple times out of SK, leaving the bomb very far behind of where they want to execute and where they want to finish the round. So it's giving time for Optic to get in a position to prevent this from happening. Cold's already in the B bomb site. Fallen's working his way up, but he's going to have a challenge here if he tries to cross. Mixwell, that's the kill he wants. Oh, Fallen ducks underneath it. That's sick. Finally, his op comes alive. 3 kills in the round so far.
When everything goes wrong, you still feel that Fallen can do this and bring everything back on track, but the flank is en route. That's hazed. Naf needs to be in this too, but Fallen's still prowling. He wants to lock this one down. He knows his team needs this. Hazed, Naf, nothing else now to play with. The utility's gone down. Naf tries to make a play instantly. coldzera says no, it's on Hazed. A 1v3 looks a little improbable, a bit impossible. And as soon as you think you got a chance, Taco is there.
Well, round 1 on the board. They say the first one is the hardest. We'll see if SK can build upon it, but this is just sick stuff from Fallen. A little bit of a benefit. You said, you know, Rush showing a little bit of leg. It was like half his body, just not quite aware that what's going down here. But Fallen has a big impact at this time.
Wait, did you find the NA fan? Is it? That looks like a Cloud9 tank top.
That does look like a Cloud9 tank top.
No, incorrect. Optic, find it. There's got to be someone out there, guys. But so far, the man against them, Fallen, has a plan in mind, and if no one else is going to do it, he'll do it himself. If he has to do this every single round, we've seen games where he can. But Optic, again, prepare for what's coming. They've completely left mid this time, and you're seeing the extremities being pressured a little.
Gonna get aggressive behind this. Yes, he is. coldzera just pre-fires the angle. There's the op as well. Another 5-on-3. A great opening in the round for Optic. SK having no fortune in the starts of their rounds.
I love it. I absolutely love it. 1, seeing SK push to what they can bring. 2, seeing Optic actually shine. Fallen just looking for anything. Hoping there's a play maybe by Jungle, fancying their odds towards Connector. Maybe Optic could be punished. But Fur's got a good position here. Boosted up towards window, but look at Rush. Oh, just backs away. Fallen finds Mixwell. It all could fall apart here, couldn't it? Fur now strikes. It's looking vulnerable. B could be the target, but there's one man in their way, and it's Tarek. The guy who's caused all this kerfuffle, who's changed what people think about Optic so far. Maybe there's something to be seen with these guys, but no. Are they changing this up, or is this just a ruse? They're going to send Fur through Connector. Tarek, how smart are you?
Very smart. It would be, oh, he's on the gun barrel. That's a nice shot. Great information as well. Phelps is the only one left in the B apartments. Fur's trying to do something. They know his presence is on A, and this actually might pull the rotation over towards the A, especially if he gets a kill.
Tarek, no. But Phelps doesn't know what's happening either. Again, he's going to go towards A. Hazed is on a flank right around spawn. This is a ridiculous round, and look at the time. 13 seconds. Hayes might have just spotted them as well. They've got to go for the straight plant. There's no 2 ways about it, and it's going to be for Connector. That's all he can do. We need to see what Hayes can see. 5 seconds. Oh, it's done. They can't plant. They just got to stay alive. Optic Gaming, another step in the right direction.
And they've shut down the economy as well. That's a reset run. They're still going to buy in this because Taco has 5,700 and Fur and coldzera sitting right under 4,000. So likely going to be another buy for SK. But Optic, I'm actually amazed that they read that properly because it looked like SK didn't even have any idea what was going on. Kind of juggling between which bomb site they were faking and committing to. Crazy, crazy stuff.
Oh, these are the games that make you question, don't they? The amount of people who said, you know, with those best of ones, you know, you've got a skewed playoff, semi-finals, could be that great. Well, you know what? So far, I'm pretty on for this. Hayes, though, a little bit too much to handle, maybe. Can he be helped out by his teammates? Mixwell's already found Taco, so he's staying alive, buying so much time. He's a real threat, a real nuisance. How's he still got a kill? Finally Fallen's there, but the rest of his team are gone. It's down to 2.
Yeah, it took way too long to get that kill. Hayes just holding down the fort. All the Optic players are here, and even firing through the smoke. coldzera is supposed to be coming on catwalk to help support or to play a post plant, and he's got nothing. He's got all 4 players to find. We'll see if he can do it. Tarek peering in his direction as well with an M4 this time. There's the peak. He's been found out down to 34 HP and now 0. 10-1. Still no timeout from SK.
I know, there was one earlier.
There it is.
You called for it and it shall appear.
Yes.
So let's take this into context, because people tuning in will just think that the graphics are wrong and it's the name's the wrong way around, right?
Yeah.
It's 10-1 and it's to Optic in a big stage environment, and there's no reason to put this into any other context, saying, I knew it from the start, Optic was always going to do this. No. That's a lovely sound.
That is a lovely sound.
Who brought the Vuvuzela or whatever it is, like the foghorn in here? Why have you done this? I'm so sorry to anyone sat around them. But Optic Gaming, how is this working? How is this being applied here?
I mean, a big portion of the success, I mean, 2 big things to me that are sticking out is one, the ops have been so successful. I mean, Mixwell with the AWP, Tarek's had a couple opening kills, and even just when you think the mid-rounds, when things slow down, I mean, those ops, or the slow kind of play is really susceptible to those AWPs when utility is kind of running short. On top of that, Optic's had some really, really good openings to their rounds, being aggressive, getting some decent trades, like, you know, the pop flash peek towards A ramp, the push into A halls with the AWP as well. They've done a lot of great things to give themselves small advantages in rounds, and it's paying off. Hayes might be going for too much here, but he's just full of confidence, isn't he? 1 kill onto Fallen. He's going to keep that up. Jumping down, pop flash over the top. It's quite nice, and Naf now has just got to be careful. 1 behind him, but Taco doesn't want to go through that smoke.
No. Not feeling that at all, and I don't blame him, I wouldn't either. And it's the run towards B, it's running the gauntlet, and it's not a nice one. There's a man with a gun at the end, that's pretty much the worst you could hope for. Tarek, tuning it out, bombs down, he's happy. He's done his job, Molly goes in. Nice. The peanut is still there.
It's still in
but
there
it's
somewhere.
working.
Yeah.
It's rattling around, and it's making things happen, so I do not oppose it. I'm a big fan. Fur goes down. Taco now, your last man, looking for damage, trying to do anything with that deagle. But you know what? This is going to be 11-1.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah. I mean, bold calls from Pansy.
Hey, I believed in Optic early. All right, you know, I'm the one and only fan.
Did you get on that train when it was 6-0?
Definitely. No doubt ever in my mind. See, they've still yet to find the Optic fan. I'm waiting for it, guys. I see Na'Vi jerseys. I see face. I see everything else. Where's your Optic, boys?
I think after the major qualifier, they just kept them packed up.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the big thing coming into this. That's why this is so surprising in particular. I mean, we've all known they still have all the skilled players, and all these players can do great things. It's just it hasn't really come together since December.
We've seen a fair few North American teams doing this. Like what COG had that decent run in DreamHack, and Mixwell. Nothing's stopping him. He is one of the players having a great game. Often questioned on his consistent performance, but so far this AWPing, this impact he's having a good read there as well towards underpass, reading the play that SK wants to bring, and he's still here, unscathed, unpressured. Well, you know, smoke goes in, gives him more room to play, kind of baiting them in. Why don't you have a little go towards connector? Oh, Fur's up for the challenge, isn't he?
Really, really nice shot by Fur, being aggressive. But I mean, look at this, 3 players at the A bomb site for Optic Gaming. The reason they can do this is Tarek has a very wide angle into those B halls. He's peering very, very deep. So he can call for a rotation pretty early on when he's spotted out. The question is, can he get away in time? SK readjusting over towards the bomb site. This could be a surprise. Actually, Hayes is there, but he misses a bunch of shots, recovers nicely. Taco wasn't prepared for it whatsoever. Molotov towards connector, prevent any kind of split coming to the A bomb site. That helps his teammates out a great deal. Now setting up.
Naf has been pretty spot on with this. Hazed as well there in support. You can see Naf baiting them in, does so much damage as well. That plays Hazed perfectly into this. But you can see that SK are being cautious, but 30 seconds remain. They have to take a gamble and a risk soon. Hazed so badly wants to swing on this. You know he's dying for it. Tarek, though, finds Phelps, and here it comes, and there it is. Hazed finds one, but the second, he can't do it. Fallen stays alive, but 20 seconds and a 1v2. Surely too far for even Fallen.
Rush has an HE grenade as well. Even if that AWP doesn't clear him out, that can be an HE on the plant spot, and it's all over. Optic with a massive lead. What a surprise it has been. These are the kind of performances out of Mixwell that makes you, when you read him in interviews, he's like, yeah, I really hate stopping. Like, I really just don't want to do it anymore. It actually, it makes me miserable in life. You're just like, please stick with the AWP.
Stop. Yeah, but the thing, just get Alex, if the analysis guys want to just put Alex on the test, ask him about how he feels seeing Mixwell say about the AWP, because Alex tries his best, old machine, and then he sees Mixwell saying that, and then he's just an absolute beast. Like, why are you like this? Embrace it. Embrace what you're good at. Speaking of what they're good at, so far Optic continuing this win further, 12-1, a scoreline that just seems so wrong, yet kind of right so far. Tarek going to hold the deeper angle. This guy's been getting away with this a hell of a lot, considering SK traditionally did this so early on with their CT sides on Mirage. Kind of strange to see them not being able to punish it.
Rush guards his back. Taco's going to try and make a play out Palace, but he's not seeing anything. One shot is all it takes, and there it is. And a second, the follow-up. It opens up the bomb site for just a moment. The rotation is on. Do they have enough to really capitalize on this, though? Scout on Fallen, no armor. Just the Deagle still on Taco. Hasn't been able to salvage a weapon. And Optic playing this one patiently.
They're playing full retake. They've got mollies and utility to kind of play back into it. SK desperately want one more kill and they'd feel good, but if they commit any further, you know they're going to walk into it and give a little bit away, but bomb's going to go down. Taco does get himself a gun now, so...
Look at the utility. Look at the utility on the retake. 3 smokes, 1 Molotov, HE grenades as well. This is going to be so difficult for SK to defend against.
One of these two players will have to hit something blinding to just give them a shot. That could be it. Fallen gets things started with Rush, but it's now a 2v2. But here comes the utility, surely, to flush them out. They've got to start doing this, and you can see Fallen wants it. Oh, the tag as well. Fallen, he can't make it happen. It's down to Taco, who got this one started. Can he finish this? Time. Tarek doesn't have it. He's got to go for this right here, right now. And Taco knows it. He takes the fight and he wins it. Brilliance from Taco. 4 kills in a situation that was never meant to be his. But he makes it stick.
Very smart from Fallen as well. Stuck inside the bomb site, knowing he has to get aggressive. And that kind of aggressive stance from Fallen, I mean, the one kill, the tag, but it prevents Optic from even using their utility. They weren't even in position to properly throw the grenades. Playing it very, very passive on the retake, and it doesn't pan out. Not able to group up sufficiently to trade some of those kills. Unfortunate. Optic have themselves at a great advantage, and look at the buy they have coming out. It's not very strong. You can just see how tenuous this has been at times. Great pop flash, completely blind up mid, but he's going to win it anyways, and actually 2 kills come out for Optic.
I don't know what's happening here. This is not normal. It's rare. It's a bit of a gem. Hazed with the angle. And Taco again sat there like, well, I'm pretty sure they know where I am. I've been here almost every single round. And Mixwell ensures it. A 13-2 score on the half. Jason, you starting to believe a little bit, at least in map 1?
I have no words. There he is. There's the Optic fan. There he is.
Did you just go and buy that?
Congratulations.
You just went and bought it, didn't you? You've been to the shop. I appreciate that. Dedication, good work. But what a phenomenal half for Optic Gaming, earning their place on the stage. Who has the right to tell them they can't be up there when they're at this sort of scoreline? It's map 1, it's half 1, it's not over. Do stay tuned. We'll be back in a second. The unthinkable, the unimaginable might just be happening at least on map 1. We never want to get ahead of ourselves because Jason will start feeling hope. And that'll be a feeling he's never had. And we don't want it to start now. It's 13-2 on a half.
Listen, to whoever that lone Optic fan was that was on camera at the end of the last half, our boy Hector wants to give you some love. Find him on Twitter. He was asking who the Optic fan was. Probably get some cool swag out of it. He's a good guy. Go find him, and this is insanity. 13-2 Optic. A pistol run all but secures it.
All right, Optic fans, this is your chance to get loud. SK have had their time in the sun. They've had the crowd roar for them before. And look at those odds change. That's time to put a smile on your face.
1-5 at one point, I think it was.
There we go, boys. This is the game I wanted to see. I was feeling a little tired. I was feeling a little bit drained. I've got a little hope. It's all changing around. I've become a positive person. Anyway, Optic, you've got to keep this one up, though. SK, they'll still make this hurt. You won't get an easy win no matter what you're going to be in for, and they know it. Look at the composure they're having to bring into this.
No aggression from SK. Optic's going to readdress over towards the other bomb site, crossing through T-spawn. Still not a lot of mobility from, I mean, Fur's dropped down window. He's at the bottom of mid. He's peering into underpass. He's peering towards top mid. He sees absolutely nothing, so SK's got to be equally confused as well. There's smoke on both Tarek and Naf. They're lining him up right now for a hit towards this A bomb site. It's going to be Fallen and Phelps that'll draw the first attack. Fur will be there to help out.
Fallen can't fall off this. He needs help. Already Phelps was so blind and Fur wasn't exactly there quickly. He got isolated. The hit comes in. And it does well until that point. He got away with a bit of murder. Taco comes in and the timing is right. SK drop the hammer on Optic finally. They were getting away with it. SK showing that they're not going to let this slip no matter what. We'll get those rounds back. We'll do what we have to. Phelps going to ensure that.
This is why SK is still going to be such a hard team to close out, even at 13-2. I mean, one small mistake, there's a tiny gap in those two smokes, and that's how Fur gets a kill on the planter when he goes to get the bomb down. And because that bomb drops, that forces all of Optic to be aggressive, and that's where they just get wiped out.
Hey, the new coach.
Unofficial.
Unofficial. I thought he was into it at the moment. I thought it was
we have no official release from the Optic organization.
But he did pretty well with CLG. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the unofficial thing. You know, he sat there like, I've been watching the demos for hours. Maybe.
Maybe.
Nah. Not going to get it. Fur having his way with them.
He's had enough, hasn't he?
He's
right
like, I need this.
Tarek's the next one up. Is Fallen going to peek that? He is, but Fur's again going to take that one out. 3 kills for him. It's just Rush and Haze. And yeah, they upgrade some pistols, but I mean, you can see there's no armor on these two players. They actually, they have an all right amount of money behind them.
Yeah, this is just farming time. This is fine, though. Optic know that you're not going to have a walk in the park no matter what the scoreline is. SK, but the thing with SK is they have to keep it flawless. They can't feel low on money. They can't be punished. They can't make a mistake. And they're a team that can do that, but it's just not. Come on. And there it is. Finally found Fur. Simply having enough, shaking off that first half.
Fur puts him on notice, right? He's like, all right,
just remember.
Time for me on CT side. Time to teach a lesson. Either way, it's still a long way to go for SK. This is an incredible performance out of Optic so far. We'll have to see what they have in store for the gun rounds on this terrorist side. Really, really dictating the pace from the CT side of the map. You'd expect that to be able to continue on at least the offensive half. Couple of flashbangs on the Optic side.
What was that frag movie? Is it Pub Masters? Yeah, I want to see that. It's almost impossible to make happen in CSGO.
Pretty sure it's completely impossible.
But you know what? I kind of want to see it. Somehow, Optic, make it happen for me. But no, they're on a very low buy, of course. Just a P250. That's on Rush. Great flash, great farm, free farm. 5 kills, no worries.
Well, now it begins. Now we see what this match is going to be like in these gun rounds. Although SK, even down 5-13, this is a bit of a risk, keeping the 3 UMPs, a FAMAS and 1 M4 on Fur. If they win this, though, I mean, it can balloon that economy to sustain them, obviously. This is that bonus round we always refer to, although coldzera does upgrade to an AWP right at the last second. So a little bit more firepower in the lineup now, realizing they just have to get on the board. They can't afford to really risk a bonus round when they're down this much.
coldzera can be a game changer as well, we know it. Put it up in his hands, always looks well suited. Mixed well. Actually avoids a lot of damage from that nade. He gets out pretty free, and he was a a very large part of what was working incredibly nicely for Optic in that CT side. So for him, if he gets going now on the T side, as he does have that AWP to hand, that could be a very big factor if he starts feeling out the game a bit, takes a couple of fights there. And we know it's going to take a very small margin for Optic to grind this game out here.
So difficult for SK to gain clean mid control on their own T side. It looks like Optic at least threw some of the nades for it, but I think TeraK, yeah, he realizes he has the bomb. It looked like he was rearing to go. Hold back. Well, Naf's going to be in Palace. And they're all readjusting across the map.
Fallen.
Yeah.
Why are you like this, Fallen? Optic is starting to have fun. I am the no fun police. I will not let you pass. These are my stairs. Get out. Optic, though, gonna have to run the gauntlet at some point. Hopefully they check. They've had no step towards A early on, so they have to have a feeling that's, oh god, please, please, please. Fallen, if he gets flashed in here as well, turns for it. They do peek, but Mixwell just gets overrun. The support comes in from Phelps, but Fallen still finds 2. That's good. That's great impact. But still a 3v3. T-side starting to wane a little bit on time. They need the site, they need the plant, and they need to do it quite quick.
Fallen pushes through. They're all blind. Great pop flash from his teammate, but it was right into a Molotov. Pretty decent risk to take with the UMP. Now it's Fur's turn. The ever aggressive. What has he got here? Decent crossfire set up at A stairs. Gets him to this position. Post plant. That's out in the open. Hayes, he gets punished. Naf gets dinked. They know where he is now. It's Cold Zera. Just got attacked. Oh, he's completely blind. That flashbang hurts so much. TeraK out in the open. Cold recovers down into a one-on-one.
What's going on here? How has this become possible? He's got to know where that final player is, but the bombs are planted for TeraK. But he's still there catching the cross. A brave move indeed.
That's so smart from TeraK as well to take that peek. The bomb not being planted for him. That had to have been a call from your teammate saying it's planted default. It's not planted for you. So making sure he can't get to the bomb, but you can see this fight so scary. Crossfire set up as well. Phelps peeks as soon as Fallen gets the aggression, but I don't think he's expecting them to be that far back waiting for it. Pretty common setup. Either way, 14-5 now. SK, because they didn't invest a whole lot, they have a great buy into this round.
Yeah, AWP on Fallen this time, not Cold Zera, so mid becomes a little bit scarier if that's even possible.
I think everything becomes a little bit scarier.
Yeah, it really does. We saw how much he was able to impact on that first half once he got the AWP, and he made some game-changing moves. Maybe not allowed to do that sort of damage this time around, but Optic really vying for mid here.
He used a lot of utility to get this as well. They only have 1 smoke left, 2 Molotovs as well. They're going to be hurting when they eventually find somewhere they want to commit. There goes that last smoke. They better make it count. Flash is going to delay a little bit longer. Fur, Cold, and Phelps, a triangle of death in mid, just waiting for these smokes to expire before they can make their play. Actually, they smoke up connector on their own. Wanting to hold Optic back. They're going to clear out window room. There's one, not a second for Cold.
No, and that's going to probably loosen some of the SK's grip here. And all the tags pretty deadly. Phelps is looking very vulnerable. 5 HP. Desperate to get away, find some sort of respite from this pressure, but Optic needs to start considering the time. The bomb goes loose near Fur. That's a big problem. But Hazed gets into the matter. They're starting to pinch towards A. Who's going to stop him? Phelps, Fallen, both got a chance.
Yeah, Fallen here in spawn. That's a good spray from Phelps at low HP as well. That's about the best he could have done. When does Fallen make his move? Taco, he recovers nicely. It's all Naf in a 1-on-2, but he's got no clue where Fallen is, and here's the peek, and it's too easy. Fallen, great moves from him. Silent the whole way. A 6th round on the board, but that plant's going to help out with money on the T side.
Yeah. Team ace as well for SK, every single player, getting 1 kill. Always feels nice. Always feels nice.
It does feel nice.
Yeah, sharing is caring.
You are being very optimistic in this match. That's actually a great improvement that I've seen out of you.
Optimistic. That's a pun that Alex would do. I'm sorry, it's late. I can only apologize. Because the idea that Optic have taken this far is pretty damn cool. I don't think this can necessarily apply to a best-of-3 series. Again, love to see it pushed to its limits. But you're already seeing the pedigree showing from SK. That's the thing. They're already starting to show that fortitude, that grit that they can go to if they're pushed on any fronts. They don't look like a team who's almost losing. They look like a team ready at any single point.
And that is the key to the success right there. And also still for ever aggressive despite the scoreline, still making these plays already at top mid. There's a kill from Fallen, just 1. That's going to slow the bomb down. And Hayes hits a nade, just some spray through, and that's all it takes. Actually, no, it's Fallen. A 2nd shot lands on. 2 players from Optic. Mixwell and Rush actually rotated back through T-spawn to mid, trying to get in position for a post plant. They catch Fur flanking, probably surprised the hell out of him. Cold, though, taking the fight from range, is going to be able to mop these guys up. All down to just TeraK. Another round on the board for SK. Fallen trying to catch on fire, and actually TeraK's going to get the kill. Now this could get expensive. Now this could be a little bit dicey. Ooh, all right. Tosses it away.
Cruelty, TeraK. Cruelty. Wants to cost them that orb. They know they've got rounds to play with. Tarek, just living up to that Optic name. Just doing 360s. Are you going to get a plant?
How's this happen?
All right, Tarek. He's got some moves. I like it. Any more is it? Round of applause, please. You know what, Tarek? You may not win the round, but he puts on a show.
And the camaraderie on the Optic team is at an all-time high. Smiles all around, even in the losing. That plant is so great. Throwing away the AWP as well. Gonna cheer up the teammates. I mean, that could have been, I mean, yes, it's obviously a desperate situation. He's basically just making jumps, spinning to try and mess with the hitboxes. But part of it also, I think, is a knowledge from playing so much of SK. They are extremely patient. I know that Des touched on this earlier in a very, very good way about how patient SK is when they retake. They wait for everyone to get involved. So Tarek, knowing that, maybe just says they're probably sitting so far back, I'll be able to get a plan off here.
Yeah, let's remind ourselves, even though Optic, there's been shuffle of small players here and there, and SK did the same to a degree. They do play online CS relatively often. The online section of the Pro League. It's not like they're strangers to each other's playstyle. It's normally very heavily towards SK. But the scoreline is now 14-7. It's not so one-sided, but a buy comes in. Fallen, Flash, can't see it all. SK now having to work with what information they have, but he still finds Hayes somehow. Expecting the play through Palace, not there just yet. A quick flash towards Ramp, might play in his teammate.
Yeah, you imagine Coldzera's going to push. Oh, follow the no-scope. There is the push from Coldzera. Somehow, Tarek fools them all. He gets boosted up. Now they have this 8-bomb site, 3 on 4. Desperate situation, but Fur's there to recover.
Yeah, and Phelps is already on the way around the back, so Mixwell has to have a 6th sense, or something's going to go very wrong for Phelps. Where does he go in this?
It's not up to Mixwell. It's going to be up to Naf.
Oh god, he's gone Palace.
Yeah, he has. This is the duel. This pretty much decides the round, it feels, right here. Naf's waiting for it. Phelps going to turn the corner. Easy headshot. That's a deep angle to clear out. It's so difficult. Rush is low. Somehow he runs the gauntlet as well. He makes it to CT spawn. And now the retake is on. Mixwell tags up Taco. Looking less and less likely. And there's the commit. Naf out Palace. He's going to get both. All 3 for him. Hope is still alive. 15-7.
More than hope. Naf's coming alive. This guy's looking... Nah, that's not an Optic t-shirt. Get it out. Get it out of here. That's for next map, all right? When they come back and they win the game 2-1, crushing all hopes and dreams. For now, we are Optic fans. We're excited for the underdog. We're going to see how this goes. This is big, though. 15-7, and look at the buy from SK. It's absolutely ruined.
Yeah, it really is. Optic did a great job, even in some losing rounds, of getting kills, draining that economy that had built up early on. This is going to be tough, though. We've seen SK do it before on this very map. Liquid fans, shout out to you.
First to fall is Tarek. Hazed, looking over towards B. There is one man against him, of course. Taco on the other side of that smoke. 3 towards mid, just trying to stay alive. Don't want to lose out here. Taco's got a good feeling on this. Spams away, doesn't connect, but feels it out, falls back towards site, shows a little bit of presence. But SK again, kind of, I guess almost stacking towards, the deeper sides of mid. You've got them on the other side of connector. You've got them kind of playing passive in window, but now they're playing out of it. Look at Phelps already starting to move around, starting to feel out where Optic are going, because this looks like the B hit's going to come in, but there's already 3 players here. Yeah, great read from SK. There's actually even one already on the flank, but I think that's been spotted out. Yeah, Naf heard the footsteps. Taco's just hiding. He's biding his time, and Hayes doesn't clear out the site well enough. Some more pot shots coming out from Taco. He can't land him. Finally under rush, and the backups here. Dire situation now for Optic, although nice nade work. Yeah, and Mixwell is doing something incredible. 36 seconds. Oh, Mixwell! It's a 1v1! No, he loses it! Heartbreak for Mixwell, but another chance in for SK. Scout headshot to close out the round. Fallen just in time. Still, the economy, though, is so dire for SK. Still so many win conditions for the Optic side of things, and you can see they want to keep the pressure on. It's going to be another buy. AK on Rush. Tech 9's on the board for everyone else. Mixwell's going to keep some money, though, for the AWP moving forward. Not too much, just sitting at about 1,000. Tech 9's. That rifle on Rush. But you can see SK already playing quite deep on this. They're already kind of... they can read the money well. They're a great cerebral team in this aspect. They shouldn't be caught out by it. Fur going to take the instant fight. He wants matters in his own hands. Let's see if maybe the Mayhem catches some of SK out. So far, they seem very well accustomed to this. The line of smoke's not really landing as well, but Rush is there. And that's the rifle you wanted to see starting to come in. But he's pretty much alone in this. Tarek's not there with him, really, trying to push towards CT, but Rush strikes again. That's 2. The third might be hard to find. Spots him towards CT. Oh, maybe not. Maybe Rush is fine. And he knows he's got a little bit of time here. He knows how SK play, but the Cell Flash not going to help him. Didn't really catch anyone else either from SK. Bomb to hand, he waits. He sees if they make a move.
Almost. Nice effort from Rush, but again, I mean, even in a loss, there's some success to be taken out of that for Optic side. 3 kills, still the economy is going to be low. Still it's going to be beat up. They're going to be missing some utility, maybe a kit. Maybe not able to get an M4. So those kills all important from Rush. This time, though, it's going to be a save pretty much the full way. Some upgrades bought, some utility to just see if they can get a plant. But SK, they should be able to sustain, and actually knowing last round as a buy, they know they were going against the armor pistols. They go for the SMGs. And here he comes. Oh, that nade stack, and there it is. So much money is built up. Fallen is next. The SMGs getting all the kills.
And we've been having fun with it. Of course, it's a great moment for Optic, but more than enough credit needs to be given to SK to even grind it back to this part. In the back of my mind, I'm wondering, we're going OT. Sure, maybe? Is it really going to happen, SK? Are you going to do this to us? Because there's something about this game that doesn't feel over yet. And SK starts to look a little bit more abrasive, a little bit more into it. How much more have you got, Optic? How many more quirky plays? How many more individuals can shine? We're going to find out pretty soon. 1 minute and 44 seconds, another bite at the cherry here.
What scares me is it almost feels like they've kind of exhausted just strategically some of their options. They've been lining up for a lot of just A default takes right off the bat. Again, this is going to happen. They're going to go for it. Smoke clears, Molotov in the way. Mixwell's going to take his time, clear out all the angles. They've been slowed down, though. But there is all 5 players of Optic ready to pinch on this bomb site, only 3 players of SK.
Yeah, Fur, Coldzera, and Taco, but they hold it well, but not well enough. Mixwell and Tarek strike. It's down to a 3v3. They've got connector control, and Nav takes it 1 step further. Can you believe it? This could be happening. It's a 2v1, Fallen again, with the weight of the entire team on his shoulders here. The first map depends on this. Optic could get a start that no one believed in. And now we wait to see how it happens. The bomb's yet to cross. This is a problem. Fallen could spot it, but he works slowly. The first victim is Tarek. There could be a second.
That's so quick. As you know, Fallen is one-on-one now with Hazed. Former player turned coach, turned player by necessity in a one-on-one. Fallen, I don't think he spotted that movement. There's Hazed, he sees him out and he does it. Optic has taken the first map.
Do you know what? They may be an underdog, but every dog has to have its day, and this might just be it. Optic Gaming picking up map 1. It's a best of 3. It's not over yet. You're against SK. They'll pick this up. They brought back that game to look competitive. They know what they're in for now, though. They understand who they're playing against. We found another one. They've been to the shop again. These guys are keen. They're quick. But boys, we need to take a short break on this one. The desk needs to break that down somehow. Jason, I don't know what to say. Yeah, guys on the desk, we wish you all the best of luck because we don't know what to say anymore.
Hello. We don't know what to say either, Lauren. Optic have just beaten SK on Mirage.
I know what to say.
Or could we call it DE Optical Illusion? It doesn't make much sense, but they have managed to pick this one up. The first in a best of 3 playoff semi-finals on the line. Optic, after what felt like a question of they just have to run around and shoot things, was our analysis at the end of that one. Did they do that, Chad?
Yeah, they did. And Alex, got a question for you. Do you know who else had a peanut brain?
Who?
The T-Rex, and that was the king of the Jurassic period. And Tarek and the boys, they really swept in here with an amazing CT half. Those gamble stacks, that aggression, it was perfectly timed.
Yeah.
Looked like they were making amazing reads. Now, I say gambles because the risk they took, if they went the other bomb side, they would have been left in retake situations and it could have gone the other way. But everything they did was perfect. It was great to see.
It's, you know, they win a game in the groups and we chuckle along. They win 2. And we say, hey, Kerrigan's tweet. Hey, everyone, you know, he said they're happy, and you can see it on their faces. No wonder they're happy, 2-0. And then they're in the 3-0 stage, and they're actually made it to playoffs, and we go, okay, they made it to playoffs. They're having fun. There's lack of structure, but they're rocking it. Now they've just taken a map off SK, Yanko. This is a surge of improvement in an impossible to explain amount of time.
Yeah, and in a very, very dominating fashion. I mean, against probably the world's best team on the map, and just shows you what type of a difference it can make when a team plays without any pressure and they just try to have some fun. They change stuff around, you know, get a new in-game leader. Obviously, Tarek can't to think of elaborate strategies, right? It has to be a lot of things being called on the fly, maybe a bit more dynamic in their play. But I think the main thing is that everyone is just playing much better individually and just having that confidence back.
Here's a fun one for you. This is the second time this year Optic has taken a map off SK, has beaten SK.
First time on LAN as well.
First time ever in this year offline. Yeah, that's just proof in the pudding, really, of just exactly how, you know, lack of pressure, having some fun. Tarek's having some fun. He's given them some guidance, and we have received confirmation he is still doing the majority of the calling. Hayes, in an interview, stating his style wasn't working. You throw it to Tarek, and what do you know? It clicks.
Yeah, and it's definitely working. And I think there was a lot of interesting plays that they managed to pull off there.
Is there anything you particularly chose to break down on that telestrator? Yanko,
He's the man.
For us?
Yeah, we had, like Chad mentioned, the first gun round, Optic went for aggression towards mid, took the game towards SK, and they managed to win that round. So second gun round, what do? They go for a blind stack towards the A bomb site. As you can see, this is a bit later on. Hayes decides to push towards A apps. We have Rush in site, Naf in CT, and Mixwell is holding a more passive position towards mid, because as you can see, the SK players have mid control, and Taco is lurking outside of A apps, something that we were mentioning is very important when you want to go for that split. So because we can't really play the clip out, this was the round where Rush got a double kill, and the reason for that is Hayes is going to die here. They're going to get the kill on Mixwell as well, and they're going to spot Naf. So that gives you the position of 3 players on the A bomb side, and you feel if you're SK, well, that's it. We know where we killed 2, we know where the last one is. We can just go for the safe plant here, which is very strong to defend from connector or from the catwalk area. But what happens actually is Rush gets great timing, doesn't get spotted, swings around the triple box, kills the bomb planter, and puts his team in a great position to actually deny the round from SK Gaming. So really tells you how they had a clear plan. They played without any fear in the reset round. So once SK actually won a gun round, the following round you could see Optic pop flash into A ramp, get a kill there. An op was playing close towards A apps as well, and within the first 15 seconds they were in a 5v3 situation.
And that, my friends, is the power of one of the individuals, one of the cogs in the Optic machine. The reason I was scrambling, I certainly wasn't ignoring you, Yanko, but just wanted to make sure I had it right. But I'm pretty sure they were all within like 1 or 2 frags of each other.
Pretty close, right?
There was not one man leading the way. It's not the ancient story of, you know, Tarek unleashing his potential or Mixwell with the AWP carrying. Everyone did their part in this well-oiled Optic machine.
It's because they outplayed SK as a team. There was no monster individual performance that was winning round for Optic Gaming. They were just better positioned and in an advantageous situation almost every single round.
And this then starts the discussion that, I mean, has to be had. They played better Counter-Strike in this map, Chad. No questions asked. But what do you make of SK? Were they the same SK that we've seen do unspeakable things to Tier 1 opposition on Mirage?
I think they were just caught completely off guard, by what the Optic guys were able to throw at them. And the stuff that we're talking about, these gamble stacks, it can be considered a gimmick, right? But when you can't play the same level of theory-based Counter-Strike and you don't have the same level of chemistry as a team like SK, you force yourself into positions where you don't actually have to react. You've already set the trap, or you've taken a gamble and it pays off. So that going into the next map, surely the SK are going to realize that that type of play will be in the mix. A good way to beat that is by going fast, in my opinion, right? If you go fast, if you change the tempo, you can catch them off guard. Even if they are doing a stack like that, you're normally going to have yourself a 4v4, maybe even a 5v4 fight in your favor. That's one way to deal with it. The other is to just be even that much more cautious. Something which we praised SK for was those retakes, and we saw there was one situation, it was a 3v3 retake on the A bomb site, and it looked like all the SK guys immediately knew, hey, let's just watch the flanks for 15-20 seconds and not worry about getting caught in any bomb site crossfires. And that's something that SK do really well, is they slowly constrict, and because they weren't in the normal bomb site spots, they weren't there to be constricted, didn't panic, didn't do what Fnatic did, and managed to claw out the victory.
Optic clawing it out, sure, like perhaps a T-Rex would. And what those tiny little arms. We'll see if they can get them further on their second map. It's going to be Cash. We'll be talking all about it. Optic Gaming, one map away from semi-finals. North America throws one left jab to the jaw of the Brazilians. We'll see what happens after our break. But before we do that, Stunner's hanging out in that crowd. Let's check in with him. He looks like he's found an Optic fan.
I have indeed found an Optic fan. I'm standing here with Kenny over here on the arena floor. You know what, Kenny? Tell me what you think about this current form of Optic.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy for them after they failed to qualify for the major, and now they bounced back, and it's nice to see that they can hang with the top teams.
No, definitely that. We see them come in with a brisk, just strong start over on Mirage. We're going to go into Cash next. What is your take on this map?
I hope they win, and I think it's going to be a 16-8.
16-8, just like that.
Just like that.
Well, I do believe I got a little something for you. I think I just do this right here. Yep, there it is. All right, I got a little merch for you. I want to thank you for your time today, and we're going to throw it back to Alex at the desk.
Oh, that's fantastic. There it is, Trey. And not only is he getting some free Optic merch, he's also having a whale of a time with some more Optic jerseys and a little even the German flag dedicated to it as well. Jason and Pansy will continue to have fun after the break, but first we're going to be dissecting Cash in just a moment.
The Pay Safeguard post-match breakdown.
Be focused. Be uncompromising. Be the best and never hold out. Pick your event. Place your bet. No matter who you are or what you're here for, it's our passion that unites us. Betway, for the love of the game.
It's what you've been waiting for. These guys are on top of the world, and it's all done. Astralis win it. IEM champions, it's Astralis. They want the trophy, and they've got it. NIP